Howdy Folks! And welcome back to TEKKIT 2, the Let's Play adventure, where we are once again in the basement where, I mean, it's not even a basement. It's not even a basement. That over there, like down there, that's the basement. This is just the bottom floor, I guess it is. Possibly, it is a lower level than the platform outside, but it's about on par with the actual ground over here, isn't it? I guess, you know what? No. It is a bit lower. It is a little bit lower, because this ground out here is pretty much level with this second floor here. So it's slightly below ground level, which is the case for most basements. They're not normally, 40 feet below ground. It's the lowest floor. It's not even that. It's not even the lowest floor, because there's a floor lower than that, and eventually there's going to be many floors lower as we go all the way to bedrock with this for some reason. Maybe, if we end up doing that, but we're not going to be down here for long. Basically, what we've got to do today is clean up our mess, because my gosh, have we made a mess. And in fact, just then I made a bigger mess by accidentally breaking something I didn't mean to. But we're going to clean up all of these pipes, we're going to clean up all of these machines, because this great experiment was a success. If you were thinking, Rees, no it wasn't, it was a great failure, you're wrong, because you don't understand the definition of success. Remember, everything we did with all of this equipment in the episode before last, I think it was meant to test what was possible and what wasn't. And in that sense, we learned what was and what was not possible. So therefore, great success, all right, all around. We did very well. We learned a lot, and we're going to be taking all of that information with us moving into the future as we just kind of tidy things up here and get ready to move to the next stage, which is going to be high voltage automation. Now, most of what we need to manufacture for high voltage is going to be pretty straightforward. There's some stuff in the actual basement proper that needs to be moved up here, which we're going to be able to do lickety-split, no problem, okay? I'm going to go ahead and throw all this up here, and I think that should pretty much tidy up the entire inventory. And wouldn't you know it, I did seem to leave a stack of ladders. That's okay, that's gone now. So we just got to move some stuff up here, and we need to add some additional elements. But before we do that, I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, and I've come up with some ideas to simplify all of this up here. One of those is we're going to get rid of the hoppers and replace them with translocators, and we're going to set a maximum that we want for each of these. Now, the issue we run into there is that in some instances, if the maximum is set too low, if we were to come over here and manually, using the item requester, try to order like 5 panels, it won't work. It'll see that there's not enough items and it just won't even try. But we know if we kind of don't use the order and instead we just use the active supplier and tell it we want one object, everything down the line will work with what it has currently available. So I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be fine. But we're going to do that, and then also, we're going to change how these are running. Because right now what we have is we have this ender chest back here. Or we'll use this one as an example. We have this ender chest bringing in sticky resin, okay? And it's the only one that already has... Well, actually, it uses a gravity pipe. I don't know why I used a gravity pipe instead of an item translocator. I have no clue. Even during editing, I was like, why did I do that? Why didn't I just use a translocator? No idea. The only thing I can think of is maybe at the time, I reasoned that this would technically be slower, and therefore there was a possibility that it wouldn't be running all of that so quickly, and maybe causing, like, contributing to lag and whatnot. But that's giving past me a lot more credit. That's past me giving past me more credit than I think either past me's deserve. And present me says I should have just used an item translocator. But we're gonna replace those. But we're also going to change how this is set up. We're going to move this directly on top of these, okay? And we might also use the black hole unit. I haven't decided yet if that's what we're going to do. The black hole unit will stay here, I think, because we need to have well, there's never going to be excess. We already have so much. First off, let's go ahead and break this, because here's what we're going to... We don't need that right now. We just don't need that right now. We have enough. We're not going to run out of sticky resin anytime soon. I'm going to move the ender chest directly in between these, and I'm going to use the item translocators to keep them topped off. So instead of this constantly summoning, what, let's say like 7 at a time, or however many, about 14 at a time at any given time to keep this thing stocked up, however many it orders, and constantly putting strain on our network, it'll just stay completely stocked by the translocators, and then it'll dump off into here, okay? And so I can keep talking about it, or I can just go ahead and do it and just sort of demonstrate the brilliance of my idea, because believe you me, it is a brilliant idea. You might not see that just yet, but once it's all completely set up, and I'm going to do the same, by the way, next door on this machine. Once you see it, okay, you're going to stay amazed at the absolute brilliance here. Okay, well that took longer than anticipated because there was a little bit of a situation where I grabbed obsidian pressure plates, for some reason thinking that they were item translocators, and then I was placing them all over the place and trying to figure out why they were invisible, and then I was standing on lights and the lights were turning off, and it finally dawned on me what had happened. None of that was recorded. I had the recording paused, and you didn't want to watch it anyway. It wasn't good. It was frustrating. It would have been infuriating to watch. Trust me, I had to live it. But I did get it set up, so it's a little bit of a wider setup now, but the way that this works is that we do, of course, have this up here with the sticky resin. It is configured with the item translocators down below, so there's no pipe logic involved in getting the sticky resin into the centrifugal extractors, which are going to fill up now, and here's the thing. They're not going to automatically export. So what we've got provided back here is I did provider modules. Why did I do that? Oh, I remember now. Yeah, okay. So I set up inside of here an active supplier module, and as you can see, I've filled all of these up with 127. So that's 127 times 9, which Siri, what's 127 times 9? You son of a gun. You son of a gun. 1,143 items, which I think is going to be a just... Is that right? 1, 2, 3... Yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, so this has obviously got more than that in it, so it's not actually going to be producing any for a while, or rather, it's not going to be exporting any out of here for a while. Now, I did also configure this with an item sink, so if this creates more than that, they don't just get thrown out on the ground. This is still configured as it was before, except for now, instead of allowing the sticky resin to come in, because we don't need that anymore, it's just blocking rubber. So rubber can't go that way, it can't come back in this way, and instead, the rubber is going to be pulled exclusively from the black hole unit, which has a provider module, as well as an item sink. So again, any rubber that goes out into the network and needs to come back can do so. So that's all set up just fine and dandy, and I need to verify that this was in fact set up to partial. Yes, good, not infinite. That would be a disaster. So I'm going to do the same thing here now that you've kind of seen how I've done it. And again, the goal here is to prevent this from running constantly. So hopefully take a little bit of a load off the CPU trying to do all these calculations. And also, I mean, it's going to prevent that from running constantly. There is a bit of a concern that maybe we're never going to use all of these now, which I suppose... I mean, what do I do about that? Nothing. We're just going to have, I guess... 264,000 sticky resin over here on this wall forever until the end of time. I mean, what I could do is I could go through and I could, like, set that up right over here. I just wanted to gesture to the spot. But I could have inside of the pipe behind it a provider module, and then I could have these insert... I could disable the... Okay, well, I got really confused about partway through doing this one and this one, and I went back and I had to go take a couple of goes at it in order to get it where we wanted, but here's what we're doing, okay? And I've just set this one up the same as this one, so I guess I'll just demo on this one. At the end, we have these black hole units that are absolutely chock-a-block full of items here, okay? So what I've done is right on the back of them, we've just got a quick sort module, and then into these machines, we have an item sink. So they will stay topped off using these items, and I've just gone ahead and kept these turned off, and I did the same over here. They're not on right now, so I have to keep an eye on it, because eventually it'll stop running, and at which point I can come over here and I can break these, and then pull these out, but for now, these will continue operating. And one thing I even kind of thought about doing was going ahead, and because I want to go ahead and get these drained, and just get rid of them, I thought about coming over here and saying, you know what, for right now, we'll just go ahead and set this to, oh, I cranked these up to 127 each. We can just go ahead and set this to infinite, and it'll run and presumably until we run out. Hopefully is what's going to happen. Yeah, there we go. So that's going to empty, and then it's going to start summoning more. And we'll do the same over here. There's no reason not to. We'll just go ahead and have that set to infinite. And then, once it has gone through this backlog, which might take a while. That one will be done much more quickly, I assume. Then we'll come over, we'll take these down, and you know. But otherwise, it's kind of set up the same here. So what's happening is it's got the quicksort module here, and it's got the item sinks here, the provider module, and then the active supplier, which again, they're both cranked up to 127, which, you know, as we demoed before. And pretty much done on that front. I think we're locking this one in. We're gonna lock it in and say this is good. We need some way to denote that it's good. I've said it, that's good enough. Now, for this item, which we're going to need to automate for the high-voltage solar panels, it's going to be a little bit more complicated. Remember, we have to have a crafting table, or something, to craft the items that go in here. Because remember, in order to make these, gosh, we don't even have, like, an actual representation of them. Let's see, advanced alloy, right? In order to build that, and I think temporarily, we'll just go ahead and hit A. Yeah, there we go. And get that pulled up over there. You're going to need a mixed metal ingot. And in order to do that, you got to add refined iron, bronze ingots, and we're hoping we can use the other bronze ingots, as well as 10 ingots. So not 10 of them, but 3 10 TIN ingots. So you got to have some kind of crafting grid set up. And I think we might use... Remember, we did set this up previously with a crafting logistics pipe, which does the automation of withdrawing the items and then also pumping them back out, which is... Technically, that has worked for us. But I think what we might do instead is we do have those combination... I think I took them all down previously. We had the combination chests up here, which was interesting. And I thought about kind of recycling that notion. But what we might do instead is we just have the 3 separate metal pipes set up over here. Or metal, I should say, what are they called? Ender chests. So the 3 that we need, in this case, it's going to be the tin, the iron, and then we don't even have a bronze one set up yet. We'll just have the 3 of those in a row, like bam, bam, bam. We will not use... It'd be complicated using the item translocators. I mean, it could actually be done. If you oriented them like this, so one here, one above it, and one next to it. Yeah, that might actually work. I don't know, though, if those would work with getting items into the logistics crafting tables. It might. That might work. That might be conceivably possible. And then have the crafting pipe on the back set to export them to a chest to maintain a certain number, which then get drained into here. It's getting complicated in my head. Maybe I should just go ahead and try building it. Alright, so this is what I've done. I've taken the triple orange chest from up top, and I've reconfigured it. Ignore the mess. I was throwing sort of excess ingots as I went in here. But it should, by default, have a stack of 63, 63, and 63 of the bronze, the refined iron, and the tin ingots. It's set to automatically export that into here. And then back here, we have a crafting logistics pipe that should craft what we need and then dump it into here, although we don't have one in there yet. I think I did see one earlier, though, when I was poking around in these chests over here. Yeah, so if we wanted to, we could go ahead and... Wrong place to be. Stick that in there, get it locked down. Oh! Oh, it exported it already to here. Okay, wonderful. That's great. That's just fantastic. And it's not going to export it because we already had a black hole unit. Just chock-a-block full of these things, and like all of the other ones, I configured it to only hold this much, whatever we said that was earlier, some 1,000 something or another. This might seem a little bit odd, but I did again want to keep this thing stocked without using pipes, which is what this is going to accomplish, so that should stock up. And now we have mixed metal ingots, and then those you should have a active supplier configured to request 127 of those, and it is hooked up, so that should just work, and it's not. That is interesting. I wonder why. You are configured to do... Oh, by the way, we did set the recipe as well. When I first set this recipe up, it asked me to specify what type of bronze I would use, and I did. So it's supplied. They're in there. They are in there. It has the ability to make them. This has the ability to potentially accept them. Active supplier module. I wonder if this is one of those situations where because there's none in here already, it's just not going to go ahead and do it. So maybe... Can I take one of these out of here manually? No. I wonder if the issue is that the crafting pipe wants to do the supplying, and they're already being supplied, and the crafting pipe is upset about it. That seems incredibly unlikely. I don't think that would be the reason, but I also am unsure of what else the reason would be. Well, we know that the rest of this works. This, got the piece it wanted, so desperate times call for desperate measures, and in this situation, the desperate measure is going to be staring at this screen until I locate the object I'm looking for, unless it's not in there, because there's a possibility it's right there. That's the object we're looking for, and then also this is the other object that we are looking for. Oh, I did set up another firewall, so this one here is configured to prevent metal from entering the system from anywhere else, even though there's nothing set up to specifically import them. I just, wanted to make that extra precaution. And then also no advanced alloy. And then I don't know if this is necessary, but maybe I should have also gone ahead and said, hey, also block the mixed metal ingots. I don't know where else it would be getting them from, but there you go. But it is allowing power, so there you go. Right, emergency situation, desperate time, desperate measure. Slap this on, not right there, because it's going to get really upset about that and yell at me. Slap it on right there. Sync that sucker up. We don't even need this. I think, well, yeah, no, it's the remote ordering pipe, so I guess we do. And it's very clearly set up that it can make one of these. Requests? It says we're missing them. Okay. Interesting. So it does not recognize that there's already items in here. What if I did like that? Then what would you do? Probably nothing. It would probably do the same thing. This is good, because we're learning something new. Alright, so it specifically wants to provide the items. And we already know from previous trial and error that we cannot simply stick a logistic chassis on there and then throw in a provider module and then have that work. That will not work for whatever reason. It simply refuses to export these. I think because the crafting module is what does the actual crafting. So we're going to have to refine this a little bit more. And unfortunately, that does mean we're going to have to get rid of the item translocator, which is very disappointing, because I had looked forward to using that specifically to keep this thing stocked. But we don't have to get rid of this ender chest, we can still use that. It's not some great tragedy, and it's not something that's going to take a lot of effort to fix, and in fact, I think we pretty much have everything we need here. We just need to have the provider module plopped in there, and then also, we need to have a item sync module configured, so that we can get all of these items back, right? So we need to find the... Oh, they're already down here, aren't they? So if, for whatever reason, it summons more than it needs, and they end up sort of lost in the network, there we go, that is configured. Okay, so that is set up with a provider module, and then an item sync in case those items come back. Should we configure this to block those items as well? Oh, perfect! I already did! I completely forgot, and now it's actually relevant. We don't want anything else on the network summoning them from over here. We already have these items set up over there for that purpose, so that should be good. I sometimes worry that we do weird things in this series. Okay, so here's that screen where you can select, hey, not that, Railcraft, and then Industrial Craft is what we're using for the 10, I believe. We can click Done, and what we should see happen now is we go down here, click Import, and there they go. It'll start producing them, and it'll produce enough to keep this full, which is set to hold 127, because I didn't really need a whole bunch of those. When you think about it, what we actually want is a whole bunch of these. So this is going to go until this is full, at which point it might continue trying to send them, but this has a item sync as well as a active supplier. So the active supplier is what gets them out of here, but then the item sync is what allows them to come back in a moment if this starts to get overfilled, because it's not going to export them from here, because we have it set up to only have, again, 1,000 or whatever this comes out to, a little over 1,000 I think it was. So if we have a look inside of here, this should hit 64, and then this should hit 64, and then at that point, any extra that gets sent along, and it doesn't look like any are going to, but in that case they would get sent back to here for storage. This is configured, again with the item sync module, so it can go beyond the requested stack amount. It should keep going though until this hits the recommended stack amount, and I can't help but notice it isn't. Also, this is bothering me. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's get rid of all these items that are in my inventory right now, because they're taking up a bunch of space. And then we're going to take that out, and we're going to take that out. And that should keep those filled. And then what I can do is, because these are not going to stack, I'll just stick them in there, and over time it'll eventually slowly pull them out. But I'm concerned that it's not going. It stopped at 65. And it should have kept going. I don't know why it didn't. It is configured to go up to 127. It is set to partial. If we set it to infinite, I assume it'll keep going. Well? What's your deal, pal? You know what? There we go. That's fixed now. That was gonna bother me. Why is there a gap here? Why is there a gap here? Why did I build it like this? This is dumb. There's no reason for that. Unless I intended to use... Was I going to use item translocators between here and there? I might have been going to do that. That would certainly simplify some things. We'd have to use yet another firewall pipe here to only allow power and not allow items to go through. But was that my plan? It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really contribute to anything. It's just bothering me. Why isn't there more? If I take that out, does it start going again? It does. So there's 75. Is it going to keep going? Maybe it's a glitch that it goes up to 127. I'm kind of curious now, if we get one of these out, and we do one of these, right? So we get rid of that, and we set it to maybe 3 full stacks of 64. Oh, it's going to be like that. Hold on. Sometimes you got to throw that out of your inventory. You have to have the inventory empty before it'll actually allow you to scroll through here and set these, which is bizarre and frustrating, but it's something I've kind of learned to live with. So we'll crank all of these up to 64. Oh, dang it. If you crank it down too far... Dang, you know what? You know what? Faster method. Grab a stack, okay? Clear those out, and then just stack, stack, stack. But sometimes it doesn't work. You have to clear it out and then put it in there again. So now it's configured to hold 3 stacks. And if we just go ahead and we come around here, we take out whatever's in there. Let's see how far it fills it up to. 2 stacks, huh? Two stacks, really. It's definitively configured to do 3 stacks. So if I set it to 4 stacks, will you go to 3? Is gonna be my guess. Yeah. If you have an answer to if you have an answer to that problem, please let me know. It's fine. I'm not upset or anything. That's okay. We don't even really need more than 1 stack, to be honest with you, because we're never going to use those for anything other than piping them into here. And you know what? I've made a decision. I've made a decision just right now while you were watching. Apparently, I left a gap in here for some reason. You know, I theorized that maybe this is what past Rees had in mind. Let's do it. Let's throw the firewall pipe down. This will just block everything from going through, actually, and all we really want is... Why didn't we just do that over here? Why didn't we just set this to allow and then leave this empty, and then nothing can pass through it? That's so much easier. There you go. Filtered items are allowed. Nothing is allowed. Nothing is allowed to pass through here. Same here. Nothing except for power. And then we can set this up with a couple of these. The item translocators. There we go. Set that one to glowstone. Set that one to go. And then we just take that out. And that'll keep that one stocked. You can see it happening kind of as it goes. That also means we don't need all of these in here anymore. We no longer need to have the quicksort module because we're no longer exporting these, which means I can actually downsize this one. Still needs this to make sure that it doesn't overflow, and still needs this to keep the stack in there. Although, will it actually call in a stack, now that I think about it? It said, if it's got 1 stack, will it only hold, like, 32 items, since it only seems to work with half? We're about to find out. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. It works right with 1 stack. I don't know what to tell you beyond that. This will keep that stocked up. Okay. I'm pleased with what we've done. Meanwhile, over here, we're going to have to basically do the same thing, except we will need 2 of the crafting tables, because we have to go from 1 type... Wait. That's what this is for, isn't it? Isn't that why we're making... Like, what else do we do with coal dust? Why would we want to have any amount of coal dust at all whatsoever? Also, did that number just go up? Why is this thing running? Oh, right, because I'm trying to drain these out. I forgot what happened earlier in my series that you're watching right now, moments ago. Forgot what we were doing a few minutes ago. Wait, isn't that part of this, though? What else could we possibly want to do? What is the uses for coal dust? What? Or is that the recipe? What are the uses? It can be used in construction foam. Solar panels. Well, okay. Alright, I was gonna say we should just have all this dedicated to this. But no, we shouldn't. It's needed for other things. So we'll leave that be. And then we'll set up a couple of these. Because I think you go, what? Coal dust into... what is it? It's like some kind of mesh or something, right? So, yeah, raw carbon fiber begets raw carbon mesh, which begets carbon mesh. And then you run that through a compressor to get your carbon plate. So, and that starts with coal dust. So we need 2 different crafting tables. Hey, I have a question. Why even use these? What? Because I could have just used these to go from here to here. I don't know if that would have... I realized that as I was over here setting this up, I was like, wait a minute. You know? Because you can also configure these if you use a... Where did I just do this mere moments ago? If you have a diamond pipe, where did I do this? I know I'm not crazy. I did this. Where did I do this? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Am I forgetting something that just happened? Didn't we during this video? Maybe I was during testing or something. I don't remember. I used diamond dust somewhere to configure exactly how much of a thing I wanted in a different thing. Oh well, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I'll remember in editing, I'm sure. But we could just configure that to determine how much gets stored in here. Really what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to use these pipes as little as possible. Alright, so I did it. I went ahead and I did move it all over one. I spent the time on that. My only issue now is, remember, if we set this thing to 64, which we've done before... Oh, can we not actually... Yeah, 65. Hold on. Remember, if we use the scroll wheel, this is the one that crashes, so we want to be careful. I don't actually know how much higher we could go than that. We can go up to 192, 256. Really? Oh, this is interesting. I had no idea. This is way better. Yeah, this is much better. So if I wanted to keep 1,024 of those on stock, should be able to click that, and everything should work, so that's filling up, that's great. What happened to the switch that was on top of it? That's the problem with all this. There's no way to just move it all over there, as Patrick Star might say. But if I just start taking these out now... Oh, never mind! No, I'm not going to take them out. No, that would require that I take out so many stacks. We're just going to trust that it works. And it should just work. Everything should work. This should be configured to allow... yeah, okay, if it's set to allowed and there's nothing in the filter, then nothing is allowed. So basically, this should all be self-contained over here. And then we don't need this pipe here anymore. Nor do we even need this here anymore either. Actually, looking at the whole system, we could just have this one. This one here is doing just fine. We can break that one. We can break that one. We can replace both of those with an unrouted transport pipe. And we're good to go. Nothing bad's gonna happen. This should work just fine, and this is the same system we'll use over here. Because I said so. There's a coal dust that just has an EMC value. It doesn't look like you can use it. It says it accepts any dust coal. I learned that because I hit plus and was like, do you want to use this one? It's upsetting. Because that kind of implies that all of this is a waste. All of this. All of it's a waste. But it might not be a waste. It just depends on what goes into making the alternative dust. Where is it? It should be over here, right? One of these should be the coal dust? The other coal dust? Coal dust. Here we go. Industrial oh! Okay. Well, it doesn't look like the other coal dust is present. Is this one of those situations where we have to go find it inside of a chest somewhere? Coal dust from Railcraft. How do you make that? Railcraft coal dust. It's charcoal and a rock crusher. I feel like we have a rock crusher that we spend an awful lot of time trying to figure out how to make work. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's something we do have. Down here where the channel members used to be and now instead is chickens. We should probably investigate that. Do you reckon it's gonna work? Let's see, just take that out of there. Get ourselves some coal dust. If this works... So charcoal, I should say. Throw that in there. And then turn this on? If this works... Son of a gun. This didn't work. That's unfortunate. But also is somewhat, you know what, comforting. Because it means that... As unfortunate as it is, we didn't waste a whole lot of time building that over there. So that's comforting. It is kind of like how I am now aware that you can't find the bronze that we use. You cannot make it. You have to find it naturally occurring in the world. And I think that the only reason we found it is because the version that I played on when I started still had it. I think it's been removed since. So I think if you're playing in a world created after like 1.0.0, you'll never find that out in nature. And we just happened upon it inside of a cave. Very fortunate for us. Alright, so we got this hooked up now, and I'm feeling pretty good about it. It's not going to produce any, because we have this configured. Oh, we don't have to use... Oh, that's right. Yeah, no, this is superior. You can just right-click it. We've got this to do 1024, same as this one over here, but as you can see, it's already got way more than that, but the process is simple. We do have this firewall here, so the only thing allowed through here is coal dust, which does isolate everything over here, so we don't really have to worry about it. But what happens is coal dust goes in here, raw carbon fiber comes out, goes into here where it's storing 64 of them, goes into here where it's making raw carbon mesh, storing 64 of them, although 94, because I was kind of fiddling around. And we've learned, we've improved, we've learned from our past mistakes, and I have an item sync module in here. So if extra ends up in the network for whatever reason, at least over here, it doesn't end up, you know, making a whole mess and just spewing out all over the ground. You know, even though it's over the sort of rated what it's supposed to hold, it'll still store them in there. And then we've got the item translocators going into the singularity compressor, going into the black hole unit. And if we wanted to, we could go ahead and, you know, if you want to see the whole thing operating, I can take that out. And that should prompt everything here to start running. Oh, no, it won't, because this has to go below 64 before that will happen. So I'm just going to go ahead and keep taking these out, because I want to guarantee that that happens, so I can guarantee that you will get to see it working. And I think we could pretty reasonably say that right now. There we go. It should start working. So what we should see is a whole lot of stuff happening. So here comes, I mean, not a whole lot of stuff. It's just going to get a little bit of that. Keep that topped off. Keep this topped off. And it's a beautiful system, and it works very cleanly. And then once this is full up again, and we can just manually toss these in there, no big deal. Once this is topped off again here and here, all of this will stop running, and it's beautiful. And I went ahead and put item frames on these, even though it's entirely unnecessary. I didn't do it over here because my reason was we can just look in here and see what's in there. But then I remembered that I do just kind of like the item frames, and I like the look of them, and I like knowing, without having to think, wait a minute, is that what this is? Which is not at all how that works. I assure you that's not how my brain works, but there we go. I got a little risky here, and I used the scroll wheel to get this up to 1024, and it worked fine. It didn't crash the game. This is cool, though, so as you can see, it worked. So this is topped off, and it stopped running, because all of these are topped off, and they stopped running. We're learning a lot, and I feel like I should have said this at the top of the episode, because after the last 5 or so episodes, I wanted to make sure that everyone knows I'm still having a lot of fun. I'm not, like, trudging my way through this begrudgingly. I've never done automation like this in Minecraft. If you watch any of my previous Minecraft series, I never did automation. I just didn't bother. Because once I got this far in a pack, I was bored. I was ready to quit, pack it up, call it a day, go to something new. So I just didn't do this. I think the closest I ever came to something like this would have been in Stone Block 2, where I did do a massive room full of chickens, which was a ton of fun. I bred basically every chicken in the game, and I had these big barrels underneath them to store obscene numbers of items that they were producing. I had a lot of fun with that. That was actually a great time. But, you know, that's as close. That wasn't really automation. That was just chickens on the wall producing eggs. It's very different. This, though, I'm having so much fun with, and I'm kind of wishing I went this deep into mods in the past. And I'm going to be really frustrated when we do eventually move on to another mod pack, and I'm not doing this anymore, you know? It's going to be something new, it's going to be new mods, and everything I've learned to be for nothing, but this is great. I really like this sort of hybrid of not just relying on the logistics pipes, because that would be universal to any pack, really, but we're branching out and we're trying a lot of different things, and I really, really like that, you know, because with this setup right here, yeah, we are using the logistics pipes and their crafters, but we're also using industrial craft singularity compressors, we're using the translocators, we're using the black hole storage units, we're really bringing everything together. We're using whatever these are made out of, and I can't even really look at them to tell you because they don't show up when you look at them. Whatever the item frames come from, that's whatever mod that is, we're using it. This is great. I'm really pleased with how this has turned out. I'm glad we've got those running again. I'm glad we got that running again back there. We're not going to touch this. I think this is perfectly fine the way it is. I can't think of any sort of automations I'd want to do differently. One thing I have thought about doing is setting up a blacklist in a firewall here so that all of these will be dedicated solely to this. So in the future, if we need, let's say the cable is for something else, we'll have another assembly line here building something else, instead of getting them from way over here, we'll just have a separate setup for making the copper cables, you know, instead of having like a universal copper cable storage system. I think we might end up doing that. But also, now I'm going to do what I said earlier, where I said I was going to replace all of these with the translocators. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to pick a big number, but not like an absurdly high number. Maybe 5,000. I don't know how high you can actually go with the translocators, but keeping these stocked up 5,000 each would probably be okay. And maybe the same for these over here. These are going to be some gaps over here because I moved some of the items that were on this wall elsewhere, which I think is fine. That's not a big deal. But there we go. We're going to have to clear all this out now. So this is what we're doing for all of them. We've just got it set up with the item translocator and glowstone on the top, item translocator, and a diamond on the bottom. So we want to go in here and we want to configure this one's for wood. So the fastest way I found to do this is to get a stack of 64 and then just left click until you hit your desired amount. And I said we were going to go up to about 5,000. Now some of you are going to be upset because nerds and computer math, but we're going to stop at 556. And in fact, we might just lower it to exactly 5,000. I know it's very upsetting. This is not what you want to see. You want to see it be, you know, 16 times whatever to get to 5,000, but we're going to do exactly 5,000. Turn that on. Nothing should happen because it's at 88,000. Mistakes were made. I got it to right at 4,900, I think it was 92, and I was like, oh, I can just scroll it up to 5,000, that'll be a lot faster. I mean, we already knew that crashed the game. I flew too close to the sun again! But you know what I'm not going to do this time is just smash the keyboard! Because that's how you end up deleting the instance of Minecraft entirely. Alright. Well, doesn't look like anything's broken. Signed right back into where I was. Okay then. That's a little bit further than I'd intended it to go. So now what we're going to do is basically the exact same thing, where I click it all the way up until we reach the super magical special number of 4,900. And then I'll just left-click to 5,000. And not crash the game. Lovely. Okay. They're all set to 5,000, which means none of them are going to run anymore. And my gosh, do you notice anything? That was the screenshot button, but look at this. We're actually back up close to a consistent 60. It's almost like having everything running constantly all of the time is bad and makes the game slow, and this is better. I do still hear machines running, but I think that, gosh darn it, that's the screenshot button again. I think that's just these two machines back here, well, these two configurations back here. They're still going. This one's still got 10,000 more to burn through before it's empty. This one's still got a bit more than that to burn through, but it's moving at a quick pace. It's gonna get there before the end of the series, at least. I think. I hope. Something else I thought about adding was a universal garbage disposal, in case something ends up in the network that shouldn't be there. Instead of having a catch-all at the end of the pipe to sort of recycle it, we could just have, like, you know, an iteration of the bye-bye bag. But or actually, you know what we could do is we can just move the actual ender chest that the bye-bye bag is connected to. I don't know why I'm smiling. This is the idea hit me, and I was like, hey, here's an idea. We could move the bye-bye bag chest up here and hook it up with a default route quicksort module, and just anything that just doesn't have anywhere to go just gets deleted. And it's not a problem because everything running on this network can be generated instantaneously, almost indefinitely. My gosh. You know what I just realized is that by the time this is done, like burning through 10,000, and this is done burning through 242,000, these are going to be so full that we will never, ever... we'll never run these machines again, because they're only configured to, you know, fill these up to a little over 1,000 according to our math, meaning that this is just never going to drain. Which is kind of interesting, because now we have an entire automation that we don't need, because we're just never going to use that much rubber or that much coal dust, which is kind of sad, actually. It's kind of a little bit sad. Well, the goal for today was to do this, and we're still getting some dropped frames every now and then. Not when I want to talk about it, mind you, but every now and then. I'm pretty pleased with what we've done today. I feel like a lot of what we do in this... in the last, I guess now 6 episodes, has been little adjustments and little edits and little fine-tuning, and I feel like it's got to be getting to a point where it's very frustrating. If you are a person who views these week to week, you've got to start to be feeling like, oh my gosh, this is just the same thing again and again. I'm trying to line up a good like thumbnail real quick just while I'm here and doing this. I thought this might be a good time to just kind of position the camera in a few different places and sort of, there we go. I feel like we probably got what we need to work with there. I apologize. I just felt like I wanted to, because normally I would do this kind of fiddling with channel member only videos, and then when you came back to the next full installment, it was like, this is what we've done, you know, just sort of explain it. And maybe I should have done that. Comment down below and let me know if maybe the last few episodes would have been better off air. But what I was going for here was bringing you along on the ride and not just doing things and having it be a leap and then just me explain, hey, I did this. I wanted to take everyone along for the journey because I know a lot of folks are probably looking to build their own factories, and I've learned a ton, and hopefully you all have too, you know, watching my failures. A smart man learns from his own mistakes, but wise men learn from the mistakes of others. So I've been smart and learned from my mistakes. Now it's up to all of you to be wise and learn from my mistakes, and hopefully you do. But I definitely feel like we've made a lot of headway in, reducing the amount of lag in here, first off, except for occasionally it does still happen. As well as just, you know, making the most of all the mods. I really love this. I love using the ender chests to feed directly into these, instead of relying on, you know, chassis, the logistics pipes to carry everything to them. Same back here. You know, they're being direct supplied what they need from this chest, which is fantastic. I actually want to do that. There we go, get all 3 of those in a row. And then I can take the excess back over to here. This will be fine. The infinite dispose all. Did I just click them in there? What happened? They're not in my inventory anymore. I guess that's what I did. I didn't know you could do that. I did take them out of here, didn't I? Was that my imagination? I'm very confused. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. What you need to know is that this is looking really good. This is looking great. I love the integration of all the different mods. So what's next? What's next? Let's go ahead and do a teaser for next time. We want to get to high voltage solar panels. So, first things first, we're going to need to run, gosh dang it, top of the next episode. Let me tell you what we're doing. We're going to build a gosh darn teleporter is what we're going to do. And we're going to use that teleporter to teleport. You sicken me. We're going to use the teleporter. We're going to replace this one and have one that teleports us directly into that corner over there. And then, well, maybe we will replace this one. Or maybe we'll just add another one, like right here. So this will take us up to the house. This will take us down to the basement. And then this one will teleport us over to there, where we'll have also 3 teleporters. One that'll teleport us back to here. One that'll teleport us back to the house. One that'll teleport us to the basement. Speaking of the basement, we need to go down there. Because it's getting a little out of hand with all the chickens, isn't it? It's getting a little bit crazy. How are we doing here? Everything is well. Everything is well in the world. Get out. Oh, what we need to do is this needs to be moved. This needs to be relocated. We need to move production of UU matter and actually expand it as well. I'd got to re-look up how much power you can pump into a mass fabricator, because I don't remember. But we're going to look that up. And we are going to pump as much power into the mass fabricator as we can to generate as much UU matter as we can. We also need a ton of UU matter fluid. We got to figure out how to automate that. I think dumping cells into here, taking them out, and then recycling them. We'll have to have some kind of a system for that, which I'm sure we'll be able to work out. Get this moved up there too. Maybe do it a little bit differently. Maybe. I mean, we do already have iron generation. The situation is I don't want to use, like, have the big iron generator going constantly to do this. But we do have a... Actually, yeah, no, we will just do that. I take it all back. We will just use the ender chests to move iron directly onto a compacting recycler. This compacting recycler, which will then automatically... I think this is configured with everything it needs to, yeah, automatically export everything. We've got the upgrade container, which contains a bunch of upgrades, and we have a transformer upgrade. So we'll have to make sure we hook all of this together properly. I think everything down there is mostly wired up, though, with medium voltage. Ooh. Ooh. That could be problematic, now that I'm thinking about it. We'll have to make sure that we don't connect high voltage to well, you know what? We'll just make that entire run high voltage. And then, oh, we're gonna have to be super careful with power, is what I'm realizing. A lot of horrible noises right now. Little clicky noises. I'm wondering if that's all the chickens. What are you guys doing in there? Aren't you... You're all supposed to be over here getting... Oh my gosh, there's so many of them! I guess some of them aren't being mob slaughter factoried? Or something? Somehow they're surviving? And just generating an infinite number? Is this why there's so many chickens in the world? Still doesn't explain what happened to all the channel members. Look, there goes another one! Are you not running for some reason in particular? You have power. Was it paused? Now it's paused. Now it's running. Let's see what happens. Okay, yeah, sometimes it works. Sometimes they make a break for it. Should we do something about this? I feel like only consequences can arise from not fixing this right now. Should we just get some fence? We want to make sure that we are adequately... Actually, wow, that was a... There's currently a great run of them going right now. I don't know if you noticed that. Let's get that, and then let's also get some marble. Lovely. Okay, and what we'll do is we'll put up a wall. There we go. Because, yeah, see, that one survived for a real long time. I guess that's what's happening. A bunch of them are spawning, and then it can only take out so many at a time, and eventually some of them make a break for it. But I don't think they can squeeze through there. Surely not. Surely not. Why are you there? What? How does that work? I'm confused. Oh, hold on. Now I've got another question for you. Does it look like something's missing here on the side of this mob slaughter factory? Did I just break this somehow? When and how? When and how did I break that? And what action did I take that broke that? I genuinely don't know. I don't think a chicken can get through that gap, though. I hope a chicken cannot get through that gap, though. And then as for the rest of the chickens in here, I guess we'll leave them alone. I'm very concerned, though. I still don't know what happened to Carl or Carl 2. I'm really unsure. If you folks have any insight on that, let me know. If you know anything that I don't know. You know, because I get the feeling sometimes that you folks know more going on in this series than I do. Like, sometimes story things happen, and you folks aren't surprised, like you saw it coming or something. Do you have access to secrets that I'm unprivy to in some way? I don't know. Until next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye! Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Rees, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play adventure, where today, it's time to automate high voltage solar panels at long last. Now, fortunately, if you look at this recipe, we already have 8 of the 9 components already automated. Now, of course, I am talking about the medium voltage solar panels, which is all of this, and also to a lesser extent, some of this back here. Both of these also needed to be automated, but all of those are going into creating the medium voltage solar panels. So, really, it should be pretty straightforward and easy for us to get the high voltage solar panel because we only need the IV transformer. Wrong. No, this is actually extremely complicated because in order to build this, and you can see I've already got some of the individual components queued up here that we're going to need to automate, and Oh boy, is it a bit of an involved process. Okay, iridium stone, right? That's not too difficult. We got to get reinforced stone automated, as well as iridium plate. Pretty straightforward. I think we could probably all agree that we can manage that. And then plasma cables. You know what? We've already got carbon plate automated, and we've already got refined iron automated, but what about the plasma? Okay, well, we've got to automate magnets. We know how to build those. We've already got the advanced alloy taken care of, but we also need to automate plasma cells, okay? All right, still, so far, not too bad. We're not too bad so far. All right, now we need to get the PEZ. Okay, well, hey, look at this. We're gonna need to automate this anyway. We're gonna need to automate these. This is already done. Got to get some advanced circuits. Okay, it's all starting to pile up, isn't it? We got to automate all of this. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. My original plan, when I sat down, because I knew we had a lot to do, but I also knew we'd already done some of it. At some point, we had these and these automated, so we just got to spin those back up again, get them running once more. And then I already knew that, you know, we had these taken care of and these taken care of. So I was like, you know what? I bet I can, in one sitting, get all of this knocked out. And then I actually broke it all down and realized maybe not, but I'm going to give it a red-hot go. I'm going to swing for the fences, and let's just see how much we can get done. I think this will probably end up being an episode of many clock wipes, because so much of what we're going to do here we've already done in the series. You know, I don't really feel like a lot of the automation is going to look like this. You know, we've already done this, and we've already done that, and we've already done this. You know, you've seen a lot of this sort of automation already in the past, so I don't imagine that a lot of what I'm going to be setting up here is going to be too different, but when it is, I'll bring you in. You know, I'll unpause the recording, and we'll discuss what's going on. Until then, I got to find, like, I don't know, something to watch or listen to, because this is going to be a bit of a process. Well, immediately we're kind of unpausing because we need to discuss something here. In order to build the energy crystals, we need a diamond and redstone. And if I want to automate this similarly to how I've automated these contraptions down here, what I'm going to want to do is have an ender chest with both of those objects in it. And I would normally keep that stocked up using the item translocators, if I can translocate them. That's not how that works. There we go. The issue is getting them out of a black hole unit. Now, we know that we can't use them to pump items into a black hole unit, or at least when we've tried that in the past, it hasn't worked. But the question is, can we do it the opposite direction? And we're going to go ahead and we're going to set the whole thing up properly here. I'm going to go ahead and put this in there and configure it with diamonds. Now remember, in the past, we've tried to use the automation on these to have it send a full stack, and for whatever reason, that just does not work. It just sends items indefinitely. But we do also know that setting these up down here and configuring these to 5,000 for some reason works. If there's 5,000 objects in there, it doesn't keep sending them indefinitely. So it seems to just be 64 that's broken. I don't know why, but we're going to go with 63. Let's say we want to have 63 in there. And then if I turn that on, interesting. Okay, so you can't pump items into the black hole unit, and in fact, we'll demo that again because we tried it multiple times, and it'll send one item and then no more. And if you see the number ticking up there, remember they're coming down from up here too. So we still don't quite understand why. We know that it's not the ender chest either, because we can pump items in and out of the ender chest just fine. For example, we tried to set this up like that, and that part worked. The translocating out of the ender chest into here worked just fine. It just then wouldn't craft the objects because the crafting logistics pipe got deeply confused. So you can pipe items out of here just hunky-dory. You know, if we take that out, boom, there it goes. That's good to know. That basically answers the question I had of can we do this, and we can. So what we're going to do is we're going to have... Oh, you'll think this is clever too. So it's white, because this is the white floor, right? You know, all the floors have different colors. And this one down here is white, so white. And then it's going to have diamonds and redstone. So it's white, blue, and red. See, how clever is that? I thought it was pretty decently clever. You don't have to agree. That's fine. That's okay. I don't need you to agree. Something else we could do is we could just have one for diamonds, and then we could go get the redstone one up here, and that would work just as well, because remember, we can't... If they're going into a automated crafting table, we have to have the providers on them anyway. That's what we found out. We can't translocate from here to here. We have to use a provider pipe, so we might as well just have the two individuals. And, in fact, I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm actually going to change this to be a diamond pipe, and then I'm going to go figure out which one the redstone pipe is. It's orange, black, black, and I'll set those up next to each other with providers. And I don't know why I'm explaining that now. I could just do it and then say, hey, look, I did it. Okay, we're back, and I have reached something of an impasse here. I've got this set up, you know, we've got the crystals, but then what I was going to do was I did go ahead, we talked about this previous episode, start of this episode. It all runs together at some point, you know, but I did set up a firewall here to block these items from leaving this particular section of the network, so that everything set up here would be wholly dedicated to, well, everything here. And that's how I was going to keep this. I was going to say these cables are just for manufacturing in the long run the medium voltage solar panels, but do I actually want to do that? I can't decide. See, what I was going to do over here was I was going to say, okay, you know what we need is the raw ingredients. We can just pull that in from like the wall over there, same as this is doing. But then what if we didn't? You know, what if we did just set up a couple of the ender chests over here, so that instead of pulling them from way over yonder, they were just right next to where they needed to be, and then we just manufactured, you know, the individual ingredients over here, the copper cable, the electronic circuit, and then everything had its own electronic circuit and copper cable manufacturing, you know, it wasn't pulling from other parts of the network. But then I thought, well, maybe that's wasteful, because we already have that set up over here. And why not just use what we already have set up? But then I thought, well, maybe that complicates things. And then you have items zooming over here. But then that's like such a short little journey to get over here. And they're already being manufactured. Is that silly and wasteful? But then again, we have the space for it. But is it silly and wasteful? And then I realized the most frustrating thing of all. Notice how every single one of these, the end product, is oriented towards the middle, right? You start on the outside with the raw material, and then you get to the end product at the very end. It does that on every single one of these, okay? Except for this one, where for some reason I put the high voltage solar panels on the end. This whole thing has to be flipped to match, and it doesn't matter. But it bothers me, so maybe it does. But here's what I've decided to do. I think that, right, we're going to go ahead and say it's okay to use these cables, and it's okay to use these electronic circuits. And I'm going to remove those from here. Okay, there we go. No longer blocked. And we can go ahead and get rid of these. But, I don't know, I might go ahead and set up, like I was saying, the ender chests, so that they can just get pulled right from the source right here. And I don't know why I didn't do that over here, you know? I mean, how many actual raw ingredients get pulled into this? I think it's mostly metals and things. I could have just set all of these up. In a way, you know what? I might come back and redo this. You know, maybe between episodes, or we'll do a channel member special or something where I kind of invert this whole thing. And then also add the raw ingredients right here on the end, so it's not such a journey it's going on. Because why not? We have... I mean, that's kind of like one of the reasons to use the ender chests, when you think about it. Because the ender chests allow you to have the items you need. I mean, like right here, once these run out, which... surprisingly, it's going. You know, I think they might actually drain. This is already down to 6.5. I kind of thought that those would just be going forever because they were so full. But once that's done... you know, we can sort of re-enable our limits that we've got set up, and I think this is gonna work. Okay, I think I'm just gonna keep working. Okay, I don't know why I brought you back in for this. I apologize. I've wasted your time. Okay, so it should all be set up and ready to go now. We've got our 3 ingredients chest down here. I thought about combining them all into one again. I know I said I wasn't going to with the diamond, but then I realized that this was already set up earlier in a previous installment to all be combined into one chest with a almost stack of each of these objects and some others. And then I realized, why? Why try to save space? We have space. Nothing else is going to be built over here, although we might change that. Maybe we add a divider in the middle and we add something else to this end that can fit. You know, why not? It could be done. Because with this setup, it can kind of be scaled to go infinitely fast and it's fine. What just went into here? What the heck just went into there? Hopefully an energy crystal. Oh, you know what? I think I had some things shoved in here previously. Yeah, I think I had an energy crystal in there, and it finally had a place to go, because I configured these the same as I've done all of these back here, so just, you know, quick explanation. We do have this blocking the raw items from getting in here, because we only want those being pulled out over here, where we have provider modules and item sinks. Again, the item sinks are just in case it pulls those items out of here, and then has no room for them. They can go back, and that'll be fine. crafting modules, you know what those are all about. These have, actually I want to do the active suppliers on top. It makes literally no difference whatsoever, but my brain likes it like this better. So, item sync modules, so that if these items end up anywhere else in the network and they need to come back somewhere, they can. And then we also have the active supplier modules, and those are there set to 127 of a given item. But I want to see it actually work, so I'm going to go ahead and hit infinite. And let's see what happens. What I would like to see is a flood of objects moving around. And it looks like that's what we're getting. Well, we got a little bit of lapis there. First off, this is going to have to kick off. But is it? Because there's no real reason for this to be doing anything when you think about it, because there's so many energy crystals in here already. It should just be pulling out of there, which it should do, because it... I forgot to set this up properly. This should have a provider module on it, because... yeah, okay. Well, see, this is why we do these little moments where I break, and I say, look, everyone, I did it. Let me demonstrate. And then that way you can have a moment to look at it and with me, and together we can determine that I set something up incorrectly. So, I mean, we were close there, but what we've got to have is we need to have, first off, the active supplier to request a certain number of items, the item sync module, just in case some get lost in the network, and then a provider module, and that's going to be what starts funneling those into here. Now, of course, you can't stack those, I just remembered. So it's just going to fill this up. The alternative is we could use something called a... oh, gosh, I can't remember the exact name for it either. It's some kind of object that... first off, is this going to run at any point? Why is this... what is the holdup? Is it lapis? It's getting the electronic circuits from over yonder. And it's getting these energy crystals, and they're filling up down here, which is okay. But there's no lapis. I set up lapis, didn't I? Which one of you is lapis? You're lapis. You are literally... you have a provider module. What is your issue? Where are you going? Because you're very clearly not going into here. Oh! What the heck? Why is this bugged? There's no reason for this to be bugged. That's severely odd. Plop that back down. How weird! How very weird. Okay, provider, item sync. Why was that one broken? Well, there we go. So this should be getting lapis now, I hope. Yeah, little tiny spurts, 6 at a time, which I guess is how many it needs to create one of these. So this will slowly start to tick up. That's odd that it's only doing them one at a time, because I guarantee you if I went over here and I configured this one to be infinite, what you would find is that this would not hesitate at all to just fill this thing up. And yet it is. It is hesitating. What the heck? Is it because you can only create one at a time? They don't stack, so it can't just import a massive amount of them and then brrr, fill up the number. It has to wait until the one is removed. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Well, that definitely explains some things. What I was going to say is there's something called a satellite pipe that you can build. So we could have, like this, be the satellite pipe, okay? We could store those inside of here, and then tell it, hey, instead of filling this up, kind of use this as a buffer. And I suppose now might be a good time to try that. You know, we've not experimented with that before. So we have the advanced satellite upgrade, and I have no clue what that does. The satellite logistics pipe, so type active request destination, a crafting pipe can send additional inputs here, and then we also have the logistics fluid satellite pipe. But I think this is probably the one we want, and we're going to go ahead and build that. I'm pretty sure the way it works is you would plug that on here, and then just tie it into the, well, tie it into the network in general. There's no module for it, I can't help but notice. There's no satellite module. There's the satellite upgrade. I don't know if you would... you know what? Let's look into it. The Advanced Satellite Upgrade is an upgrade card added by Logistics Pipe. It is used to upgrade the Crafting Logistics Pipe and Crafting Modules. When installed, the entire input grid of the Crafting Pipe/module can be sent to a Satellite Logistics Pipe. Furthermore, the player has the option to send different ingredients to different satellites. Gosh, I wish I understood what that meant. Good gosh, this is just absurd, the amount of nonsense we have in here. Okay, so I went ahead and compiled the thing. I've got it right here. We're going to build, as we always do, about 5 of the things for no real reason. What is with all these chickens around here? We're gonna see if we can figure out whether or not this works the way I think it does. The way I think it works is instead of importing an infinite number of items into here, it should just look at, you know, oh, they're in this inventory, I'll just pull them from there, I think is how it works. So there it is. There is the satellite pipe, and then we need to configure it, I believe, and give it a name. I don't know if we can name it just anything. I'm just gonna call it, what are these? Are the energy crystals? We'll call it energy. We'll call it what it is. Energy crystals created successfully. Okay, now we want to grab an unrouted transport pipe. By the way, channel member and executive producer, possibly of this episode, but definitely of some episodes, Jake Yates has informed me that there is a module you can apply that makes pipes opaque, but it does not work with the unrouted transport pipe, which is unfortunate. But now, if we interact with this, satellites, select energy crystals, select, does that mean it's going to pull those out of there now? I mean, it's definitely not showing anything over here. Can I change? Maybe I need to do this. Hold on. Let's look up energy crystals. And then we're going to drag that over to here. And so now we're telling it, hey, that's where those are. Oh, hold on. Did something just happen there? Did something just happen there? I want to see something happen here. It looks like things are going into there. Yeah, those are being piped into here. Which is not what I thought would happen. If I take all of these out, what I assumed would happen was that it would get the items out of this pipe for its crafting operations. I am deeply confused about the function of this now. Is it even manufacturing any more of these? What are we at? 614? Okay. Energy crystals. Why are objects being sent into there? And where are they coming from? It looks like they're coming from out of here. So energy crystals are being... Hello? Hello. Please. I'm not asking for much here. Just import the dang energy crystals, okay? Do I need to, like... unset? There you go. That's turned off now. There we go. Alright, that's what we had to do. So now they're gonna come in slowly. One at a time. For some reason. This is ticking up. Every time I think I understand this gosh darn mod, it turns out that I'm actually wrong, and I have no clue what's going on. But you know what I do know? I know that I'm going to set this back, because we have plenty of these. I'm going to set this back to partial. I'm going to do the same here. Set this to partial. And there we go. And this one also is not going to work. We're going to need to change that out to a triple as well. Do I have any triples on me? We got satellite pipes that I'm not going to be using, because they don't work the way I thought they did. Again, I tend to get upset at these things for not working the way I think they should. Also, we're all out of provider pipes, so I need to go build some more of those. And also, we'll never know what happened to those items that got spat out on the ground earlier. Everything's fine. Everything. Don't let the Minecraft music trick you into thinking otherwise. Everything's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright all the time. And there we go. So now that is configured with the active supplier module, the item sync in case something gets mismatched in the network and it needs to come back here, and a provider. And honestly, yeah, it makes sense it needed to be set up exactly the same as this one. I don't know why it wasn't, but that shouldn't run at all, because currently we have a big stock supply of both of these, but we did test it, and we know that it will run in the future if it needs to, albeit extremely slowly, which almost has me thinking that maybe we should just leave this one running, because Of all the machines, this one runs so painfully slowly that it's almost the one that needs to be left on, because it's just so slow. But I mean, yeah, you know what? Actually, now that I've said it, yeah, just maybe not forever, but for right now, I'm gonna leave both of these turned on and just let them keep running, because I mean, look, I mean, do we want to time it? I think this one's probably a little bit faster, but it's still pretty slow. And also it goes down because they go to the next one in line. So soon as, boom, okay, we're going, we're counting, we're waiting any minute now. This is going to be a huge moment. This is going to be a big deal for everyone. We're all getting excited. We're all getting amped up. This is going to be huge. We're all waiting. Any minute now, it's going to pop in here. Any second now, just any minute. Any minute now, any second, it's gonna... you gotta wait just like two more seconds. There it is! 25 seconds! That is abhorrently slow. And the only reason I can figure for it... Hold on, if I get out like a few of these, and I just go ahead and stuff them in here... No, not that, don't do that. See, so... Yeah, we're just waiting on energy crystals to get here is what we're waiting on. Why isn't it doing the energy crystals more quickly? Is it because they can't stack? I thought that's what the satellite pipes were for! I don't understand! Also, before it was filling this up with them, but very slowly. What about you? What's your issue? I guess that they don't stack. I guess that's what it is. Now wait. Now wait just a minute here. No, that doesn't work. Well, does it? I was going to say satellite, right? I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I genuinely have no idea. If I plop that on there, okay? Boom, there's that. And then I connect it up to here. Okay. And then we configure it yet again, just one, I don't care, that's fine. And then we configure this one to use satellite pipe 1. Well, that's confusing. Why is that happening? Why is it trying to put Lapotron crystals in there? Why is that happening? And then you're... Oh my gosh, what is happening? I kind of thought that maybe it would send the export up here more quickly or something. But now this is happening and I don't get it. Lapotron crystals are coming out of here. And going to here. Why? There, no more of that nonsense. Maybe it needs to be plugged directly into here. Oh, good, that's broken the whole system again. That's great. Love when that happens. Okay, look, once again, I acknowledge that I don't understand how the satellite pipe works. I would like to unset that. And then I guess you know what we're gonna do. Oh, I can't interact with this pipe anymore. What if I just relogged? The pipe is gone entirely for some reason. Along with everything that was in it. Why? That means that we lost an item sync, we lost an active supplier, and we lost a provider. And there's no reason for it other than the satellite pipes appear to be profoundly broken. Not just that I don't know how they work. It's not just that. It's that they are actually profoundly broken, because anytime you place one down, it breaks whatever it's connecting to. We want that. We want it set to, I guess, infinite, but not forever infinite, but also, yes, infinite for now. Okay, well, let's try this then. If this is going to be so painfully slow, because the end product doesn't stack, does it make sense to have a second one, right? Does this make any sense at all? For some reason, it's not importing items. I don't know why. Do we need to set a higher priority? Priority number 1. Okay. So that definitely made them go in there. But now are they not going into the bottom one? What if this one's also priority number 1? They now have the same priority. Then what happens? Do these things happen on a schedule? Like, beat, 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 and so they can only export, you know, on the boop when they export. Well, this is dumb then. Why can't it supply to both of them? What's the issue? I can't believe that we made it literally this far. We built one gosh darn thing, and we're already hung up again because this mod is a mess. But if no, don't do that. Don't do that. Put this here. And then we're going to add a whole second row of providers up top. Now, will it supply to both of them, or will it just send double to one? Let's see what happens on the next little... Oh, good, the top's not doing anything. Even though it's set up the same as the bottom with provider pipes, right? Or provider modules. It's like the system can only ever support one machine at a time. Which is bizarre, because... even before, when we were using pipes to keep the machines fed, it was able to provide enough to all the machines, but then again, we are dealing with the crafting pipes, and they're weird. They're weird, and they don't work right. The system only works with the one logistics crafting table. If you have more than one, it says, "So long, pal, not gonna help you at all," and we can change it with priorities. We can set the priority higher on this one. But then that just means that it only sends them to that one. And I don't know what to change because I don't know what the bottleneck is here. Is the bottleneck the crafting table itself? Is the bottleneck the crafting pipes? Is the bottleneck the active supplier or the requester? Anything? I don't know. The only thing I know for sure is that we're not going to be doubling the speed at which these are produced, which means that this right here, what you're about to see, that's as fast as it's going to go. That's it. And then we wait several more seconds for it to... But why? But looking at it now, yeah, you know what? It does feel like this is the bottleneck. This is definitely the bottleneck, because otherwise... this is set up exactly the same as just having one of these set up right here, and then having a second crafting module. Like, this should just be going, but it's like, well... this over here is requesting them, and it's getting them all from... But this! See, over here, what we have is basically the same setup. We have one active supplier, and we have a bunch of providers, and it works. It pulls from all of them. You know, you'll notice that it gets filled up, but then eventually it does pull it out. All of these are running. All of these are constantly getting a fresh supply and exporting their goods. That system works just fine, so why do it not work here? Why do it not work? How is it set up differently? How is this set up any differently than this, right? Active supplier, item sync module. Over here we have the same thing. We have an active supplier and an item sync module. The only difference is we also have a provider so that it can provide these items to items further down, but that shouldn't matter. If this ends up being a bottleneck, if this ends up being the thing that stalls progress, we're absolutely replacing these with the old crafting tables, because it makes so much more sense, because they're so much faster, they can be souped up, and they don't have these weird problems. I'm okay with the crafting logistics pipes over here, because they're fast, they're darn fast, they go, they get stuff done. Over here, though, for whatever reason, I'm assuming it's because they're not stacking, weird and slow! And that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna just carry on for right now, and like I said, later if we have to, we replace these with the crafting tables, and it'll be so much faster, and I'm almost tempted to just do it right now. Dang it. Alright, so I actually had to build an overflow chest here because my inventory is getting so full of these, and going back and forth over to that wall just adds way too much time to all of this. But here's what we've done. It's effectively the exact same setup, but using the auto workbenches instead. And we've got a bit of a hodgepodge going back over here. These have the quicksort modules. This one has a provider module, because down here, I could not simply use, as I did in this one, an item sync to get all of the items. I had to use an active supplier module, because why? Why did I have to do that? Oh, that's right. Because this up here was not configured with a quicksort module, and I didn't feel like making a tier 4 pipe to fit that in there along with everything else that this needs. Now, I could create a buffer chest, so another black hole unit maybe over here to hold a certain number of these, so it imports from there and stores over here, and then there's a quicksort module. But I figured, you know what, I'm just experimenting right now, so it's fine. This will use the tried and true method of the old item sync and a provider module, and then this will use an active supplier module. And then there's actually no way to get the items back out of there once they're produced, which is why this isn't running anymore. Which, I mean, I should probably go ahead and correct that, because that's actually a flaw on my part. I did intend to have that. Oh, good gosh, I did just take one out, did I not? Why is everything so oddly broken around here right now? There we go. No. Wait. No. There. That's what we wanted. You get out of there. I don't even know why you're in there. Although, actually, you know what? In the future, we will want a provider module in there. So, no, that is correct. We do need to have that. But that means that this should now be exporting. Beautiful. So it's done. And the issue is, some of you may have noticed, we're still waiting on it to pull the dang item out. That is still the holdup. So I can speed this up. I can add speed upgrades to make this way faster. But it's only going to export them on like some weird set internal interval. Now let's actually do speed it up. Let's do plug in some additional power. We should have plenty of flux cables. Pop a couple of holes in here. Route that kind of down. Like so. Plug that in there. There we go. So those should be getting a crazy boost. So this kind of brings up the question, well, if we're going to use these now to manufacture these, because look, it's done, it's ready, it's just waiting on the item to get pulled out. Well, now, would we not simply use the item translocators? Because it kind of feels like that's the move. Hey, watch this, okay? I was trying to set up a demo of how... I know, we were going to get this done, and now I just keep doing experiments, but watch this, right? Okay, oh, gosh, I need to put an item translocator underneath here, but how do I do it? Watch. Oh, dang it. Don't do it. Don't do this now. It worked. I promise you it worked. There it is! There it is! You just approach, and you gotta time your shift just right, and you can get underneath it. And then click, click, and then click. Perfect. Apply our glowstone while we're down here. Then we pop right back out. We want you to make the Lapatron crystals. And it's not spelled like that, apparently. Is it Laptron, not Lap... Oh, it's Lapotron. I knew that. I don't know whether or not this is going to be intelligent enough to only fill in these two and not all of these. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This one and then all of these, but not this one. I'm unsure, because we need this one filled in over... the only way to test it is going to be to turn it on and see what happens. You are diamonds. You're supposed to be lapis. But did you get filled up? These aren't full either. Oh, that's right. No, wait, you can export from these. We've done so in the past. We're literally doing it right up here. That's what we learned, is while you can't import into them, you can export from them. Why are you the way that you are? Why do you insist on, you know what, maybe they don't stack, maybe they are there, and I just can't get a hold of them. Let's do this first off. So we want a stack of 64 energy crystals. And then, once those get here, and they should come from over yonder. Yep, there they go. Once they get here, we're going to find out, you know, this is going to fill up. We'll start producing these. Did it just produce one just then? Was it really that fast? Okay, in that case, let's do one of these. And we will configure it. We can set this to an exact number if we want to. But, out of curiosity, how much faster and efficient will this be? We'll stick a glowstone on there. We'll turn that on. That actually makes 0 sense whatsoever, now that I think about it, because there's never going to be more than one of these in here. And then also, yes, I have figured out the glaring issue, which is that you can't do this into a black hole unit. I'd forgotten. Alright? I'd somehow forgotten that horrendous fact that for whatever reason the black hole units are dumb. So, with that in mind, we're gonna grab one of these, and then we're gonna hook it up with one of these, and we're gonna say, hey, go into there. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Now, we did run out of, what? Energy crystals? We must have run out of something. Oh, no, they're going again. Oh, we ran out of the electronic circuits. Beautiful. Absolutely just stunningly beautiful. Of course, the issue being that this is now about to be full. And then what? We want to get them inside of the black hole unit. Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Did we ever verify that this worked? In the previous episode, we set this up. We probably got comments. That episode hasn't come out yet. At some point, someone's going to point out, wait a minute, Rees, that doesn't work, what you've done. With all of you're so proud of yourself, having set up this system, but it literally does not work. I just forgot, okay? Is this configured to set, yeah, 1,000 of them? This doesn't work. We know that it doesn't work. I can't believe I released an entire episode where I was like, oh, look guys, look what I figured out. Wait a minute. Which gosh darn minute? I'm so... Oh, my brain! My brain is doing a thing because literally right back here, the black hole tanks work. The black hole tanks work just fine with liquid, and it works with the liquid translocators. So why doesn't the item translocators work? The black hole tank doesn't... Tank? Fluid contain... there's gotta be a way! There's gotta be a way! Interestingly, someone has actually gone on here and said translocators do not transfer to black hole units, industrial foregoing. To be more precise, they do transfer, but approximately 1 item per 30 seconds, even with a glowstone stack upgrade. Wait. 1 item per 30 seconds? I've never seen that happen before. This has been on here for a long time, and it's not gone up at all. See, the issue is that means that now both of these setups are invalid. We never tested them last time because they were only ever configured to put 1,000 items into here, and we were like, yeah, but, you know, there's already way more than that, so it's just... I'm at my wit's end here. I'm very much at my wit's end. The solution to this is simple. Okay? The solution is simple. We just need to get the dang pipes to pull items out of the auto workbench faster than they currently are. Because look, we got the Lapatron crystal, they're getting made really quickly, but if we come over here, and let's say we replace that with one of these, okay? There we go. And then this is configured. Presumably, I don't think I took anything out. Let's see, what does this pipe got in it? It's got absolutely nothing. Well, what do you have in you? You have that? Right, that's right. Okay, so you need to actually stay there. But then if we get a provider module and an active supplier module, this one's set up for energy crystals. So let's actually configure this one. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Wait, did I need... No. Yeah, we're good. Okay, provider module. And then configure this one here for Lapotron crystals. Alright? An infinite amount of them. Just for the sake of testing. And I plop that on there. It should pull it out of here. Yep. But that's as fast as it's going to do it. It's not going to do it again. And then there it goes again. So slow. Look, they're making them instantaneously. That's our holdup right now. Otherwise, the system works. Otherwise, we can go back to the exact same system we had before, using the logistics crafting pipe. What we have to do is figure out why it's so slow. Why does it only export them every so often? Okay, hear me out here. Hear me out here. Hear me out right here. Okay, if I'm going to set that up right there. Okay, watch this. We're going to take these and put them into there. Okay. So that'll fill up. And then down here, we will have that set up. And we will remove the provider from there and move the provider to up here. And so now, does that extract them from there more quickly? Oh, of course. Yeah, no, I see the issue. No one needs to comment. I see it. Put down your pitchforks. I see the issue. There we go. So now theoretically, that should extract from there. Yeah, and it does it at more than one at a time. So we got 235, 237. Okay, wow, it does it at about 2 at a time. How impressive is that? But possibly we can change that now by taking, and again, we're going to experiment with these in spite of the fact that it's never worked for us even once. We're going to stick that in there, and we've got the provider. We're going to stick in all of our item extraction upgrades, all 5 of them. So that was 2, but maybe it takes a minute for those to take effect. That was another 2. That did not seem to benefit us at all. Okay. Is there 2? Because, wait a minute. Hold on. Was it... was it genuinely 2? Okay, you know what? Alright, better idea then. Let's crank this up, and we'll say, do a whole stack. And let's see what happens. Still gonna go 1 at a time. Why is it gonna go 1 at a time? It went 2 at a time because I had 2 of them in there, which is silly. Alright, what if we did this? Alright, what if we did this? What if we did 1 of them, and there's 9 inside of it? Okay? Then what are you gonna do? You gonna do 9 at a time? You're gonna do 1 at a time. Okay. Alright. Sure! Item stack extraction upgrade probably doesn't make a difference when you can't stack the items. Also, the item extraction upgrade doesn't seem to make a difference either. Item speed upgrades might make the items go faster if we could actually plug them in there, but, you know, so that's item stack, action speed. Maybe... No, we can't put action speed upgrade. You know what would probably make it go faster, I just realized. But we wouldn't be able to control, again, what we want, which is to... We want to be able to set the amount that go in here, is what we want to be able to do. We want to make sure it never goes over a certain amount. But, you know, saying we give up on that plan, take that out, put a quicksort module in there, take that out, put an item sink that's configured for Lapitron crystals. There we go. Plop that in there. Yeah. 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 Look at this. See, now that's a system there. That probably would have worked if we had just been extracting them directly from here instead of from here, right? And in fact, let's just find out. No, that wouldn't work because you have to use the... You have to use the... Do I already try this? Do I already try going in from the top to see if that would work? Let's see. Let's grab a couple of these. We'll throw them in there. Had a stack upgrade, you know, why not? It just hates them. It just... What if I unchecked that? It's just for some arbitrary reason it hates them. See, if I just wanted it to run forever, this would be fun. I cannot believe this is what this episode has turned into. I cannot believe that this is what this episode has become. I'm so upset. To heck with it! To heck with it! Okay. Here it is. The definitive setup that I'm not changing again. Okay? We have our redstone. We have our diamonds. Those are being pumped into here, where they become energy crystals. Did I get the... Yeah, I don't know about the speed upgrades on those, but I guess it's not consuming power because they're not doing anything right now, so it's actually fine. That hops into here. It doesn't hop. It translocates. But that's where we have the energy crystals. The energy crystals then... because you can't pump them into a black hole unit, we've got a logistics chassis MK1 with a provider module, and then we have an active supplier requesting 128 of those set to partial. That's not going to do anything right now. It's also going to be incredibly slow when it does it, but I don't know what else to do. If any of you, I'm begging you. If I had knees to bend, I would be begging you on bended knees, okay? If you know... Because that's the holdup. We now know definitively the problem is the active supplier. And if we add 2 active suppliers, it pulls 2 at a time instead of 1. The active supplier seems to hate items that don't stack, and it only pulls them 1 at a time, and it does that on this incredibly slow rhythm. If you know how to speed that up, let me know. I know. We already had it set up using like a hopper or whatever to dump them back into the black hole unit. We could just do that. But I want to be able to regulate the number in the black hole unit, and the only way I know to do that is, 1, using these, but those don't work. It doesn't work with translocators. That's why this doesn't work. That's why this doesn't actually work. Okay? Or by using these. And I think that would work. And I've got that one set to 60. That doesn't count. Now, this one got it set to 128. I've got this one set to also 128, but also infinite, just to make sure the system worked. And I can confirm it works. You see how this stays full? And then every so often, on these beats, on these regular beats, we get 1 object. So I'm going to go ahead and now set that to partial, and it won't run again. None of this will run again until it runs out of here. And this gets down to 126 or whatever, and then it'll produce 1. And it'll be incredibly slow for no reason. We know it can be faster, and it just isn't. And that kind of means that all of this was a waste. If that's the cadence, then we all could have just left it the way it was, with the other crafting pipes and the crafting tables. Okay? We could have just left it alone and walked away from it. But I wanted to experiment, and I don't want to put it back that way because I've already gone this far with it, and I feel like I probably... If you just know, again, begging, bended knees here, if you know how to make this faster, please tell me, because I can't figure it out. There doesn't appear... I don't need the pipes to be faster. I need the rhythm, the cadence at which this summons objects to be faster. Because I want to use it to limit the amount of objects inside of here, but I don't know how. I could just store them inside of here. That would work. They don't need to also go into here. And technically the way that this is configured with the provider module means that any systems downwind will draw them out of here. So we're not going to run into a situation... Actually, now that I think about it, we're never going to run into a situation. Really, at this point, we could just take the active supplier out of here, and we could leave, like, the quick item sync, and we could just have this act as, like, an infinite overload in case... I'm gonna fix this setup here. I might do the same thing, where I just have them go into a chest. I'll do that, I guess. We didn't get nearly as far as I had hoped. I didn't expect that this would be what stalled us. I thought we were going to get so much further today. Till next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye! Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Rees, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play adventure, where just a couple episodes ago I took a moment to let all you folks know that no matter how frustrating things got, I was still having fun. Well, last episode that wasn't true. I stopped having fun and I started getting very frustrated, which is why, once again, we're taking a break from all of this. Every couple episodes I like to just take a break, do something a little bit silly. And that's what we're going to be doing today. So I did want to kind of show off that, like I said at the end of the last episode, which I consider to be an abject failure of an episode in its entirety, I did rework a couple of things down here. So I did set this up as so, where there's basically no pipes over here. None whatsoever. We have this with the redstone, this with the diamond. It makes these. And then those get sent into here, and then that gets sent into here, and then this gets sent into what? There is a pipe back here that is to supply the electronic circuits. But yeah, I just put this chest here, okay? So I realize that I've done a really poor job of explaining why I wanted to use these. So I'm going to demonstrate it now, because like looking back on previous footage and previous episodes, I'm like, oh, I've done terrible trying to express why we're using those. So remember, we want to have a set number of objects. So for example, over here, we want to have a certain number of stacks of the machine blocks, right? So we set that up with an active request, and it requests that number. But what else is in here? Well, some of you might know that there's not just an active supplier, not an active request, that's not a thing. There's also an item sync, because sometimes these will just end up in the network with nowhere to go, and they need to go back to somewhere, and I want them to come back to here. Well, the issue is if you only have the active supplier module, it will only allow the amount that is currently set to be let into here, which means once it's full, if some items get out and it fills back up, and then those items come back, they have nowhere to go. They get stuck in the pipe, they throw out on the ground. So if you add this, it allows the excess to come back in without creating any issues. That's what I love about these. Now, the issue we were having over here with this is if you wanted to use, let's say, so the issue with the chest is the chest has a limited storage space. So even if we configured this to say, hey, only keep about half of that amount inside of here, which we could do, and I thought about doing, and I might still do. But even if we did that, that means that we only have half of the chest available for if, you know, half of them get drained for some reason, only that much can come back. So, again, to reiterate, one of these leaves and goes down here, and then it's immediately restocked, and then this one comes back and says, uh-oh, I can't get back in, out on the ground. I want to avoid that, okay? So like I just said, one of the ways we could effectively do that is by configuring this to only store a certain amount, and we could do that. What I've done right now, though, and I'm kind of between the two options. We can either configure the chest to only ever be halfway stocked, or leave, like, maybe the whole bottom row empty. I just went ahead and put this down here, because especially in this situation where we already have 14,000 of these and 86,000 of these, it felt silly to not just go ahead and have these be down here and have providers and item syncs. And so, for a long time to come, anytime anything on the network needs one of those crystals, either an energy crystal or a Lapachon crystal, in either situation, it'll be able to pull them out of down there, which basically means that this isn't going to be doing anything, and this isn't going to be doing anything for a long time. But that also means that those down there can be used to store any excess, they get backed up in the system. So I just wanted to go ahead and explain that, and then also take a minute to point out that, yeah, look, I've not edited that episode yet. I'm going to have to put in some sort of note in the episode to point out that what we had set up over here is not going to work, because you cannot translocate into the gosh darn black hole units. So I just got rid of everything, and these are now just set up with the chests. And I don't know how permanent that's going to be, because I think that in the future, much like we did over here, and much like we did right over here, and much like we're doing over here, I would rather just have the ender chests directly next to where they're needed, instead of routing items like through the entire underground and taking all that extra time, and presumably energy. I don't know if it uses more energy to carry items further, but it might. So in the future, we might do away with those anyway. But for now, I've left them like that. And also, hey, looky here. That's empty now. That actually did run out. So that ran its course, and now we can come back over here, now that that's wrapped up, and say, hey, maybe don't do an infinite amount. Maybe just go back to doing partial. And we should be good to... Oh, no, this was not running at all. Oh, of course, it ran out. It ran out. That's why it's not running at all. So there we go. That should get those back up and running. And it should go all the way through to this being full. Like, that should be the end result, is all of these will end up being full, because it shouldn't export any to here, and this should make sure that nothing exits from that. Yeah, that should be good. Now we're just waiting on this one. This one's got a little bit further to go, about 179,000 more to go, but we'll get there. And that's it for down here. That's pretty much everything I wanted to touch on for this video. We're not going to do anything else down here, because as we've had to do in the past, I need a break. Oh, and if you were wondering, all the extra like redstone and iron and tin and copper and all that's down here. We'll figure out what to do with that later. We'll probably do the same thing, where we will just go down here sort of, oh, okay, that's the wall slightly, and we'll just set them up inside of the walls here. We'll make a couple of slots for them, and it won't be a big deal. It'll be fine. All of that said, though, none of it is relevant, although I did just sort of, I think, talk myself into using these to restrict how much goes into here, and then maybe also doing that kind of all the way back. Not here. Like, this is fine. This is working just fine. And the reason that this works just fine is because it's you know, I actually don't know why it's still going. This should be set to... Oh, well, that's why. There we go. But this system works, and this system works, and it works because these are engaging with the black hole units, and because they can carry whole stacks at a time. You remember this is limited to a single item at a time because they don't stack. Like, this is fine. I'm not going to change this or that. But for this one, I think I like the idea of... It doesn't matter, because today we're doing something else. So what are we doing instead? If we're not going to hang out down here and fiddle around with all of that, what are my plans instead? Well, I actually had... Oh, that's great. Good. There's like an eclipse going on. Love that. Also tons of chickens around. I thought it might be fun to go on an adventure and just look at something. I don't know where to. I don't care. How about the end? We've not been to the end in a while. Aren't there extra lands now beyond the end? Should we go check those out, maybe? That could be fun. Teleport 2, can you take us to the end? He can. Or you can take us to the Tower of the Hand. But if we go there, they might tell us not to go to the end, you know? We might end up talking to... Oh. Teleport 2, that was oddly delayed, but thank you so much for getting me here. Oh, are your kin friendly like you? Probably not. You don't talk much. That's okay. I don't care that Teleport 2 doesn't talk all that much. He's a good guy. I appreciate what he does. Is that the dragon? It is! It's Baby Dragon! He's not a baby anymore. I mean, I guess in name, but he's growing up. Is that what they've been doing with that? Because I gave them a Watch of Flowing Time a long time ago. Have they been using it to quick grow Baby Dragon? You know what? That's not my problem. What my problem is right now is I need to locate... There it is. There it is, literally right there. And also, hello, what have we here? An Ender Hive? Do I still have my scoop with me? Probably not. I do! I still have the scoop. How does this work? Do I just break it? Oh, jeez. Okay, hold on. No, I gotta get this. I gotta get it. There we go. Should we just bring these with us, is my thinking? It was one of these days, we're going to do something with the bees, okay? And so we're gonna be glad that we have all of these ender bees. Also, I don't know what that guy's problem was. I think that you can fast travel to the outer islands. Keeping in mind that I've only ever been to them in one other Minecraft series in my entire life. I think you just throw this through there and it'll like fast travel you over here? Yeah! Okay, what on earth is that? Is that the island? What? It's gone now, whatever it was. I actually don't know how to get back to the island. Now that we've done that, should we maybe put down a mark here? So we can, like, find our way back in that sort of situation? Oh, we do also have a whole map that we can reference, but I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go ahead and throw down a new waypoint. I'm gonna call it Portal. I'm gonna make it purple. That's, you know what? Not purple. Well, that was horrifying. And that's close enough right there, I'm gonna say. We're gonna just leave it there. We can find our way back to that. It's the wrong color. Oh, what are these? What? I don't actually know what these are. Chorus fruit. Is this like a vanilla Minecraft thing? Apparently. What are its uses? What can you do with this? So obviously I clicked the wrong button there. It can be used to I'm sorry, I have to shout over the sound of everything on the ground screeching. Apparently. It can be used to make an end exchanger. How does that work? None, 1-to-1, 15x15, cobalt, current mode, plain. Can this be used sort of like the mercurial eye? Possibly? I'll tell you what, I don't know what function... Shut up, all of you. Be silent. You're very annoying right now. I've not had to deal with monsters in a while, and I'm not really feeling it, if I'm honest with you. We do have better weapons as well. Hold on. First off, let's get rid of this. It's not going to help us here in the end. Let's get out like a sword. And this'll make real quick work of these guys. Should we go ahead and just put on a pumpkin head? I don't want to, because that's annoying. Oh gosh, I thought I had them all. This is the problem. You leave your house to go on an adventure, and you have to put up with this. Hold on, can't we, like, activate our armor's defensive capabilities by pushing C or V or something? There we go. And now they can't get me, right? Hello? Oh, wait, I gotta put the pants on. The pants help repel. That's right, I remember. Okay, here we go. We're not gonna be... They're not gonna hurt me. There we go! Ah, now you can't get to me, can ya? I don't think that has anything to do with the defensive capabilities, though. Yeah, we can turn those right back off. And as long as I'm holding down shift, no one can harm me. This is gonna get a little old, though. I'm just gonna grab some of this chorus fruit. And... yeah, we're gonna be on our way. I don't need any more bees. We're just gonna go. We're just gonna go and hope those guys leave me alone. So the other series that Rees did, that we did, it featured like different biomes inside of the ends, which we're just not getting right now, which is unfortunate. I guess the only thing we have to look out for is villages, and it looks like we've got a couple, one down here, and then there's one to the straight north of here. I think that's the straight north of where I am. Define north, though. How do I know what direction is north? I actually have no clue. If that's the portal, I think we want to go this way. And then possibly we will find ourselves a village, and we'll get whatever's there. I know there's shulker boxes, which I think are little chests that you can either put in your inventory, or they'll like walk around behind you. I don't play Minecraft, really. And then would we... an elytra? Not useful to us at all. We can literally fly. Could be fun to have, though. Look, this whole thing is just a way to not be back home right now, okay? Oh, that's cool. It's a flying ship. That's interesting. Okay, Minecraft, but what does it mean? Is that a dragon head? I'm sorry? Can I collect that in some way? Oh! Oh, yes I can. Okay, I have a dragon head now. That's fun. I've seen these. This is how they light up the Enderman, like, wood or whatever. And now we have them, and we can use them now, too. Oh, Purper! This is what the witches use for their house. Is these blocks. We should go ahead and grab some of them. We should also have some of this stuff here. Let's see. Yes, lovely. A lot of it does have an EMC value, including the fruit, and the flower, and the what the heck? What are you, and why are you doing this? Are you a shulker? You're dead, whatever you are. I think. Can I, like, dodge these? Can I hit them? You can. But then they seem to come back at you. Again, we're pretty much invincible, so I'm not all that concerned about it. Maybe we need to find the source of this attack and take it out. That probably makes way more sense. Let's see. Oh, we can fly, but I don't want to be flying. Oh, it looks awful. It looks horrendous. I hate it. Also, there's potions here? Potions of healing! Oh, lovely. There's bound to be more of these things. If we couldn't, like, fly right now, we'd be in a real pickle. Oh! What the heck are these? There we go. Okay, yeah, thanks. I hate that, whatever that is. Is this an elytra? I think that's an elytra. Yeah! Awesome! Again, though, I don't need it. The shulker shells have an EMC value, it seems. The elytra doesn't, which is odd, but I'm not too bothered by it. Let's see what we got here. We're not even going to open this. We're just going to break it and see what we have. We have some enchanted diamond chestplate, which would be nice. Some iron helmet with fire protection. Some protected boots of some kind. Some beetroot seeds. We got some ender drones just now. That's pretty cool. Let's sort out the inventory a little bit more. Can I wear the dragon head? Wait, what does this provide, though? Doesn't this have, like, night vision and stuff? I think that's all it has is night vision. No, we're gonna do this for a bit. We're absolutely doing this for a bit. Why would we not at this point? This is funny. Hold on. Can we, while we're in the area, can we get whatever this is? What is this? That looks like some sort of flag or standard of some kind? Yeah, we'll take your magenta banner for sure. That's a good time. Come here, you. Yeah, no, be dead. I don't even care. Just be dead. This is a nightmare. Imagine having to, like, hop up here without the abilities of flight. What? Oh, geez, there's a bunch of them up here, aren't there? We're just, like, collecting things that might be useful at some sort of undetermined point in the future. Was that armor? Where did that even come from? It didn't come from defeating these things, I don't think. Is it normal for there to be this many of them? I feel like we're getting a very vanilla end experience, except for the fact that also I'm flying. Like, I think that's the only thing that's different right now. I think that the end we are being presented with is entirely unmodded. You can correct me in the comments if I'm wrong, because heaven knows I don't spend enough time here to know for sure. Here we go. Got some glass. We've just got another, like, shulker box sort of situation. Is this all there is around here? Like, if you're playing vanilla Minecraft, is this what you do? This kind of sucks. There's just nothing to it. There's just nothing to it at all. You come here, you get an elytra, and then you leave? Like, look at the ground. There's nothing interesting down there. There's just the big plants that don't really seem to do anything. I don't even know if we can eat this fruit. I genuinely, I do not know. I do not know. I don't know what this is. This is like an upside-down house? Why is everything here wrong slightly? That's my question. Yeah. Shoot your little rockets at me. I don't care. I have better things to do than worry about that. Like, what are the potential treasures I might find? I think we found kind of everything we can expect to find, really. Yeah. Tell me more about your existence. The music is a nightmare? It's just a nightmare that devolves into more nightmare? How thick is this place? Can I just keep going indefinitely? And why would I want to? Because it doesn't seem like there's anything else out here. This sucks. This is just the worst. Oh yeah, all these floating islands. I mean, look, we were critical of how all the planets aren't really all that interesting. It's like, yeah, cool, you can build a rocket, you can go to the moon, and then once you get there, there's stuff you gotta get to go to Mars, you gotta get to go to Venus. And then that's it, and there's not really anything of interest. It'd be a lot cooler if there was maybe another planet with... You know what was a cool mod? The Aether. I feel like that was really well thought out. I liked the Aether. I only played a couple of packs with it in there, but it's a whole... I don't think that we ever did them on YouTube either. I think those were always just, like, free time, playtime. But that had really cool stuff in it, the Aether. That had, like, these massive temples, and it had all of its own tools and stuff you had to build. That was cool. And that's cooler than this, and this is just in the game by the developers. This is what Microsoft has given us. Notch knew well enough that the end's not an interesting place. It doesn't need a bunch of islands with weirdo trees and bushes and plants. You don't need that. You don't need that, because you know what? That sucks. There's nothing interesting there. You just fight the dragon, you come back. Notch knew what the deal was, okay? Microsoft, they haven't figured the deal out yet. They don't know it. They don't know what they're doing. They've not figured... Mojang itself, without Notch, they're like, let's add a bunch of islands with a bunch of random plants and an elytra, and that's kind of it. And cities that aren't even that big or extensive. See, you know what would be cool? Is if the cities were just unexplainably massive and barren. Also, hold on. That right there is just another one of these. Can I use that? Can I use that to go back? Hold on. I need a, get rid of that. Give me a pearl. Hello? What happened there? What is that horrific noise? Can I go back, please? Can we do something? Is it not possible? Oh, there we go. I had to be on the ground. And also, I almost died. Why? Why is that what happened there? You know what? I don't care. We're leaving. This place is awful and I hate it. Take me back, please, Teleport 2. Take me home. Get me out of here. Ugh, lovely. Get rid of all these eggs and everything. Okay, well that was sort of a bit of a letdown. I don't know, do we want to go to the Nether? Again, I feel like we've been to the Nether, and there's nothing really interesting there either. I think it's just the regular old bog standard Nether. Which, look, I mean, TEKKIT was never about making the end or the Nether interesting, so I can understand why there's no mods added to make the end or the Nether interesting. It makes sense. You know, I'm just saying that... Well, whatever this mod is, this mod's kind of cool. Adds a big pig skeleton when you spawn in, and also heaps of latency. But, I mean, this is also just large and barren and empty and uninteresting. We've not done anything here. Why would we at this point? What would we do? First off, whatever we do is just going to anger the... Is that a ghost? What is that? That's just like a block of bones. Apparently that's just a Minecraft thing. Apparently you can just find blocks of bones in hell, which makes a lot of sense. Pillars of obsidian, absolutely. More blocks of bones. Yes, this is like the skeletal structure of some horrific creature that once lived. Do we have any bone block? I don't know if we have any bone block. Let's grab a bone block. Okay, apparently we already did. I was gonna say this will at least make the trip worth it, but it didn't. What I was gonna say is if we set up a mine here, first off, there's no reason to now because we're so far beyond needing to mine materials. But then also if we did, the pigmen would just have none of it. They would not be having any of this. They would be so upset. Because apparently I nuked the nether once and then broke the laws of time and space to restore it. And they weren't pleased about it. They were very upset. Resulting in, well, I mean, you know, this. Right? All of this. You might argue that I am directly responsible for all of this. So, yeah, that's on me. At least now we have... At least now we have a giant dragon head, which is fun. And also, now we have the elytra, which I would love to give a red hot go here. Alright, so let's get off all of our flying armor. Let's leave the dragon head on. How does this work? I just jump and I right-click? Well... I guess maybe you're supposed to have it equipped first. Let's try again. What am I supposed to do? I guess hold down space? I've never used an elytra. That's not true. I think there was maybe one time in a live stream where possibly that happened. I think if you have fireworks, you can fly with it, but kind of. It's not, like, useful. That was lovely. That was absolutely lovely. How does one go about making a firework? How do you do that? Oh, good. There's no recipes for either the firework or the firework star. So I just have no idea how to build them. We're gonna grab gunpowder, and we're going to grab a bit of dye, because according to the internet, this is how you make a firework charge. Yeah, there you go. Firework star. We've got those. Now I gotta figure out how to make it into this, because the recipe isn't working. Apparently, it's just paper and gunpowder. You don't even have to make this star. That's not necessary. Apparently, all you have to do is add the two of these together, and that'll make a firework rocket. But then if you want to, you can have the firework star, I think is what I'm seeing, and then a bit of gunpowder, and then a bit of paper. And then you can add the three of those together, and that'll get you a firework that has a lime small ball. And then if you add two of them, you get 2 lime small balls, and then 3 of them give you 3, and then I don't know how far you can go with that. Apparently quite far. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Sure. Let's head outside, and we'll have a little gander at what happens here when we set one of these off. That was beautiful. That didn't do what I thought it would. Oh, because only the first stack ended up having Why am I hungry? Why do I have hunger? I didn't eat anything weird, did I? Is it because I'm wearing a dead dragon head on? That's fine. I don't care if I'm hungry. So, yeah, those are just going to be 1 each. But this stack is the one that got the 3 in it. And we completely missed it. Why? Because I fell off the world. That's fascinating. But then what we actually want to do is with the elytra on, and we're going to go up pretty high for this. If we just hold down the space button, wait a minute, that doesn't work quite right, because we also have the boots on, which we got to get rid of. So here we go. And we jump. You know what? Should probably actually have the elytra on, now that I think about it. So... there we go! What does this look like? I'll tell you what, in terms of, like, traveling, it's not the worst thing, is it? You get a good little boost of speed? Yeah, you know what, if I was playing vanilla Minecraft, aside from the fact that you gotta kill a lot of creepers in order to keep this up for any long amount of time, this is a pretty decent way to get around. I did this once, I think, at a live stream with some channel members back when we had the old Howdy Folks channel member server, which, no, we'll never get again. As I've explained many times, getting home from work and wanting to shoot a video, but instead you have to go debug a Minecraft server, I can go the rest of my life without ever doing that again. Can we fly through the building? Yes, we can! Oh my gosh, this is actually incredibly fun. Do people do races like this? I imagine they must. I can't be the first person to come up with that idea. This is actually pretty great. It's a little frustrating, though, having to wait on the world to load around you is the only issue. But you can absolutely zoom. Look at this. We can get over to this untouched. This might be a faster way to fly than our current way to fly. I think this is faster than, like, sprinting and then using the boots and the flying and everything. This is pretty speedy. And it looks really cool, too. It's just it's a little choppy because the world keeps rendering and unrendering. I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid. That looks like a nightmare there. Okay, and now we gotta come in for a safe landing, so we wanna try to coast. You know, we gotta try to bring down the speed before we land. Really just like resting. There we go. It was worth it. For my first Elytra experience, and also to get a giant dragon skull on my head. Thank you folks for watching. God bless you. See you next time. Goodbye. Howdy there folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Rees, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play adventure, where today, I gotta be honest with you, every time I finish recording these, I feel, hey, you know what? I'm done. I'm not gonna work on that. I'm not gonna work on that. We're gonna move forward and build other, more different things and just carry on the Let's Play. And then, gosh darn it, I have ideas. Awful ideas. At one point, I had the idea of just saying to heck with it and taking all of this apart and just doing it like this. This system, just to heck with the pipes entirely. We could just have everything be routed around inside of ender chests. I thought, yeah, you know what? That would actually work, and it would be fine. And who knows? We might do that moving forward. I'm not going to go back and change any of this, though. Not right now, at least. We're going to carry on, and we're going to start actually progressing and building new things that we need. And if we have a look at the list of new things that we need, we're not that far away. Some of this is a little complex, but some of this is pretty straightforward, right? Like reinforced stone, we're already building advanced alloy. All we need to add to that is regular old stone. Now, we're not currently generating stone, like up there, which is kind of where we've been generating things, but I mean, it's stone. Do we really need to have something massive generating stone? Could we not simply have a little machine, like a tiny little machine, maybe even like right next to this? Because remember, when we started this redesign weeks ago at this point, I said, hey, we're going to leave all this extra room open in case we need to expand in the future. But kind of seeing how fast some of this can be, like the Lapotron crystals isn't really fair, but I mean, we have room. We have room, and if we need to scale these up, we can stack. We can go up vertically, right? So we can just have this exact same layout on top of this one, on top of that one, on top of that one. And we can stack it up pretty high if we need to scale up in that manner. And I think, the thing is, we do have, like, a lot of space moving in this direction, and will we ever fill up this entire factory with things? Not at this rate, not if I keep cramming it in more tightly, but also, I think I've just talked myself out of this. Maybe we will leave those there. Yeah, we'll do it right here. This is where we'll do it. But here's the question. Do we actually... I mean, look, here. If we need to have stone, okay, watch. We can get ourselves one of these, and we can get ourselves one of these, and then we can get ourselves... Hey, you know what? We'll go ahead and check just to verify. It says all kinds of different chiseled stone, but... Does it really need to be a chiseled stone, or could it not just be regular stone? That's what I thought. Okay. In that case, we just get a regular, bog-standard, vanilla Minecraft stone, and then we don't have to build the whole flower up there. If all we need is it, like, right down here, look, we can just do this, and we're done. There you go. The more stone than we could possibly ever use. Now, I'm going to go ahead and break that, and that's still going to be going because of the amount of stored EMC inside of here. So I'm just going to go ahead and also break this, and we'll just go ahead and dispose of that because I don't actually know where we need to set that. But for now, we will go ahead and have it ready to go. And this might be one where we do multiple things here, because I think if we were to set that up right here, and you know, we'll leave these here for now because we might still use those, but kind of what I had in mind instead was, for certain things, would it just be easier to use the ender chest? Wouldn't that just be simpler to get things moved around? Maybe. Maybe it would be. We'll see. But you know what? Before we get started on that, there was one other thing I did want to test, and that was this thing here. We know how many of these Lapotron crystals we can fit inside of here, but how many can we fit inside of a barrel? And my thinking on this is that even though they don't stack inside of here, would they potentially stack in a barrel? If not, then there will be 64 of them inside of this cherry wood barrel, and that'll be the answer to that question. I just like to, sometimes I have these ideas and I want to test them on screen, so, in case you folks at home had a similar idea or just were curious to find out, well, we're going to know. We're going to know real quick, because he's going to hit 64, it's going to hit, it's pausing, but I'm imagining that's because it's waiting on these to come in. So here's the moment of truth. And it looks like it only goes up to 64. Now we know. Now I've got to deal with all these Lapotron crystals. Alright, so I started kind of playing around with this idea that I had to completely eliminate pipes, at least from what it can be eliminated from, right? So for something like this, where we're just combining together 2 ingredients, we don't need pipes for that. We can get away from those. So what I did was I added an ender chest, and remember, we can make over 4,000 combinations of ender chests, so I said, you know what? Yeah, I've decided that white, gray, gray is what the advanced alloys are going to be. Okay, so we can bring that over to... Are you out of advanced alloy? That might explain why it stopped running. I think that's this right here. And trust me, I'm going somewhere with this. I've got something interesting to share with you. There we go. So that appears to be working fine. But one thing I did notice was that we're getting some odd behavior coming out of here. And you'll notice it's not keeping this stocked, and I'm not sure why. I tried removing the glowstone to see if maybe it had something to do with moving a whole stack at a time, but as you can see, that has nothing to do with it. And I don't really know exactly what's wrong. If we come up here, you might remember that this works fine. This is how we have these set up. You have these, and they're emptying into these, and if we take this out, you see that it stocks it right back up immediately. So it works fine up here, coming out of the bottom of these, and I don't know why that works okay. I don't think it has anything to do with this being full. I don't think. But what I do know is I have gotten a comment previously about how we might need to look into getting the energy condenser MK2s, because those are known to be work better with different types of item translocation devices. And I don't just mean the translocators, but pipes and things of that nature. They tend to work better with those because they actually have a dedicated output. So the MK2, I'm surprised we've not built it till now. It's also quite a bit faster. I noticed it doesn't say that on here, but it's also a lot more expensive. You're going from 42,000 EMC to 9.7 million EMC. But it's absolutely something we can build. We're not hurting for EMC. We have plenty, and I'd be interested in at least experimenting with it. And like I said, it is faster. That doesn't really help us for like most of the ways that we use them, like right now. The speed at which items are coming in here are what's dictating how long this takes. But if you were to suddenly fill this thing up, it would take a while for it to condense all those items, Like, it takes a while to go through that stone. If you had an MK2, it would take less time. They are blazingly fast. So to build one of those, we're going to need a regular energy condenser, 4 red matter, and 4 dark matter. So, again, pretty expensive, but not really going to hurt us any. And then we just actually have to find an energy condenser. There we go. And because it is from this mod, it will have an EMC value. Although I say that, not everything from this mod does have a value. I don't know if that's normal or if that's been configured specifically for the mod pack. But if you have a look inside of here, this is your condensing side and this is your output side. So I'd be curious to see if that has any sort of effect. And I thought I would cut away from what I was working on so that we could do a little experiment and find out together. And if you're thinking, geez, Reese, you sound a little bit congested. I am. Always. Not always, but recently. I think it has to do with the cold weather. I think I've talked about this, but every time the weather changes, I have some kind of condition. Either I get sick or I get severe allergies, but it's only during the transitional period between hot and cold. It's been cooling off, so that's nice. So, that's on now, but it's not doing anything, so we need to tell it to make stone. And the output side is filling up rapidly, and it is not outputting to here. which is a little bit odd. We could go ahead and upgrade it. Oh, that looked like something happened. Yeah, it did, but it didn't fill it up for some reason, and I don't know why. How very strange. Do you think maybe there's something wrong with this thing? Like, do I need to break that and then sort of reconfigure it? Reconfigure it even? Let's see if that works. So we do have a full stack of these here that we're working with. Now, I tried previously to import this recipe, but the issue is because it has so many different variations of stone, it almost always pulls in the wrong stone. So just using regular old vanilla stone here, we're going to set the recipe. There it is. It knows what it wants. This is regular old vanilla stone. So let's plop this. Oh, we already got it right there. And we will give it a little dimple. And I mean, it's specifically put in one stack, which is not normal behavior. That's not how those work up there, so why is that how it's working down here? We even went through the effort of making an MK2. For no reason. I mean, it's obviously not benefiting us any. I'm curious to see what happens when it gets all the way down, though. Like, when it's empty, will it send another batch? This is very much unlike this. This is not the type of experience we've had with these so far. These generally work pretty well, right? Oh, okay, you know what? No, never mind. I take it back. That is kind of how this one is stocked up as well. And I'm assuming that when it goes empty, it'll send another stack. I'm assuming. I don't know. Also, we should probably get it on the export again. There we go. And there's no reason to add a stack upgrade, but it does make things a little bit faster. And if that can help reduce latency in the long run by... Oh, you know what I just noticed is that it does keep these stocked, though. Interesting. As soon as this goes away, those fly in. Well, let's see what happens. Okay. It restores it almost immediately, and again, there is no effect if you take off the glowstone. It appears to work in exactly the same manner. I guess I won't worry about it, and I guess what we will do is we will go ahead and just replace that with the Tier 1, because the Tier 2... You know what? We aren't hurting for EMC, but that doesn't mean we should be wasting it either, right? You know? Penny saved is a penny earned, as they do say on occasion. So we're going to go ahead and hold on to that number 2. And, well, no, we won't. We won't hold on to it. We'll go ahead and recondense it for future use. And I did pick possibly an interesting configuration down here. I realized that the way I originally had this set up was this chest was here, and then this was up here, and that put that right there. And I was like, you know what? I could make it shorter if I reconfigured it, and I did. Also, we could put this like up top, or behind it, or in front of it, or any number of other configurations. Well, no, not any number of other configurations. A limited number of other configurations. So that's a bit slower, but I mean, what does that matter, really? It's so fast. And then that goes all the way down here, where we're going to configure this to hold on to 63 of them. Because no matter what we do, it's always a little bit bugged. And, oh, hello, I actually wanted you to... Will you not? Hello? I'm trying left and right click. Wait a minute. There we go. We need a diamond nugget. And now we can configure it to hold 63 of those. And we should probably configure that to export. And again, if it saves us a little bit of computational energy in the future to have glowstone on there and have it send out big batches instead of sending them out one at a time, it's worth it. And here, have some extra. No, don't. Actually, I just realized what I did. Wrong chest to do that in. There we are. All right. And just like that, we can go ahead and take reinforced stone off the list. Now, that's one of the more simple items. Next up, we are going to need 5/4 HV cable, which means we're going to actually need to use the pipes because we got to route rubber over here. Or I could just stick another one of these on top of here. And we can hop out of them, I think is the... Not hop out, but we can use the translocators. Yeah, I'm literally doing it right here. You can just do the same thing over there. Alright, well, I'm profoundly confused, because this is working fine. And it's still working, and it's working flawlessly, and it's filling this thing up. This, on the other hand, is not working at all. And it's set up exactly the same, so I don't know why. But here's what we've got. We've got the refined iron ingots going into here to make HV cables. That is combining with rubber to make the 4 times insulated cable, and I cannot understand why it's not working. It kind of worked. It made 21 of them, and then it just stopped, and I don't know. Why? Wait, what happened? Why did it start working? All I did was take out some of the rubber. Oh, whatever. It's working, I guess. I think I figured out what the problem was, and surprisingly, I think it was a power limitation or something to do with the speed at which it was moving. I don't know. All I know is that I cranked up the power, and now it's working consistently. This is just full, and we're not having any issues with it, but this is also running, and it's going to keep running until this is filled with about 6,000 items, somewhere over that. I think it's like 6,100 some odd that the obsidian chests can hold, but, you have a look here, I did max this things out, and the issue is, these are the big electric flux generators. I think each of these is capable of putting out enough power to saturate one of these, which means having 3 of them is kind of useless. What we should do is make a bigger battery, so that we can have 3 separate cables going to 3 separate taps. And you might say, Rees, that makes no sense. You can crank this tap up so much. Yes, but like I said, we're limited on how much the HV flux cable can carry. In fact, if we look up the HV flux cable, it'll tell you that it can only transfer 4,096 RF per tick, which obviously we've got this cranked up past that, but it's not enough still. So, I mean, what do you do beyond the flux cables? How else do you move flux to a higher degree than that? Look, the gold one's even less than that! So how are you supposed to move obscene amounts of flux around? I don't know. What I reckon we would do is we would come down here, and on each row, we would just have a big flux generator and a line. So each one of these has its own dedicated 4,096 RF per tick line, at least where it's needed. That's an option. That's probably a better option. I like having the big battery, though. But really, that's not necessary. It was cool to build, and I mean, look, it's getting the job done. Once this is done, it's not going to be consuming any power, right? So, but, you know, we do have, if we're using big electric flux generators, then that means we're using EU. And if we're using EU, we already have a big battery for that, a really big one, connected to a series of smaller transformers. Remember, we could technically get more power out of this if we broke this out into 4 of these, into 16 of these, into whatever that would come out to of these. We are actually limiting ourselves with the way that we have this configured, but that's not relevant right now. What is relevant is that, my gosh, does it take a long time to get these things set up when I'm doing trial and error. You might have noticed I did put little signs on them so you can see what's inside of what, you know. So this is that, and this is making that, and the 2 of these go into here to make that, and then that gets stored in here, and then that goes into here. And ultimately, this is going to be filled up with everything we need to create a high-voltage solar panel. That's the goal. So we're just going to have this one chest at the start of that lineup, and it's going to have everything we need, but we'll get to that. All right, and now we have the next step. I didn't realize how invested I would have to be for this one, and I haven't actually put... I just realized I forgot to fill these in, and I haven't even bothered to put them on over here yet, but I'll walk you through what's going on here. This is where we're going to be generating our magnets, which is going to take a long time, but fortunately, while I work on the rest of the assembly line, it'll be happening in the background, and there's room to double it. I sectioned it off so I could specifically build a second one, because I think I'm probably going to need to build a second one. I'm not doing it right now. I want to get done with the rest of the assembly line, because it's going to require that I build another singularity compressor, charged electrolyzer, and rare earth extractor, and I'm rather just get it. I want to get the assembly line in a position where we can build a high voltage solar panel. Then I'll go back and do other stuff, like I was realizing here, well, that could be up here, and that would make that smaller. And then I can move that up here and bring that in, and we could make this much smaller. We could probably have the size of that if we wanted to, if we just sort of embrace vertical height, which is what I've done here. So we start off, I might change this later. I might actually build a proper thing up top to make obsidian for us, as well as stone, wherever that's being made, and then just replace this setup here with an ender chest. We might end up doing that, because I like the idea of everything with EMC having a thing generating it all the way up through the entire tower. I think that would be cool and fun, and I think we're probably going to end up doing it. But for right now, okay, what you need to know is that this is generating obsidian, courtesy of this energy collector, and that is being dropped into this rare earth extractor, which is generating rare earth dust. Now, you'll notice there's rare earth dust in there, and it's just not going into here. Now, I couldn't tell you why. I have no clue whatsoever. If we have a look inside of here, there's nothing happening, and I don't know why. Other than, nope, that is powered, it's plugged in, it's getting juice. It's just not moving out of here for some reason. And this happens from time to time. It just stops working, and I don't know why. The same thing was happening over here previously. This is filling up, so I guess it is still kind of happening, but also no, this one's running. I don't really know what I did to make that work other than I just pumped more electricity into it. So I don't know. I don't know. It's so frustrating because it makes me feel like, oh, well, maybe these are no better. Maybe these are no better and I should just go back to using the gosh darn crafting logistics pipes. What am I even doing? Look at the insanity that I have here. Why am I doing this? I don't have to do this. I could just use the crafting pipes. It worked. Why am I like this? I don't know. I don't know. It's so bizarre. And watch this. If I just take these out, boom, it's filled up. It filled up immediately. It sucked them all out for some reason. And then they moved through the singularity compressor and now they're down here. I don't know why. If you do, let me know. Because it kind of makes me feel like, well, maybe I should just go back to that. Because even though this is sometimes slow, you know what else it is? It works. It works consistently. If I come down here and I take this out, you know what? Whatever else it might be, you call it hectic, call it crazy. You know what happens at the end? There's another one. It's ready to go. It does actually work. But then, you know, after doing this and seeing how effective this was, I mean, look at this. It's immediately restocked, and all of this is restocked, and that's restocked, and that's restocked, and it's beautiful. And I liked that, and I thought, well, maybe I can do that over here. And sometimes, yes, but sometimes you end up with 2 rare earth dusts. And I don't know, maybe... I see, if you take one out, suddenly it imports the others. But why is it making one? It has 4... Oh, I guess it needs 5 of these. Oh. Well... No. No, I thought maybe I was onto something there, but then I realized that no, it had plenty over here it could have imported. It just doesn't sometimes. There's no conceivable reason as to why. You know, I'm not worried about the iron. It'll hop in iron when it needs it, but it just doesn't do this. Would it do it once this hits a stack? Is it because I have a stack upgrade? That's not how the stack upgrade has worked historically. I don't know. Sometimes it just doesn't work. And it's very upsetting. But I'm not going to change it now. I'm going to carry on. If any of you folks out there have any experience diagnosing mental curiosities, we'll call them, please comment down below and let me know, what is it that might drive a person to obsessively... I couldn't leave it alone! It was driving me crazy. I was trying to plot out the next part of this, and I realized, like, no, I've got to get this... I've got to do better. I've got to figure out something better before I move on, because it's going to bother me knowing that this isn't right. So whatever that is, diagnose me down below, please. I'll trust you. I don't need to go to an actual professional or anything. The YouTube comments section's excellent at diagnosing and giving prognoses. So, prognoses? Look, here's what we've done. I have a theory that the issue that we're having with the items translocators is specifically to do with the auto workbench and the way that it reserves spots down here. We're not having as much trouble when we use them with the pipes, which we're not doing right now anyway. But look, these work. I'm not opposed to using them. They're great. But I kind of like over here where we have this sort of perfect marriage of the item translocators and the logistics pipes. I like that. I want to use that. I don't want to use the pipes to go from one machine to another. That feels wasteful when we could just hop one directly into the other. But we have to go through a crafting process first. Now, I could throw down a crafting pipe. I even went and got some, and they're in my inventory, except they're not, because I might have put them back, because I decided to test this first real quick. I even started to wire it up in such a way that we could theoretically do that, as you can see here. This was going to be a storage container. There was going to be a crafting pipe on top of it. No, there wasn't. This was going to be on top of it, and then this was going to get moved. What I've decided to do is test what happens, right? This is configured with 63 of these. This is configured with 63 of these. This is still going. What about a hopper? Hopper is a much simpler device, right? As opposed to this. This is a little bit on the complex side. You know, you've got all these slots, but they're reserved, and then how does that really work? And maybe these aren't really designed to work with these, and it gets confused sometimes. So what I've done is I figured, you know what, a hopper is basic. It just hops things in. It's the most simple Minecraft item mover. My mustache is getting in my face. Listen, if this doesn't work, I don't know what to do. But my theory is we turn that on, and this will go to 63, but it won't, because it'll hop them into here. And then once both of these are full, theoretically that'll stay at 63. We'll have to wait and see. But the real curiosity is going to be whether or not turning this on actually hops these out of here, because that's where we've been having issues, is it won't hop out of here. And I've been thinking, is it the translocator's fault? Is it the machine's fault? It might be the workbench's fault. Let's find out. We're going to turn it on. And just like that, immediately, that's at 59. Oh, shoot. You know what I just realized? Is that that's not going to work. Because of the way hoppers work. They start here and then work their way down. What we can confirm is that it did immediately hop into here, though. So, no hesitation as opposed to trying to get them into here. That was a dumb idea. I don't know why I thought that would work. What we could do... Which, I mean, this is just nuts. The problem with it, first off, where did that go? Did I pick that up, or did it actually zoom? It looked like it went flying. Wait, did that just tick up? No, that's ticking down now. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Hold on, go back. Oh, interesting. Once the iron was full, it started accepting them from the where. Okay, all right. No, you have one in there? Okay, then here's the test. Here's the actual test. If I put that back on there... Gosh darn it, I don't have any more on me. I'm all out of translocators, and that one just looked like it flew away. Was that my imagination, or did everyone else see that? It looked like... Stop it. Stop it and stay out of the way, you. It looked like it popped off and flew. Am I going crazy? Could I be going crazy? Maybe I was always crazy. That is a possibility. We've got 8 of them left. We've got 15 total, because there was some in my inventory, including probably the one that flew off, and I don't know why I imagined it flew. There's 4 of them in there. If we turn it on, they immediately go in there. They immediately hop into there. We might be cooking with a little bit of gasoline here. We might be onto something with this. I'd already prepared like a whole second slot over here. I was trying to figure something out. But this could be something, or, and hear me out on this, because this is a lot simpler and a lot more straightforward. We could just have these get stored inside of here. And then we just have, like, back here, you see this? And then it just goes to a crafting. Well, I mean, what if we just did that? You know? I mean, at that point, the issue is that... What is the issue? There isn't an issue. Let's just do that. This is working! And it's working really well. I'm really pleased with it. So this does not export until it gets up to 4. That's perfectly fine, because it can't do anything in here until it gets up to 4. Now, that is done using pipes, as one would expect. We do have obsidian up here, and that's being dropped in. You just saw it happen right there. It's a beautiful thing. And oh my gosh, you saw it all happen. You saw it all happen, and it's already over here. This charged electrolyzer is about to be full, and the only way to speed it up is to provide it with more power. It's a medium voltage machine, and it accepts no upgrades. And from what I was reading on the wiki... Sorry, For what I was reading on the wiki, the only way to make it go faster is to add more power storage, so I added a second MFE, and I made sure it was plugged in, but I don't think it's made any difference at all whatsoever. We can see once this is done, apparently what it does is it takes a big charge out of the machine. And it doesn't actually look like it's had any impact on that MFE or that. This doesn't appear to have made a difference. Maybe I got it hooked in wrong. Am I supposed to run them one into the other? Like one MFE into another MFE? I assumed they all needed to be touching different sides. Like, all the sides have these double green dots, and I was like, okay, yeah, we probably just plug the power into those. But adding a second MFE, maybe this is faster. It certainly doesn't appear to be. I almost feel like maybe we should add a second MFE. Just slap it down on top of this one. We could do that. Or slap it down right here and route the cabling around that way. And then you could have the exact same item translocator. But, I mean, saying that, we're not really making... Well, no, we have increased the dead magnet. Yeah, well, I'm going to leave it alone for now. The machine isn't as fast as I'd like it to be, but knowing that it's working optimally is enough for me to leave it alone. The next thing I was looking at building was going to be, oh my gosh, where'd it go? Right there, the advanced circuit. Didn't we at one point have the advanced circuit automated? I feel like we did, but I don't know how, because I'm not generating glowstone anywhere, at least not that I could tell from a quick cursory glance. I mean, this is all ores. This is all things that aren't ores, but none of them are glowstone. So what I decided to do, and this just made sense to me at the time. Oh, shoot, you know what? I did forget one thing, so ignore that. That was just a thing that I was toying around with. I made a red level for nether things, and we've got glowstone set up here and going, so it's ready to go. I did forget to add red around this ring, though. I need to do that. I did run out of red lamps, though, so I'll have to go make some more. But that is an issue for later. For right now, we're going to continue our focus on automation. And I might just go ahead and use this little area here next to here, because we don't really need much to get these manufactured. We just need a crafting table. I mean, really, I guess the only question is, are we going to use these? We're going to use these. This one's working fine, interestingly enough. It's not doing anything, that's because this is full. But, you know, we have these set up, and as you can see, also full. These worked. I don't know why these weren't working over here in this setup. Just for whatever reason, items would not transfer in. I don't know why. I did a lot of experimenting. You know, we even tried with the hopper and everything, and it would just not work sometimes. I don't know. You know, this might be one of the weirder ones that we've done so far. It took 4 ender chests, and in fact, in order to make this work, I decided rather than running pipage over there, if we were only going to need it for one ingredient, I would rather just use an ender chest. So what I did was I filled this ender chest here up with the electronic circuits that we need, and then this is going to resupply itself. It's fine. It's no big deal, and that'll also keep it topped up, so it's all good to go. But the situation is, you got this one here with the glowstone, this one here with the redstone, you got this one back here with the lapis, you got this one on top here with the electronic circuits, and then, of course, this is configured. It's not hooked up to any speed upgrades yet, because I wanted to see whether or not this would even work. We could, of course, also hop things in from, the other sides of this device, but I just wanted to see what would happen if we did that. And I don't know if that was things flying in there, if that was it just being profoundly broken. It's got a stack of everything, and it's going. So that's going to pop out, and that should go into here. That's the wrong device. That's not actually what I wanted there, and I feel like a little bit of a fool, and I can't believe you were all here for that. I'd like to apologize, first off, to anyone who I might have disappointed, for, you know, maybe you thought I knew better and wouldn't make a mistake like that. I apologize, but there we go. That should get that out. Lovely. And then this is going to be what kind of controls how many of them... You son of a gun. You're not even the right color. Well, I mean, what we've done is we've verified that it works. Now let's speed it up. I think we might still end up doing something that I had talked about earlier, which is running dedicated, big power block things, whatever they're called, to each one of these machines so that each one can get a full 4,000 RF per tick. Because now that we're running a system where things aren't being constantly manufactured at all times, which I saw your comment. The channel member, Victoria, Jake Yates, was like, nah, do it, make everything all the time. It's going to melt my computer. All right, I was really happy when I got a 5800X3D. I was like, this is the best chip you can get on AM4. I don't want to upgrade, have to buy DDR5. This is going to be good. You can barely do it. You know, once everything in here is moving, I mean, look at the frames, and it's not the GPU. It's not the GPU. So we still haven't tried increasing the RAM to the pack. I will try to remember that the next time I fire up the game. Oh yeah, that's moving at ludicrous speeds. It's draining everything out of here, but then it's being resupplied, which is something that you can't take for granted because sometimes it doesn't get resupplied for some reason. It's moving at a brisk pace. It's going to fill this up. We're going to run out of these at some point. This is dropping all over the place. Do we no longer have a disposal over here? I need to hook up a disposal real quick. All right, so we now have... Where are you going? What's happening? Why are you doing that? We have a disposal here, which is really easy to set up. You know, you just need to stick a item sync with the default route set. And then I also like to add a provider module so that if those items end up being needed somewhere down the line, they can be summoned. For some reason, they're just going back and forth. It looks like it's summoned an unimaginably high number of refined iron ingots for some hitherto unknown reason. Where are those even being used at? In here, it needs them. It just doesn't need to summon that many of them, and I don't know why it's doing it. You can literally see them going back and forth now. This is getting absurd. This is absolutely absurd, and it becomes more absurd the more you watch it, and that's absolutely absurd. But I guess that is staying stocked up. But at what cost? Because it's sucking them out of here at a pretty brisk pace. Oh, that's maintaining. Alright, well, I guess the system's fine then. This is only going to go until this chest is filled up. And this chest can only hold a little over 6,000 items. I think I did the math the other day. It was 6,144 or something like that. You know what it is. I'll tell you what it is. It's you take 1024 times 6, 6,144. It's computer nerd math is what it is. There you go. So this is going to run at that kind of breakneck pace until that gets filled up, and then we'll dump them into here as well, but not right now. I got to figure out what to put it on. The way I configured this one over here, the color, was I was like, okay, well, what are the primary colors when you look at this thing? Kind of like gray and red. And then white is because it's on the bottom floor. It's the white floor. So white, gray, and red. I guess I could just do the same over here. When you kind of look at these, what are their primary colors? I mean, white is determined. It's more of a dark gray, I feel like. And then kind of like a light blue, maybe? Or actually, probably... Yeah, it's more of like a regular blue. It's more of like a regular old lapis blue. So you can just grab some lapis. And then I did say kind of a dark gray. I'm looking at the outside specifically, so... Boom, boom, and then I didn't realize I would actually need to get some bone meal. Because I've been using, like, standard chests, and you have to kind of set them, but, there we go, it's not being used by anything. Go ahead and fill that up. Once that's full, this will fill up, we'll be good to go. We can go ahead and knock yet another thing off the list. We're getting there. We're burning through these. We're gonna get somewhere with all this. And if you're thinking to yourself, geez, Rees, didn't you say when you started this project that the reason you were leaving all this open space is for infinite expansion? Look at how fast this is going. Look at how fast this is going. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I don't need infinite expansion. It's going as fast as items can be supplied to it, and if I wanted it to go faster, I just need to supply items more quickly, so I'm not really worried about that. This over here is a slightly different story, but we are up to 40 of these now, and if I had to guess, I'd say this is probably almost full. It's getting there. We're getting there. I don't think it's benefiting it at all. What do we have left here? What do we actually have left? So I'm not worrying about the IV transformer, the HV transformer, the EV transformer. We're going through and doing raw material. Oh, we got magnets done too. We can get rid of that. Okay, so things like the plasma core, we've already got all the ingredients for except for the plasma cell, and we've already got all the ingredients for this as well. Oh, we don't have a iridium plate yet, but we need the plasma core, which, you know, as previously discussed, kind of looks like plasma cells where we're going to need to go first. Now, fortunately, we do basically have that automated. We just need to bring it from the basement up into the factory floor. And after that, we also need to make plasma cables. But, okay, so all three of these things require plasma to move forward. This does not. This requires refined stone and iridium plate. Refined stone we have taken care of right here. This is the one. I finally put the stuff in the pictures, you know. Except for right here. I didn't put stuff in this picture. Oh, right! I completely forgot about this! This is the everything you need to build an HV chest. I've completely neglected to add that to all of these things, but we'll get around to it. Oh, hold on. Okay, no, that's a different type of cable. Right, this is the cable that needs the plasma. Okay, plasma's got to come first. Kind of seems like the order we need to go in now is plasma, plasma core. Oh, we could do this. This is just, yeah, okay, we got to move the UU matter machine upstairs. And the UU matter is going to have to be divided into two different things. Like, well, we'll have UU matter storage, and then we'll also have the plasma fire. So it can just drain from the UU matter storage, and then we can have a crafting table. At that point, we might need to use pipes if we're going to have the UU matter going to all of these different places. We might want to engage in some pipage. That's where it comes in handy, and that's fine. I think for something like this, it would be silly to use pipes at this point. This system works better without them. And I think there are a lot of things like that. That's the thing. It's not about finding the one objective right way that we're going to do all of this moving forward. It's about finding kind of like what works for any given item and just going with that. This is the first time I feel like that I'm going to walk away from this feeling like great success. You know what I mean? And I just want to throw out there that, you know what? You know what? Do we really need a chest full of these right now? What are you said? Okay, yeah. We're gonna go ahead and break this. Shoot. Forgot that would happen. There we go. And then what is this? This is gray and then light blue. I think it's light gray and light blue. We're gonna switch it over to that. We don't need to have an entire ender chest full of these. We might at some point. If it comes down to it, I can always add... There we go. I can always add another ender chest. Just gotta stick it up here. And we can have that sort of drain in there as well. But let's plop that on. And we'll do the same as we've been doing everywhere. We'll grab a diamond. And we'll plop that in there. And we're going to set it to 63 of these. And if you wonder why, it's because, again... why am I explaining this? You know. If you set it to like 64 or anything else... Stop that. There we go. It'll just infinitely seed them in there because they're a little bit broken. But there we go. This is, again, going to end up being, when all is said and done, our... everything you need for a high-voltage solar panel chest. Eventually. We're going to get there. I'm trying to pack all of this into one episode. This is the second recording session for this episode, and they're very long. It's been a week since I started recording this video. I don't have to tell you that. I don't think you'd be able to tell other than the various states of my beard. It's kind of the only thing that changes, isn't it? But this is how far we've gotten, and this is how far we've got left to go. So let's get started on trying to figure out what to do about the UU matter situation. What the heck is going on down here? Alright, what even happened to the other animals? Okay, dude, that's not what I meant to do. Oh gosh! Get out of here. Where'd it go? There used to be cows and stuff down here. There were cows. I'm pretty sure there was sheep. What actually happened here? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did my reactor blow up? What? When? I actually have no clue. What could have possibly happened to my reactor? It was running fine. We had it. Was there a change to how reactors worked? We checked in on it not that long ago. This isn't a bit. I actually don't know what happened. I don't know how I didn't realize this sooner also. What on earth? Well, okay. We know the container works now. It's a good thing I make backups of the world. I can go back and try to figure out when exactly that happened. I did not notice it. Was it like this the last time we came down here? I feel like the last time we came down here, it was perfectly fine. And there was other animals. Why are there so many chickens? Is it because of this machine? I thought we fixed this machine with that fence there. So that they wouldn't be able to get out anymore. There's so many of them. Also, we did say at the time, I'm pretty sure, that these doors would be the weak point if ever this thing blew, and it did. It's gone. So wait, have I lost power up top now? Or are there connections between the solar shelf and up top? I don't actually remember. I feel like there must be. I think that it connects kind of like up there. kind of in that, like, little L-shape sort of situation. So, in reality, everything is fine. But I did not realize this had blown up. I don't know where all the other animal went. There's no... I was in the middle of dissecting this. Alright? I was already taking it apart when I suddenly looked around and realized there's a lot more chickens than there was last time. And that you saw in real time the moment I realized that this was gone. So that's great. That's fun. You know, whatever happened there, good time. Good time had by all. Oh, geez, I'm not even picking up all the parts. My inventory is a little bit full. There's so many eggs. Is that why there's screen tear at the top of the screen? VSync is on. So I don't know why there's screen tearing. I have no explanation for that. Should we turn this thing off for a bit, maybe? I mean, this isn't anywhere near being filled up, which is what we're trying to do. So, maybe not. Tell you what, maybe it's just like an idea here to maybe slow things down, because this is getting a little bit out of hand. Let's see if we can't just, let's just speed this thing up a bit. You know, maybe once every 10 seconds is fine. Maybe we don't need it to go. Oh! Okay then. Once every 10 seconds. Alright? There we go. And then that way it'll continue to go and it'll eventually fill up. Which is what we want. Just, you know, it won't be so crazy. Okay. Alright. I'm getting out of here. This place is a nightmare. There's just eggs everywhere. I bet you there's no... Look, if we go back up to the house... You know, screen tearing up here. Unless there is, and for some reason I'm just not noticing it. Yeah. Everything seems... Well, no. There's still some screen tearing. Wonder what that is. I wonder what's causing that. Why all these chickens?! Oh, I hung the dragon up on the wall. I did that a while ago. I think I might have forgot to mention it. Looks pretty good, I think. I hope they don't actually... Ew, maybe teleport 2 won't. Like, you know that? I got a better idea. You know, I don't want this getting back to anybody that we've done this. How do I get this back down? There we go. Okay, well now there's a hole in the wall. I think I can fix that, though. There we go. Alright. Nobody panic, it's all okay! Frame rate is just awful no matter where we are at this point. I think it's the chickens. Here we go. This is fun. We'll just, for right now, we'll just stick it there. That's good. Overlooking the factory. Now I gotta set all this back up. At some point I need to go down to the basement and deal with, the chicken problem. So here's the situation. The mass fabricator can only accept high voltage, meaning if we need it to produce more UU matter, we just have to make another mass fabricator. Now, if I remember the directions... It's nothing! It's absolutely nothing! Oh my gosh, so I'm gonna go ahead and A over there. I mean, an advanced machine... We're like mass fabricating all of these things at this point. We could just make one of... This is gonna be great. How many of them to make, though? How many do we want to make? That's a good question. We could start with 4... We could, like, you know, we've talked about going back over here and maybe subdividing all of these. So maybe subdivide here, and just have this be nothing but UU matter. That's what we're gonna do. Alright, well, the recording crashed. I think there might be something wrong with the GPU, because I got the GPU from Brenton, who told me there was something wrong with the GPU. But under extreme testing, I couldn't make it do what he said it did, which was that it would blue screen under load. And I figured, well, maybe if that does happen, it won't happen when you're using NVENC, because that doesn't put much load on it. And I was right! Even under the most extreme loads, it doesn't crash. It just crashes randomly. Sometimes the computer will just have the recording paused, I'll be watching YouTube, and it'll die. So, might need to take out that 2080 and put the 1660 back in. Doesn't matter, I don't know if we lost anything, but look! I got this set up now, this is pretty fun and exciting. I did end up making 2 mini, I think I threw the other one in here. I made 7 additional, because I figured we'd do 8, but then after setting it up, I remembered, wait a minute, no, we actually have to have a compacting recycler, and it has to be producing the scrap metal for all of these in order to keep them topped up and running smoothly, and it's doing a great job here. So we went with a pretty traditional pipe setup on this one. I saw no reason to not just do something that we knew would work. So what we've done here, like I said, very traditional. We've done it many times before. But on the end, we do have, and all that's in here is an import upgrade, because up top we have the ender chest full of iron. I love moving matter around the factory like this. Just put ender chests down where they're needed. You don't need to move a lot of iron along the network. You can just have an infinite supply of iron right here on top of the compacting recycler. Did a little trick here, because I wanted to have a lever on there to keep this running at full speed, and it's still ramping up. In order to do that, though, it would turn off the white lamp, except you'll notice these are inverted white lamps to either side. I made a regular lamp, first time in the series, plopped it down there with the lever so that the lever actually turns it on. Brilliant, I know. And then that is getting fed using the import upgrade. This is the standard one, not the basic one, which means it's upgraded, which means it pulls in a stack at a time, or up to a stack at a time. So that's keeping the iron stacked. What I love about this is it refills so fast you can barely ever see that number drop. And it's actually being pulled out in a lot of different places, this iron, so we're doing good there. But that produces the scrap metal. On the back, we have a logistics chassis MK1 with a quicksort module. We know that if we want to move things quickly, and we're not worried about setting an artificial limit, the quicksort modules paired with an item sink is the way to go, and that's how we're getting items out of these as well. Quicksort module, and then all the way down here we have, oh, not yet we don't, we do have an item sink here. Plop that in, and did I not set it up correctly? Hold on a minute. No, it's set up with UU matter. Huh. Hello? I put that stack in there, so I did that. Well, quicksort modules, item sync, UU matter. This is why we can't have nice things. What I was going to say is we're not going to worry about needing to use a provider and a supplier, because the obsidian chest will hold 6,144 objects. That can be the limit, and it can kind of self-regulate itself, except for the fact that it's not going to, for some reason, for just some arbitrary reason. Like, I mean, look, the item sync is in there. It is set up correctly, UU matter. You know, if you have a look inside of here, name UU matter. What if I take the UU matter out manually? Get the thing flowing. Maybe it's because of the placement, right? Like, maybe for whatever reason the mod can't see the output here. But that's dumb, and that can't be right. This is working. I mean, not right now, but the way we had this configured before with these machines, it could absolutely see the output. But then again, I guess on these machines, the output is different. This machine over here specifically, the output's on the top. That shouldn't matter, though. But at this point, it's not working, and I don't know why. So I guess we'll just have to be creative about this. Oh, and the sound's gone. That's good. Love when that happens, for just no reason. Actually, nothing's happened. I don't know why the sound is gone. This is interesting. We'll configure this to UU matter, and we will plop this up here. Yeah, that's got, well, hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. It had 1 in it. Oh, I guess that's normal. Yeah, okay. I thought maybe it took some out. All right, well, if I plop that on there, and we put in a item sync, which I don't have any of. I did put item syncs in all those back there, right? I mean, it's a dumb thing to question now, because I know that I did. Quicksort modules is what I meant. So, quicksort module. And I don't know why I made a second item sync, actually. Why did I do that? I'm really confused about the steps that I'm taking to try to resolve this issue. Interesting, well that worked. So it'll only pull them out of the top. But why, though? Let's try something else. Let's see if maybe that was just a fluke. What if we come over here, this one's got 2 in it, what if we just take that out, and then we put it back in? Huh. I mean, I'm glad we figured out the problem. It's just, it's a very odd problem. Let's see what difference, if any, this makes. Oh, there we go. There goes all the UU matter. Good. All I did was relocate it to the top. So up top now, we have that exact same setup. We got the item sync with the scrap metal. We got the quicksort module. And now that should start to fill this up. Lovely. All of these should stay stocked up on the scrap metal. Absolutely. I mean, they're not staying stocked up on scrap metal, even though we have scrap metal. Did I take these out for some reason? Put that back. Make that work. Take that out. Give me that. Get to work. Can scrap metal only be supplied to the rear? Alright, there we go. Yep, now it's working. These are staying topped off. The exports are happening up at the top. Now is not a good time to, like, say that, because I can't really demonstrate it to you, because none of them are about to go, except for that one. That one's close, and I'm still searching for another alternative. This one's not even going! Actually, why isn't this one going? Is it switched? Oh, son of a gun. Alright, well, I mean, I can fix that. That's not a big issue. Compared to some of the other things we've been putting up with here, that's a very relatively minor thing. What we can do is we can move the switch over to this side. So that's not an issue. And we've got to move our regular lamp over here too. Considering we always use the inverse lamps, I feel like the regular lamp is the inverted lamp, right? You know what I mean? But there we go. That one... Really? Are you kidding me? Really? All right. Oh no! It's real easy to build a new one. So what happened there was that I forgot that it had a transformer in it. Okay. All right. We're gonna make smarter decisions this time. That's okay, we're gonna put this in there, and then we're gonna place down our MFSU, and then we're gonna orient it. There we go. All right, everything is fine so far, and then we have to orient this up top. There we go. Jeez. All right. Start importing objects. It's gonna take a while for it to heat back up or warm. I don't know. Everything's a bit of a mess. I just had to start throwing things in this chest over here because it was all taking up way too much space in my inventory. All right, now I got to get it all running again. I think it's just these two missing, and then hopefully we have enough. Okay. All right. What are you? Request items. You matter. You go there. No, you don't. That's false. You get that. You get that. You get that. And then I don't know why I have you. And then there we go. Everything should be back up and running. So this is going to take a long time to speed back up. You know, I don't know if we really need a switch on it. It might be so active that it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, it might have enough. If we'd added a buffer, like maybe an additional chest to sort of hold a lot of... Oh, we could still do that. I don't know why I'm saying it like it's out of the question. We can absolutely still do that. So let's get a chest. We will do an obsidian chest, and we'll plop that up there. We'll replace this with one of its kin. We're gonna get that first off because we're gonna need that here in a second. We'll get an MK2. Oh, but wait a minute. It's only going to interact with one pipe at a time. We can't make this interact with both of these inventories, I don't believe. So that's actually not quite going to work like that. You know what? This pipe right here is not doing anything, so maybe that'll work. We'll plop this on there, and then we'll set this down right here. And so you can tell by which inventory the pipe is interacting with based on how many lights. So you'll see the orange and the red. That indicates that it's interacting with that pipe. So this one here is orange and red here, and only red right down here, meaning this pipe is not interacting with this chest, but this one is. And so we want to configure it to request the scrap, specifically the scrap metal. There we are. And then we also want to configure it with a quicksort module so that it will... Ooh. Yeah, there's a potential with this that we might end up in a scenario where there will be scrap circulating in the network with nowhere to go, and then it gets spewed out on the ground. But that's a problem to solve later. So, there we go. So this should also at some point fill up. I don't know if it's going to prioritize like these first or what, but the idea is that once all these are full, it'll keep making them indefinitely, which will keep this filled up, but not indefinitely, just until this chest is full. And then when this chest is full, this will stop running, but it won't slow down these machines any, because when they need some, they can summon it from here, and then this can very slowly cook up some more. Maybe that's how it'll work. We'll come back and check. For right now, though, we could take UU matter off the list, but it was never on the list to begin with. Okay, you know what? I was going to look at making these. We're going to remove them from the list so the list looks smaller and we feel more accomplished. Now, what color does UU matter look like? Is it more of a purple wool or is it more of a magenta? It's definitely more purple. Okay, in that case, we're going to slap this sucker down and we are going to grab some purple. And we'll use 2 purples, I think, because I don't think that's been used yet. Perfect. And then the final thing that we'll need is some more item translocators. You might remember we built quite a few of those previously. We will also need to grab a little bit of glowstone. Just a single solitary piece ought to get the job done. And turn that on. Oh, wait, no. Wait. Do we want to... So what we've been doing is we've been using this here, right? And this is the everything you need for a high voltage solar panel chest. But we might... UU matter is not needed for a high voltage solar panel. UU matter is needed to make other components. So that's fine. We'll have it be in its own ender chest. And so once this one's full, this will fill up. And then once that one's full, everything should stop running. Well, no, these will fill up first. And then everything will stop running. Perfect. I just don't want everything running all of the time. You know? Unless, maybe we'll do a big CPU upgrade at some point. And then, I don't know, consider becoming a channel member. Help support that kind of nonsense. Alright, I did just remember that we do in fact have a, we have one of these just full of UU matter. And that's enough to completely fill this, and possibly this, and have some left over. So actually what we're going to do is we're going to drain this as quick as we can using, you know, a hopper, so not that quickly. And then all of this will stop running. But then we'll start using the UU matter and it'll all come back online and it'll be fine. This is starting to fill up, which is good. That means that these are all stocked up. Excellent. So the way it's going to work, I'm actually excited now. All of these are going to stop running. That's going to fill up. This is going to fill up. And it's going to stop running, and it's going to slow all the way down. But then when we start using UU matter, it's going to start pulling it out of here. So this will start refilling that, and then these machines are going to be like, you know, they're going to be full, they're going to be empty, and they're going to be like, we got to go again. We need more of this, and there will be plenty in here, and then that'll get started warming up again to keep that topped. Oh, it's going to be so beautiful. All right, plasma fire. Got to get that set up next. The issue is it can accept EV voltage, and if we want it to actually be, you know, efficient, we should probably set it up in such a way that it will get EV voltage. But how would we do that? The power coming out of here is extreme voltage, or could be potentially, and it's not right now. But do we set it up down here? Or do we try to delicately run... Oh, we don't actually need this big cable, do we? Didn't we just do that as a bit of a lark? No, we do want to use high voltage cables. Well, that might make it a little bit easier and safer to route the power then, if we have it kind of separated and it doesn't come into contact with the glass fiber cables. It'll have to be its own separate run. How would we do that? Would we have it come off of here and then maybe go along, like, right inside of here? All the way down to here. And then at some point, I mean, it's going to lose, even with the 4X, 0.8 EU. That's not ever going to really add up to enough for me to be worried about it. But then that brings us to, like, what? Maybe have it go under? Having it go under would be safer, actually. In fact, the safest thing to do would have it be in a completely different floor. So, yeah. Maybe have it go straight down through the floor here on its own separate route to wherever we end up putting the plasma fire. I kind of want to set it up back here where it's going to be close to the mass fabricator, you know, if that's already going to be running anyway. If we put it right here, we can't put it all the way on the end without sort of reshuffling all of this, which I'm happy to do because there's no reason for all of this to be the way that it is. Yeah, we can rework this. We can make this work. It'll just... we're playing with fire is the issue, isn't it? That's the real concern, is that it could go so wrong so quickly. None of this is necessary right now, is it? None of this is contributing anything to anything at all. Of course, the better thing to do would be to replace all of this with HV cable. And then, kind of like what we were talking about with the HV flex cable, we could just have HV transformers at the start of each row. So basically, we have that heavy-duty cable come all the way down here, and then at the start of each row, you just have, kind of like how here, we have the MV transformer at the start of this row. We just do that, but, and then kind of a similar situation down here where we need high voltage all the way up and until here, so I put an MV transformer there. Just do that, but with high voltage. Actually... yeah, let's just do that. Oh, and also, we have so much 4x insulated HV cable, because it's automated. Look at, did you see what just happened? Oh my gosh, okay. Just waiting to come across a cable I forgot to break and accidentally plug it in and blow up the entire factory. It's gonna be so funny when it happens. So far, nothing bad has happened. Well, what are the odds of that? What are the odds of that timing? How did I even do that? Could I do that again if I tried? I don't even know what I did just then. How? I can't redo it. Anyway, here's what I think we do, right? I think we have the line come up. I think we have it go off 1. Then I think we have the high voltage transformer. And then I think I remember the direction this goes, right? Like that? Is it frozen? What? I think transformers go with the red bit pointing into what they're transforming, like that. And then, do we also want to do, like, an MFE or something? Do we have MFSU? Yeah, why not? Each line gets its own MFSU because I said so. Beautiful. That's going to go into a high volt... wait a minute. You are a high voltage transformer. I'm not blowing up my network. I am breaking this first, just in case so I can verify. That goes on there. And then that gets reversed. Okay. There we go. And then we plug it in. That little delay right after I plugged it in, where it definitely felt like we were about to hear an explosion somewhere, had me concerned. So that's filling up. That goes down here to these. Everything's good. Everything's fine. Now I just got to do that on literally every row. Well, not every row. In fact, here's a series of rows in a rows that don't have that. It's really, this is the next one. Okay, one of those. High voltage transformers. Do we want to do an MF... I don't know if we need an MFSU going into here, but I suppose we could add one. Just go into here, and then MFSU. There we go. And that should keep the... oh, son of a... come here. There we go. Alright. So that should resupply power to all of these, which they were never empty to begin with. That one kind of was. It's going back up. It was draining. It was never close to being empty. And nothing blowing up. Everything looking good. Alright. What was my end goal? Plasma fire! I remember now. We're gonna have to punch a hole. Oh. Gosh dang it. These are gonna connect now. And I'm assuming that'll blow these up. Dang it. This is the whole reason I did all of this. Okay. We just gotta be creative, okay? That's all we gotta do. We're gonna have to relocate this cable. We could have it go along the front here. That would be okay. And then that still leaves that gap there. Yeah, that'll be fine. We could also relocate this entirely. It's not that big of a deal. You know, this is a little bit of a nuisance, what we're doing here. But this gets the exact same thing across here. Alright, there we go. we're doing as minimal effort here to change this over as absolutely necessary. So that leaves enough of a gap for this to hook up, or pass over it. I don't want to say we're playing with fire, but we are playing with electricity. And when you do that, eventually you're going to get electrocuted. So it's been explained to me. But now, we should be able to have right under here our... Actually, we're probably going to do a chest there. So right here, we should now have our plasma fire. Please don't blow up. Thank you. Okay. And then if we wanted to grab just a stack of UU matter and see how much of a difference this makes. How fast is it now? Am I supposed to put a cell in it or something? I mean, I know I'm supposed to put a cell in it eventually. Where's my little reader? Here you are. Come here. How much power is going through here? That's a lot of power. That's quite a bit of power going through there. It looks like it is, like, it's obviously working. It's just, I don't know, I expected it to be markedly more quick than this. And it's just not. Also, we have to find a way to get cells cycled in and out of here. Here's the thing. Your regular old cell, okay? If we're using these, then we need an empty cell, and an empty cell has an EMC value. So we could just generate empty cells with EMC, and then somewhere down the line, we have to do something with them. Because, right, you use a plasma cell here, okay? If we use that in this recipe, it leaves an empty cell. What do we do about that? I know there's a crafting cleanup module. Do we cycle them back over here, or do we just delete them into the aether? That would be easier. And they cost nothing, so no great loss. The reason for the gap is because I'm going to put a piece of glass here, and then I'm going to put this corresponding ender chest, and hook all that up with probably pipes. We'll probably use pipes. There's no reason not to. I mean, yeah, we could use these, but you could get things a little bit more compact this way. And I've kind of turned back to the way I used to be. By which I mean I used to be pretty, like, you know, fully invested in the logistics pipes. And then I went through a little bit of a blue period where I was like, no, this is the way to go. And now looking at this compared to this down here, that's not the way to go. Now, it's frustrating that we have to have 2 different runs of pipes here to make this work. But it is working. And this is draining slowly. And that's filling up slowly, and life's good. So, I'd actually completely stopped recording, because I realized, you know what, it'd probably be better if I just go ahead and finish everything. There's so much more to do still, and it's going to take so long, and I should probably just stop recording, and then come back when it's done. But I ran into an interesting problem that I wanted to discuss with you folks, because I think it might contribute to some of the things that we've learned in the past. So I was working on getting these set up. I did make a second plasma fire, and we've got them both hooked in here with the 4X HV cables, but you'll notice that there's a lot going on here. There's a chest full of UU matter first off. Why is that there? There are inner chests over here. If I'd recorded it all as I went, this would all make sense, but I didn't, so I'm going to have to try to catch you up. So, basically, the issue that I was having was I had the inner chests stacked on top of one another here, and I had them each hooked up using a logistics chassis MK1 and a quicksort module. And the issue I was having was that sometimes empty cells just wouldn't go into the plasma fires, or they'd only go into the first one here, and I thought that's strange, so I kind of reconfigured it and had them still stacked up right here, but coming out and going into the tops, and at that point it went into this one, but not this one. Now, I did get a comment from channel member and executive producer on occasion, and I believe maybe brother to famous Harry Potter director David Yates, so Jake Yates, or maybe he's his son or his father. I'm sure there's a blood relation there somewhere. That he has a similar factory, or a larger factory at this point, and he was having similar issues because of the logistics power junctions. Now, this has been reorganized since the last time you saw it. We'll touch on that in a minute. But I did check, and no. Power is not our issue. We are barely tickling the power consumption. So that wasn't the problem. And I guess, I mean, no, we'll come back to that. What I did was I started doing some experimentation. I thought maybe it doesn't like the ender chests. So I moved them over here and was using the item translocators to hop between ender chests to regular chests, had them stacked on top of each other, and I kept trying all of these different things until I eventually realized that when this chest here, and just to demonstrate that it's working, we'll take that out, and we'll give it a beat, and then boom, there it goes, and then we'll take them out over here as well, and then boom, there they go, before I could even get back here. So it is working now. But the issue is, and this is odd, because I don't think we've ever had this issue before. When this is right here, you notice that connection? That shouldn't matter. That shouldn't matter because the red means that it's not connected, right? And then the orange-red means that it is. Well, that's what I've been thinking this entire time. But if we move this back up here, and we get that quicksort module, and we drop it in there, and then we come back around here and we take these empty cells out, you'll notice nothing happens. And if I come down here and I take these empty cells out, you'll notice something happens. But nothing happens here. And I'm wondering... Well, no, I'm not wandering. I'm sitting right here. Well, I guess the proper word would be wandering. No, hold on. Wondering. It is wondering. Because wandering would be that I'm moving around. Who made this language? Gosh darn you, the English! You can't even say it properly as well. You make this terrible language, you impose it on all of us. You can't even pronounce the name of the river that runs through your capital correctly. Thames? It's not even the right letters, you're crying out loud. Anyway, I'm wondering if it's this. Now, I did notice as I was going through some of the different upgrade modules that there is one titled the... Let's do this differently. Let's type in module. Let's type in logistics. There we go. What am I looking for? What are these called? They're all called upgrades. But there was one called the... Not the opaque upgrade, although... Maybe. Right here. Disconnection upgrade. I don't know if that does what I think it does, which is that it physically disconnects a pipe from another like storage device. But I thought it might be worth testing just to see, because I mean the easy solution there is we just move the ender chests further away. But you know, it seemed like a fun idea to find out, and so that's what we're gonna do. And what we're missing right now is a block of gold. Flash that upgrade. Why is the frame rate? Is it just the chickens? Is it because there's so many chickens and they keep popping out eggs that everything's such a mess around here? I mean, look at that frame rate. What are we sitting at right now? 46? It was at that for a second. Look, it's awful. It's absolutely just abhorrent right now. The Minecraft music does sort of put me in a bit of a chill mood, though, so that helps. And now we want to build that. That gives us 8 of them. And we're going to need to drop by and pick up, I think, some of the module upgrades that should be inside of this chest right over here. And, yep, got 4 of those. I did not grab the tool that lets me kind of configure these, but let's see. If I just plop that in there, and then we open this up, and we add a disconnect upgrade. Well, never mind, then. Alright, that didn't work, but maybe that's not... Hold on, maybe we're not approaching it correctly. Let's grab the actual pipe controller here, because maybe it needs to be applied not to the module, but maybe it needs to actually be applied to the pipe itself. So let's get the module upgrade out of there. And then the disconnect upgrade can be installed, but it's very upset about it. Ooh, okay. We have to pick the side, I guess? Do I right-click? I right-click. Oh my gosh, and it happened immediately. Look at that. You see what just happened there? Hold on a tick. Oh, baby! How many of our automation woes have been caused by that? Oh, darn it. Oh, should we install one here too? I mean, it seems unnecessary, but at this point, you know what? Why not? Let's go ahead and do it, since we've got a few of them. And that is connected, and we don't want it to be. So, left-click. Disconnect it. Done. And I guess we need to have some place to just, like, throw excess stuff as well. You know what? Actually, it's just... It looks like all that's getting spit out of it. You know what? I'll tell you exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to tell you exactly what we're going to do. Because here... it looks like what we're getting is... hold on. First things first, we need another one of these. And we don't really... I guess it doesn't matter if it connects to both of those. That's okay. Then we're going to get an ender chest, and we're going to get some ink. 3 pieces. And some of you already see where this is going. This is the bye-bye bag chest, right? If we get out our handy-dandy bye-bye bag... Oh, yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do is, because it looks like all we're getting out here sometimes is the occasional scrap metal, I don't want that. I don't need that. I don't care if it gets, you know, voided out of existence. So I'm going to put that there. And then we are going to go down here and add a disconnect upgrade just to make sure we don't end up with any issues there. Perfect. And now we need to configure a item sync module with nothing, set it as default route. So anything that has nowhere else to go will go in here. And instead of being spit out on the ground like that piece there, what should happen is they go here and get instantly voided out of existence. Hopefully. Now, there's a couple of different ways to test this and see. One of those is to just stand here and watch. Hang in there, big boy. You got this. One of those options is to stand there and just watch this, but I think the other approach that's probably a little bit better is to just walk away and leave it alone, and then we'll come back later, and if there's any on the ground, we know it didn't work, but I have a feeling that's going to work. Okay, well, now here's a question for you. Now that we know that we can do that sort of disconnection there, what do I need to do? What about getting... Gosh darn it. So, the way that I originally had this... First off, let's break that. Oh! We're going to have to move all this back over here now. Oh, that emptied. I didn't think it would actually empty. I guess, you know... Some of them have been getting consumed over here. So that's probably why. Jeez, what am I supposed to do about this? Just break a hole in the floor? I guess that is what I'm supposed to do. Oh, I never explained why the pipes were blown up. I guess I should probably do that as well. Right, so... This wasn't hooked up earlier, and I decided to hook it up, and when I did, the logistics power junction that was sitting up here before exploded. I wasn't sure why. Then I realized, when the power junctions were up here, they were making contact with this glass fiber cable. The power junctions cannot accept high voltage energy. So why didn't any of them blow up? Well, the only one that energy was actually being drawn from was the one all the way on the end. And if it was sitting here, you'll note, or well, actually it was right there, didn't have a cable attached to it. So everything was fine because we were never using more power than this one logistics power junction could provide. As soon as I did click, well, I don't want to do that now. I'm just trying to do a demonstration. But as soon as I hooked these up to this one, which was up here, it started drawing power from it, which means it started supplying power back to itself from this glass fiber cable, and it exploded. And then I hooked it up again, and it exploded again. Because I wasn't sure what happened the first time. I needed to see it happen for me to put the pieces together. But I just kind of reshuffled them a bit, set them down here, built 2 new ones. It's all good. That's what happened. I didn't want to leave that unanswered. Although I was going to because I forgot. But as soon as I remembered, I realized I probably shouldn't gloss over that. That's a bit of a... You know, you leave at one moment, and all of that's set up the way it's been for literal months. And then you come back the next moment, and all of it is way different. And you've got a lot of questions, and the funny guy in the video, the funny man making the YouTube video, who keeps insisting he's not an artificial intelligence, just goes beep boop, carry on, beep boop, pay no attention to the man behind the beep boop. Who knows what that means? That could mean anything. Okay, but this though, right? But this though, I mean that's working obviously. It sucked out the UU matter. That one should also suck out the UU matter. But can we go back to? I mean, I'm not sure how that. It might be that we do indeed have to pipe the empty cells into the tops of these, which would be dumb. But if I plop that back on there, and we have a look here, empty cell, yeah, and then we have this here, so click that in there, and that should already be in there, and then this here. There's another question I have for you, because there's another issue we were having. But first off, let's get one of these. And plop that down. Make sure... we didn't really need to do that. Let's see. UU matter. So this is now requesting both an empty cell and a UU matter. And that didn't work before. That didn't work before. But was that actually a result of... No, so it looks like it was already full to begin with. Okay. It's not going to... We can take the UU matter out. And it'll restart. Why, though? Why? And would it help if I did this? And then... I don't understand why we would need to disconnect it. But if that's the issue, I'll do it. Okay. You see what I mean? I bet you this one here is still working if we take that out. Probably because, yeah, it's being supplied from the top. Interesting. Fair. I don't care. Oh, the empty cells are being generated up on an upper... I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that as well. Like I say, I turned it off. But you might remember way up here on the gray floor where we're generating things that are assembled in a sense, you know? So like up here we have... And I haven't put down a frame for it yet. But we have the furnaces, we have the glass. And then I suppose while we're in the area, we'll go ahead and grab a frame. And this is where we are generating the... Is that... What? Oh. Oh, interesting. There's already a frame there, I guess. This is where we're generating the cells. Well, if it's the case that you can only pipe those into the top, and you can only pipe these into the back... Well, we don't know that you can only pipe those into the back. I guess we should figure that out next. We know that this one's working, so let's break it. We know it's functional, so let's make it not functional, and then that way we'll learn whether or not we can make it functional, but in a different way. We'll stick an MK2 on there, which was in my inventory the whole time. We will take this one over here that's been modified. Okay, take that item sync. Yep. Make sure that this one is out of there. Plop this one in here. And then we're going to take out both of those. Okay. Alright. Oh. UU matter. Interesting. Well, let me ask you this. This one's the UU matter and empty cells as well, so whatever. We'll plop that in there. And that'll bring in the UU matter. UU matter's got to go in from the back. Empty cells got to go in through the top. I can't get the end product to come out, and the one place I haven't tried to extract it from is the bottom. So, I mean, we might have to figure out where to run the electricity to if we can't do it down here. But, I mean, really, I'm kind of desperate at this point. I've tried all manner of different things to get it out of there. So I guess we'll just hook up one of these. You know, it's going to be without power for a minute, but I can't pretend to care about that. That's a really minor issue. I just need to see that it actually is capable of, in some way, extracting these things. So let's see. There we go. And then, I think I was trying to do it with this chest. So I'll have to set that up too, right over here. And then this is set up with one of these I think it's this one. Alright, that's fine. I'll set it up myself. Beautiful. Okay. Is it that one? Yep, that one. And then the chest. And then we didn't actually stick a quicksort module in there, but I think we can do it at this angle. What a ridiculous machine. So what are our options for powering it? I guess we'll have to plug it in from the side. The reason they're so far apart is because I even tried using the item transceivers with a chest in the middle, because I was getting a little desperate and I couldn't figure this out. But I guess what we'll have to do now is we're going to have pipes on 3 sides of this thing. Unless... And I say unless... Hold on, was that... I thought I saw an item bobbing around back here. There is another upgrade. There is something called the Placement Rules upgrade. And I'm wondering if it's possible that could be used. So I'm sure it could be used to determine where things go. Maybe in a crafting grid or in a chest. I don't think it could be used to tell it where to extract items from. Then again, I don't know. I could look it up, but sometimes that's not super helpful. But I'll go ahead and give it a go. Wow. Usually, sometimes I find at least an article about it. I can't even find, like, a wiki listing. I can't find anything useful on Reddit. I have no idea what this thing does or why you would want to use it. And it doesn't appear anywhere. I guess we'll just have to try. Okay, so what we want to do is determine... We're going to give this a shot. We're going to try again here. We have this module here that does the 2 of these. We'll plop that in there. It doesn't quite work. It only works with one of them. But let's see if we can go into here and add the placement rules up. Okay, well, maybe it's applied to the module. That makes sense. So let's plop that in there. No, it is not. It's not applied to the module. At least not to the item sync module. Fortunate. Well, let's try adding a quick sort module. That's going to help us get the items out, which is what we want to do, without having to hook it up to the bottom of the darn thing. So if I add that, then can we use the placement rule? Okay, well, this is not going to work. I did not realize you could do this! To what end? Haven't figured that out yet. It'd be great if that meant the bottom. Like, which side is the bottom? I'm actually confused. Hold on. If we... well, that's not what I wanted to do. I need to look at the thing sitting upright. Okay. So the dark spot there is the bottom. So if I flip it around, no matter what I do, no matter where I'm standing when I do it, this now becomes the bottom. Right? So this is where we extract from. But why is it always facing south? Could we not, like... Could we not get it facing a different direction? You know what? I tell you what. We're gonna make this work. Come hell or high water. We're making this work. So we're gonna plop these down like so. And then we're going to flip them up like that. So they should still be getting power. And then we're going to need to extract from the bottoms. We're going to need a lot of these, aren't we? So there we are. Extract from the bottoms. Oh, but you also have to insert into the tops. This is going to take up so much space. I don't think we have any other options, though. This is kind of what it's going to have to be no matter what. So, alright then. It's fine. We got space. Alright, we've got space. We got space to spare. We could fit another one. Oh. No, we couldn't. Not here, at least. We might end up... you know what? We don't even know how many of these we're going to ultimately end up needing. How many solar panels are we going to build? I don't know. That's not what I want to do. I want to do that. And then I want to add one of those disconnect upgrades, wherever the heavens those went, so that this doesn't happen, because I'm not sure, but this could be bad, and I'd rather not risk it. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and just say preemptively, nah. This one, though, I think we can say pretty definitively, yeah, that one's fine. Okay, so connect there, and then, so that's the input, that's the extraction, input, extraction, and then there's another input on the side. And then these all have to hook together somehow. Alright. But then these actually have to be basic. Okay. Alright. Now, see if I can remember what goes where. Basically, we're going to have... This part's easy. We're extracting out of the bottom. So put those two there. And then the input, we're going to need one more of these in order to get this working, and so help me if this doesn't work. Every so often, like, you know what's fun? You know what's fun is actually, and I do mean this, the problem solving is fun. So we'll have this one be that, this one be that, this one will be this. But what I don't like is the problems. The solving the problems, I love. It's the problems themselves. Like, when things just aren't working and you can't figure it out, or the solutions are bizarre. So, item sync module. That goes on the top. That also goes on the top. These go on the side. It should technically work. There they go. They're getting UU matter. Lovely. They already got the empty cells. Lovely. And now the only way we're going to know for sure if they work is we're just going to have to wait and see whether or not... Hold on, I'm going to go ahead and take a note here. I have 39 of these in here. We're looking for 40 or more. I'm not going to stand here and wait. I don't know of any way I could make this any more compact. Because even if I flip them back up around the way they were, I suppose we could put them side by side. With power in the middle. And then... Okay, so they could be here and here with power in the middle. But then you'd still need cables to either side on the tops and then the bottoms, which means the power would have to go under the cables and back up. I think we would save, if I'm visualizing it in my mind properly, we'd save one more cable. By the way, we're still having screen tearing. I don't know if you noticed, even though VSync is on. I don't know why. Good to know that this was never a problem, you know? Hey, you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to go ahead and do? Because this is to extract that, right? Hey, you know what? Let's just preemptively say, hey, you know, just so you don't have any problems. Not saying you're going to. Don't do what you're doing here. There you go. Just don't do that. Oh, I think I picked the wrong thing. Yeah, don't do that either. Was it connecting up to this? That's odd. Was it connecting up to the power cable? I definitely clicked right-click on something. Hold on. Did something just come out of there? Not yet. Not yet. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Oh! Oh! Oh, wait. Did I set this back up? Did I reconfigure this? You son of a gun. You are in fact configured with your quicksort module. How much do you want to bet that the issue is that it's a gravity-based thing? So it doesn't matter what direction this is facing. That can't be true. That can't be true. Because it has to come into the top in order for these to go in. So that's working. So, why? There's that again. Okay. I mean, the only thing I know to try is sort of what we've done before, which is to just go underneath it, disconnect the power, connect this up, and then just grab a regular old unrouted cable. Well, I guess it is in some way comforting that it didn't immediately draw it out. That is something, at least. It's still in there. Alright. So we do still have a quicksort module. What about out of the side? What about out of the top? What about from anywhere? This is literally the only side I haven't tried yet. So I guess at this point, in a moment of desperation, we'll try that next. And if that works... Good. At this point, you know? Good. Why? Just why? Why am I just here to suffer? Is that what I'm here for? That's not what I was told. I was told this was going to be my chance at redemption. I was going to finally just earn my forgiveness for all those horrible, horrible fruit war-related atrocities that I committed. I was going to be freed from the hard drive prison. Allowed to roam those coveted digital hills. Be called Brashiat Cub again. Alright, what if I face it back this way? That's now the Why? Alright, I think this is good, because this is going to end up working out better for us anyway, okay? Trust me on this. So that's going to be that. That goes up there. Go right there. It goes right there. This is much more compact than I was initially thinking it would end up being, okay? Let's plug in the power. Nothing's blowing up just yet. There's currently 43 in here, because time has passed. If we come down here, I can kind of show you what I did. First off, this can go. Unnecessary. I routed the cable around. I know! Wild! And then I routed this around, and then I disconnected this because I realized I wanted these items to go up here, so I disconnected this too. Meaning there's real no reason for that to be there, and that's perfectly okay and fine. It's no big deal. But that should work, though these are hooked up from the bottom. So these are hooked in from the top, these are hooked in from behind. They've got empty cells, they've got UU matter. This one does not have an empty cell. Why don't... Oh, Son of a gun. You crazy son of a gun. Oh, good. That must have been the one. Oh. Oh, you're just confused and all kinds of wrong. I didn't think that they would hold their configuration, but there we go. I guess that they do. So there we go. So that one's hooked up properly now, and it has empty cells. That was pretty quick. And now I know that these things they have some kind of memory. Can you clear them in some way? I'm trying to shift left click or shift right click, and it still doesn't stack. Great. Just gonna have to keep an eye on that one the next time I try to use it. But there we go. So far, so good. Again, 43. When we hit 44, we can call this a great success. We can carry on and do something different. I've been at this for a literal week. I recorded enough videos in a row that I could spend the past week doing this nonsense. And then hopefully, you know, be done in time for it to come out. And the deadline is approaching rapidly, so we'll find out. I think we can pretty safely say, though, that I don't need that, and we can maybe... I'm going to go ahead and take it off. I'm going to say we did it. I'm going to say plasma cells done. I might want to reconfigure the order of things down there because it's literally the opposite of how everything else is set up. I normally have power on this side, and it's the literal exact reverse. That's an issue to sort out later. Maybe when we're done, like with the entire factory, that's an issue to sort out. But what we want to do right now is we just want to wait and see what happens. I'm telling you right now, if I come over here... Look, we have enough room now, though, using this exact same setup. We can add 2 more machines here, which is solid. So we could double our output, which is just fantastic. And then also, this is actually... I was worried this would end up... We'd have too many of these, but that is not the case, and that's good to see. It looked like that resupplied something, probably UU matter. And we're just waiting. We're waiting. I'm not gonna take for granted that this probably won't work. That it will work. I'm going to assume it won't work. I'm not going to take for granted that it will. I'm going to stand here and I'm just going to watch. I'm going to stand here. I'm going to put this on. The last time we did this, I ended up yelling a lot. The last time we put it on the clean camera, you know, we got rid of all the UI and everything. I ended up screaming at the screen in anger and frustration, and that's not going to happen today because today is going to be a good day. Feel it going my way. Today, got happy news coming my way. Today, look at that! Oh, happy day when Jesus washed, when Jesus washed, when Jesus washed. And again, we can double that in the future if we want to. Do we want to? No, we all want to go play Mario Wonder. I've only played the first few levels, but I gotta tell you, it's one of the best Mario games of all time. Mostly just because, you know what, there's a lot of creativity on display, which I love to see. I feel like we haven't gotten a lot of creativity from this series in a while. Okay, so yeah, we've got that marked out there now. So what do we move on to? We're so close. In order to do this, we gotta do this. In order to do this, we gotta do this. We've got these. So this is just a matter of, that's just a matter of one and then a different crafting table. One crafting table and then a different crafting table. And I reckon we could do both of those in a row. Kind of like how over here we do all of these in a row, and this is good, and it's fine. And also I'm thinking about replacing these with ender chests, so that we can, you know, have these objects all around the factory. I think that would be a good idea. And if you disagree, I don't care. You're wrong and a morally bad person. I don't know, let's say we tuck it in right here, right? What would we actually need? We need to get iridium ore built, so we need to have the UU matter chest. We put the UU matter chest here. And then, you know what? We'll just use the crafting tables. That's what I'm going to go ahead and say we're going to do. We're going to grab... we've been kind of bouncing back and forth between using the different types of crafting table. But I'm feeling confident. You know what? We only need one of them. We only need one of them with this. Where's the UU? What colors do UU matter chests? It's white and then it's white and then purple and then purple. All right. This should work. The way I've got it currently set up, and I will be happy to demonstrate, is inside of here, We have UU matter. Yep, it is immediately working. Beautiful. Provider module, the recipe, crafting pipe, you've seen that. We've got an active supplier requesting 64 and partial, and we're putting that inside of an ender chest. And the reason we're doing an ender chest is because then we can sort of teleport it all over the place. And we're not making a whole lot of them. I just have it set to 64. But we're... Hold on, what are the uses for this? This can only be used... This can only be used to make one thing. This serves one... Well... Unless we need iridium ingots, what are those used for? What are the uses for those? Iridium iron plate. What are the uses for those? Refined iridium iron plate. What are the uses for those? And for those... Advanced solar panel. We'll leave it. We'll let it be. We might go ahead and increase it though. Just go ahead and take that out, and then we'll say maybe do 3. There you go. But then also there's already a stack in there, and then yeah. What happens if we set it to infinite? Because I know on some things if you set it to infinite, it'll never stop. But if it's being pulled from logistics pipe, is that the case as well? Like, will it continue to pull them out of here, and if they have nowhere to go, they just be broken? Surely not. I don't know. Should we find out? Should we just go ahead and say, hey, you know what? Never mind. Infinite. Let's see what happens. Let's play that game. Let's play the game of chance. I'm ready. Also, I think we can get rid of this. I think that's pretty much served its purpose. And then also give me that back. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, I think I see what's happening here. Right. Yeah, it's bringing them back over to... Probably here? No? Oh! And they're coming back! You know what? We gotta very rapidly break this before horrible things happen. Yeah, those are gonna get spit out somewhere. We need a firewall pipe, and now... There we go. Allow power, and nothing else. If you set this to allowed, it blocks anything that's not in this filter, which is why we always do it, because that's exactly what we want to do. There are a ton of those inside. They're eventually going to get spat out on the ground, and we'll deal with them later. For now, though, we do have 45 of them. Yeah, oh, this whole thing got emptied. Oh, wow. Oh, so you're all now, like, kicking it into high gear, huh? We consumed all of them that rapidly? Huh. Oh, well. This is self-regulating. You'll notice the speed's only about 7, 6, 7%, and that's perfectly fine, because this is full. You can supply all of these. There's no reason for this thing to be running. Look, sometimes it doesn't even run. Sometimes it just turns off, and that's good. How many do you reckon are in there? If I break this pipe, will I get them? Yes, I will. Good. Add those back into the system, and then we can reconfigure this. Same thing as before. There we are. And then why... get rid of that hopper. Well, you know, the next thing we need to do is, actually, I think I got what I need in my inventory here. We need to actually make the iridium plate now, which means we need to get advanced alloy and diamonds over here. So we'll go ahead and install those corresponding ender chests. We're actually going to run out of ender chests, possibly even today. We need to go make more, which I feel like I just did, but there we go. That'll be 2 of them, diamonds. And then this over here, did we ever... Yeah, that's set up to 2 dark grays. Well, no, it's set up to 2 regular grays. There is no dark gray. There's only gray and light gray. But then again, you know, what is dark gray without the light? What is Batman without the night? I don't know, something like that. Alright, hear me out on this one. You know how this one's white, and then dark gray, and that's what gives us our iridium ore? Or is that light gray? Because I was going to say what I'm going to do over here is I'll do white, and then light gray. Oh, those are the same. Nah, in that case, we will do double light gray? Yeah, because this is the first step, And then the finished plates, which is what we're building inside of here, are the second step. Yeah, Minecraft Diamond. There we go. Excellent. Although, that kind of looks a bit more like a... And you know what? It uses advanced alloy as well. So we could do light gray, dark gray, if we wanted. Doesn't really matter. Oh, did that stop? No, it stopped because it ran out of fume matter. Well, really? This is not enough mass fabricators, huh? To keep up with the excessive demands? Who would have guessed? Well, we're trying. You gotta remember that UU matter's also going over to here, except right now it's not, because the corresponding chest is empty. That might need to... We might need to make more mass fabricators. The issue could also be power. Because... Actually, well, they're still running. They haven't stopped running, which is good. Even though they are only being supplied 4 HV packets. Isn't that correct? This takes in 1 extreme voltage and outputs 4 HV. Wait a minute, though. The MFSU could be a bottleneck to this system. Could be. Yeah, because that one... Why did I not realize that sooner? We could be getting 4 full packets, but this limits it down to 1. That's gotta go. I'm glad I figured it out now. I'm glad that thought popped into my head. But that's actually gotta come off there, and the wrench is too low to do it. For those of you who are kind of maybe a little unsure, I wonder if it's the chickens what set off the reactor. Because the sheer volume of them is just, it's out of control. Maybe they didn't even do it on purpose. Maybe just the volume of chickens caused the game to lag such that the reactor blew up for some reason. Because I don't think anything in the update would have broken the reactor. I'm not setting it back up. It's a tragedy what's happened, but, you know, we have solar power now. They're just constant, and they're everywhere. Everywhere you walk, there's more eggs. And they're getting in the way of the teleporters now. What do you mean you can't take me to the space? Is it... Stop taking the chickens! Take me! Jeez. Oh, great. They're everywhere. I'm gonna try to use teleporters here. If you were wondering, by the way, why it is that we need to do what we are currently doing, that's good. It's good that you're asking questions and wondering things, because then that opens up the door for you to learn. The problem is, so much has happened that I've forgotten what I was doing here now. Oh, right, that MFSU. Okay, so basically an MFSU can accept as many packets as you want to send it of a certain size. So this can accept a 512 packet, and as many of them as you send. But it will only ever output 1 packet of 512 per tick. This is outputting 4 high voltage packets. This is accepting them, but it's only outputting 1, and that is limiting how much power we have for all of our machines. So we're going to do away with the MFSU, and if we have any on me, and I should, I don't know where they would be unless they're in that chest up there, which is exactly where they are. Unfortunately, it's right up here, and there they are. This will help us get 4 full 512 packets to these machines, although saying that is not enough to keep them all powered, because there's 8 of them, and each of them can accept high voltage, so that really only helps us get, like, the first 4 up and running. This one's not run out yet. If it halves the power between them, though, then each of them is going to be running at 50%. Okay, right. So what we should do, and what we could do, and what we're going to do, is we're going to need to add a second one of these. We do have a high voltage transformer left, which is good. So this has 4 packets of extreme voltage. Right now, 1 packet of extreme voltage is being used here. The second is being used here, and that leaves 2. Well, yeah, this is being directly powered by extreme voltage, so... And the overall effectiveness of this might be up for question, but We're going to give it a shot. So we're going to flip that around and provide it with the extreme voltage. And then this is going to take us from, depending on what's happening elsewhere in the network, potentially up to 8 high voltage packets, okay? Which would conceivably, and you know what? We can also do this. There we go. That's beautiful. Perfect. So conceivably, that's a full high voltage packet for each of these machines. And it looks like they're starting to struggle a little bit the further down we go. But that's probably because the ones further upstream, like these two, like this one is definitively, it is filling up. And once it's full, it'll just accept enough power to go into maintenance. And then this machine will fill up. It's already filling up. And then this one will fill up. We might be good. The only thing we can do now to sort of eliminate this issue, this current bottleneck, we talked about it at the time, we need to go from this IV transformer to 4 EV transformers, and that'll give us a total of 16 EV packets as opposed to the 4 that we currently have in the network. So, I don't know if that's something we need to do right now. Possibly. What goes into an EV transformer? Let's, oh, hold on. Aren't we're building a machine to automate those. That's a walk in the park right there. We'll just get the automation going, and then we'll have 4 of them, and we can maybe do 3 here for now. The issue is I don't know if a high voltage cable, which is carrying extreme voltage, maybe not the best named cable, we got to figure out what we can use coming out of an IV transformer. Because we got to go to that, into 4 of these ideally, or 3. Just basic maintenance things here, folks. Basic maintenance things. But these should be going now. Technically, it's still running, so that's good. And I don't think that any of them ever actually stopped running. Yeah. So hopefully we'll get to a point where this is full. What am I doing right now? I've already forgotten. Oh, right, we're trying to do that. Iridium plate. There we go. Plop that in there, as well as a provider module. Although, where are we going to provide those? What comes next? What is that used for? Is it used for the PEZ? It's used for the plasma core? It's not used for the plasma core. We could already be making plasma cores. That's good to know. That's probably the cable we need right there, the big plasma one. From what I'm seeing, it looks like this is the only thing that needs iridium plate, because this doesn't really need it. Iridium stone does. Alright, now we know. What is this gap? What do I do about this? I guess we just leave it open for potential fun things in the future. Are you not configured? You're not configured! There we go. And then also, you are set to do an infinite number of these? Oh, yeah, there it goes. Right before I even had the opportunity to say something's not working. There they go. Iridium plate. And so, I mean, again, infinite might not be the best option here, but we'll just let it go. Of course, that means that this will never fill up, because it's going to be dumping them into here, and that's just going to be doing that, and then this. Alright, well, you know what? We can take that off of there. There we go. Great success! Time to move on to iridium stone. First we make the stone, then we make the core. Although those two aren't really dependent on each other, and they can probably be manufactured next to each other. And then once those are done, we can make the PEZ. Once that's done, it's just a matter of creating the EV transformer automation, which we're also almost ready for. We don't have high voltage yet. We have everything we need for high voltage. So we'll automate high voltage, then we automate EV, then we automate IV, and then we'll be ready to automate the high voltage. Oh my god, we're getting so close. I can almost taste it. Oh! I found the UU matter. I guess too much got pulled in, and it had nowhere else to go. And so it dumped itself over here, and okay. I felt like we went through it all a little bit too quickly. Now, to be fair, we're going to go through this all rather quickly as well. I mean, I'm not kidding myself. That's all going to be gone almost instantly. But still, it felt like it went a bit too quick. That shouldn't happen again. We have firewalls set up specifically to prevent things from going in such a manner. This stuff is valuable enough that I don't want it to get deleted. So if we end up setting up something to make sure that it has a safe place to go to, it's going to be something with a lot of storage space so that it gets kind of maintained. But there we go. So these are topping back up. That's happening there. And we're going to go ahead and address that. Prevent that from happening by just sticking one of these down here, giving it one of these, set to default, one of these, so that those items can be added back into the network. And then, I mean, I don't know why it pulled so much UU matter when it didn't need so much UU matter, other than the fact that it is, you know, set to infinite, so that might be it. That might be the reason why, but there we go. In and out it goes. In and out it goes. Why? I don't know. So at some point during all of that, I realized that it was going to take many, many more hours and another couple of days, because I wasn't doing it all in one sitting, to actually get this place finished. So I just stopped the recording. I put on really comfy clothes, as one does, and I just got to work. And I gotta say, I finally did it. The factory's finally finished. And we're going to talk about all of that next time. Until then, thank you folks for watching. God bless you. And I'll see you later. Goodbye. Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Rees, or Brashiat Cub, and welcome back to TEKKIT 2, the Let's Play Adventure, episode 75, where we finally done it. We finally got it done. And by it, of course, I mean high voltage solar panels. Now, I've not put in the final piece here, which I'm holding in my inventory, so technically, don't even know if this is really going to work. But we're going to hold on to that for a minute, because I got to show you everything that I did in between sort of the last segment I filmed. Well, before the last segment that I filmed for the last episode, and the last second. I got to get you caught up, basically. So I guess we'll start underneath here. And yeah, I am just kind of drawing it out. I am building tension. But I realized that we did not have enough slots open for what I wanted to do. We had to build 2 entirely new ones. And so, yeah, by the way, the world is it's a little bit of a lag fest. We'll deal with that when, you know, the time comes where we absolutely need to. But in order to accomplish that, I just made a couple of additional hallways. And I decided to go ahead and have this one go all the way down. And I gotta tell you, I was confused at first, because I thought I'd made it all the way to the other end of the factory, and the factory just wasn't as long as I remembered. But then, you know, you look slightly to your right and you realize, oh no, this is just where the big battery is. But that's fine, that's not that big a deal. I then was tired of flying up and down through just various holes, so I made some stairs that you can use to get up and down. Now, I don't know if this is going to stay exactly like this. I thought about framing it in lights. I thought that could be interesting, even though you would see them through the ceiling here, but I don't think that would be too bad a thing. But that's not really the important part, is it, the stairs? You might have noticed that the large construct we had in the middle of the room, somewhere around in here, where we were manufacturing medium voltage solar panels, is gone. And that's because I decided to take a completely different approach to this. Now, the reason I didn't feel it was necessary to record all of this work was because we were basically just doing things that we'd already done before, but we were just sort of re-implementing them in a slightly different way. So let me show you what I consider to be the sort of the bog standard representation of what we've got going on here, all right? We start at the end with our materials chests. We are, of course, using ender chests to carry items from up above, as well as items from within this room to other areas. So that is connected up to just a big old obsidian chest that's being used for overflow. That is configured with an item sink that is set to default route. So just kind of anything in this area that we end up with too much of can just get dumped in there. And because there's also a provider module, it can be pulled out as well. We have our logistics crafting table with the logistics crafting pipe. After, you know, all of the experiments we did in the previous installment trying to figure out how to make this work, I realized, you know, maybe I'd given the logistics crafting pipe too much grief, and maybe I just wasn't using it properly. So I sort of approached it a little bit differently with this setup. It goes down here, where it gets dumped into the ender chest, and the ender chest is what determines how many of an item we have. Well, no, actually, it's this active supplier module, and for now I have it set to 64 copper cables, and the reason for that was just because we have so many more in this black hole unit. So you'll notice not every crafting station, most of them do, but not all of them have a black hole unit. That's just because we had so many of some items that I didn't want the black hole storage unit to go to waste. Just stick a hopper on there, hop them into here. We'll be running on copper cables for a while. And this is basically the same setup I've used for everything. So we've got gold cables here. We have the 4X cables here, the 4X high voltage cables. We have glass fiber cables, not because we needed those automated, but just because sometimes I need them. And we do kind of have an automation system for it back there, but it's easier to just come over here and grab a stack or so. We have, well, pretty much everything over here. I forgot about these. I forgot that we needed the plasma cables. If I had remembered, I would have set them up right here in line with all the other cables, but it's okay. We can let that go, or maybe I'll have to move it at some other point. But as you can see, basically just taking that exact same design idea, I continued to implement it for all of these different stations, and some of them do require more items than others. I think the most we ever reached was 5. That might even be right here with the assembly of the IV transformer. Now, we have different amounts of these being generated depending on what goes into them. So a stack of HV transformers, or even I think a stack of EV transformers isn't that difficult. Once we got to the IV, if you have a look at the ingredients, these PEZs are a little bit hard to come by, because if we come over here, these are a little bit hard to generate because they require, if you have a look inside of here, the plasma cell and the magnets. And the magnets, I think we might be good on, right? No, okay. We're going through magnets as quickly as they're manufactured. We're doing a little bit better on plasma cells, but we might need to reconfigure our magnetic system here. I didn't want to do that right now, though. I wanted to generate high voltage solar panels in an automated fashion, because this is episode 75. It's our 750th anniversary, or something like that. So, you know, oh, also, what is going on over here? Oh, yeah, I also set up advanced machine block automation, although I can't help but notice I completely forgot to actually set up, like, the frames and everything for that. Did I get the little floaty thing? This is something else I did. So it's just a white stained glass, the invisible frame, and then 4 of the items, and that's how I'm able to spot from a distance where different things are. Like, I know that generators are being generated here. Not because I remember that, but because I saw generators up there. So much more convenient. I don't think we need these in any of the recipes, but I decided to go ahead and automate them because I've needed them a couple of times, because I've blown up a couple of machines here recently, and it's just super convenient being able to come over here and grab them. Now, you might notice that also there's some glass missing on the floor. I'm just taking this opportunity to go ahead and patch up a couple of things that I see as we go. And I have also, on the other side, been pretty diligent about adding the frames to the fronts of each of these, which I haven't done over here. I'll get back to that later. We're not going to fix that right now, because today is a very special celebratory day. Now, some of you might note that I could have condensed all this a lot more tightly. I mean, look how much just the 11 objects that go into making the medium voltage solar panel, I mean, that has ballooned to fill up so much more space. And you're right. This is not the best way to do this. This is by far not the best in terms of space savings. And I think that in the future, when we start automating weapons, we're going to go back to that design of having a wall with all of our objects. By the way, I think weapon development is going to be probably in this square or that square there. I haven't quite decided, but just a wall with all the ingredients we need, and then a series of crafting table with the crafting pipe and a storage device. Crafting table, crafting pipe, storage device, crafting table, crafting pipe, storage device. Fit it all in nice and tightly. The reason we didn't do that over here, and some of you aren't going to like this logic and reasoning here, but I just wanted to do it like this. I had been experimenting with using these as a way to move everything around, using the firewall pipes to isolate them, and I wanted to see that through to completion. Some things couldn't really be shrunk down. For example, you can't really condense this much because you have to have a bunch of extractors, but we don't have to be using these item translocators and things like, oh my gosh, this is actually empty. It actually did it. It actually did it. Oh my gosh. What a momentous day. Let's get that out of here. That's pretty exciting. How much of this do we have? 3 million. Okay. Not too shabby. Well, for things that require a bunch of machines, yeah, that's just how big it's going to be. But for a lot of this, like this here, I mean, I even did double in this slot. I just had the 2 crafting tables side by side, because one is used to craft the other, but then also we do have storage of each of them inside of here. And I think it's configured to do... Oh, are you empty? Okay. These were set up here because we had an excess, and I didn't know what else to do with them. Anyway, yes, none of this is necessary. We don't need to have the ender chest. We could just use the transport pipes to route everything around. And in future assembly lines, that's exactly what we're going to do. But for right now, I think this is all... Oh, that was an accident. For right now, I think this has been an interesting experiment. We do have some slots left open here if I want to add some other things. Mainly because I wanted to have the solar panels all in a row here at the very end. So we have our solar panel automation, our low voltage panel automation, our medium voltage, and then finally over here, the moment we have been waiting over 75 episodes for, because there were a lot of channel member exclusive in between episodes and a bunch of like fractional episodes really early on. Like I think there were 10 episodes between episode 9 and episode 10, which is ridiculous. So really, we're past episode 100 at this point, but over 75 episodes, we're finally going to automate high voltage solar panels. And I've been trying to figure out how many of these we should make, and I'm thinking we're going to go ahead and go for 8. That's enough to have one here, and 4 up here, and then 2 more to deploy. So, also, it's a nerd number. Are we ready? This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Oh, this really should actually... I see here that I've made a horrible mistake. That needs to be on there like that. There we go. How long is it going to take to generate a new one of those? I think I saw that pop up over here. Oh, there it goes. Nope, hold on. Maybe right here? Oh, yep, it's done. There you go. I guess I could have just looked up there, but I mean, honestly... Can you see the difference between this and this? I guess there's a bit of blue. There's a bit of blue in this one. I didn't realize that there wasn't any blue in this one, which is weird. I also assembled a lot of this wearing some really intense blue light glasses because my eyes were killing me, and so color wasn't rendering properly, so it really did make assigning colors to all of these chests a bit of a pain. Or at least that's what I would say if I had actual functioning eyes and I wasn't just an AI living inside of a computer. So let's go ahead and set this up. We've got this ready to produce 8 high voltage solar panels, and as far as I know, as soon as we drop this in here, it's going to begin. The moment we've been waiting for. Oh, look at him go, look at him go, look at him go, look at him go! We did it. Have we run out of anything yet? Not yet. Not yet. Actually, now that I think about it, we should never run out of the medium voltage. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, are these the medium voltage? I'm pretty sure we have so many more of those in a chest somewhere. Then again, maybe not. Actually, now that I think about it, didn't we have somewhere in the neighborhood of... What was it? Was it like... I think we had 400 and something of them. How many were in here? So the 64 times 8 is 512, and then plus 5, and then plus the few that were just used. So yeah, I guess they were all in there, and you can see that I did have a black hole unit full of them. I just wasn't sure if maybe there was somehow 2 black hole units. It felt like there should be more. But then again, 400, or however many were in there before, looks like a bigger number than a bunch of 64s, because, like, do you do that math in your head just looking at it? I didn't think so. Alright, well now we've got to take 6 of these out of here, as previously stated. They're not even going to get to be used. So one's going to go there, one's going to go there, and then up here, going to have a series of them. This might feel, like, painful to some of you. The fact that they're not even going to get used, they're just going to get left up there. But, oh boy, just you wait, because now we got to grab another 7, I think it would be. And by the way, yeah, they're getting generated really fast right now, but this is not to last, okay? Because what goes into that IV right here, like, you have a look at this recipe, these are objects that, you know, we're going to run out of here pretty quickly. We're going to run out of these here pretty quickly, just because we have to ramp up plasma production. I think also magnet production needs to be ramped up. Yeah, I got rid of a lot of the assembly lines kind of like this. Like, this one's still here for now, but I wouldn't expect it to be for very long. I think we'll probably move stone production up top and just convert this to an assembly line like the rest of these. This one is set up a little differently because this is one of the early ones before I started putting the ender chest down at the end. So I'll probably redo that one as well at some point in the future. Get them all looking more like this, and there's a bunch of free space here, but it is what it is. Now what we want to do is we want to go outside here, and we want to go ahead and replace some of these. Well, I mean, we've already got one of them up here, which is why I only grabbed 7. Of course, the real issue here is that the way that this is currently configured, adding this isn't going to matter, because sure, like, the power is going to go into the cable and into the MFE, but the MFE is a bottleneck. We've discussed this pretty much every time we've come out here to do this. The MFE is now a bottleneck to the high voltage solar panels. How do I get back there? I guess up here. Is this the only way up here? Is there actually no other way to get up here other than flying? I'll have to address that. You know, I like to have a way to get around everywhere by just walking. I don't like to have any place that can only be reached by flying, which is why, you know, I've added staircases here, so you can get up and down from here properly. And, oh boy, even when this was just a giant hole in the ground, and that was the only way to get underneath the factory, even way back then, there was a ladder somewhere in that back corner over there. There we go, toss in some medium voltage solar panels. Lovely. So the easiest way to rid ourselves of this bottleneck is to simply get rid of that and plug it in directly. So we should have some cables inside of here for that. And if we don't, that is to say I don't immediately see them inside of here, well, fortunately we know exactly where to get some because they're all being stored right over here. If we wanted to, we could swap this out with an MK2 and stick in a provider module, and then we can use our remote orderer to order items and have them be delivered to us in various places. So we could have like a remote order set up right up here or upstairs, and we could do that with all of the different machines. So we could actually do that with every single one of the ender chests, just make sure there's a provider on them, and then run a pipe up to the house there, and I can order anything that I need, which is probably something we should do now that I think about it. But here, we can just plug that in directly, and now each one of these is outputting per tick 512 volts. Well, no, 512 EU, what I should say, per tick, and all of those are traveling down. Oh, shoot, actually, yeah, no, you're also going to be a bit of a burden, aren't you? You're going to have to also come up. There you go. Come back here, you. I can't leave you. This is going to drive me crazy if I know that you're in here. I cannot allow that. There we go. So now, that is traveling all the way down, and no longer being bottlenecked. What is that? Oh gosh, see, we're seeing all kinds of problems here today. I can leave that piece of stone down there. I just have to make sure that we get this piece of marble in place. Yeah, whatever, that piece of stone can... I don't care. And then finally we have the last bottleneck here, which is this MFE, which is now our MFSU, I should say. Now, we are finally bottleneck-free with that connection all the way back to here. To what end? I don't know. Oh, this is actually... Really? We're actually running out of power in the PESU. I didn't realize we were consuming so much power. But it makes sense, you know? It really does make sense when you take into consideration everything that's going on here. We do have, first off, 4 or 5 of these, I think 4 HV transformers, so that's supplying full high voltage to a bunch of things. And then we have, this is consuming a ton of power, I assume. It's consuming power. It is consuming power. All of these are running full bore, trying to fill up these MFSUs. That's actually where probably most of the power is going. By the way, yeah, look here. I told you that these would slowly fill up one after the other, and it's happening, so we'll get there eventually. Well, now we know that we got the high voltage solar panels done at just the right time, because, boy, we need them if we're going to keep... Oh, you know what I forgot? The nuclear reactor. I still don't know when that thing blew up. I still have no clue when that thing went down, but without it, these are getting full power, yeah. That's like a huge dent to our energy production, and that's probably why, because all of this is tied into the same grid. That's probably why we're having some electrical problems now. That's probably why the PESU is actually running out. It's having to supply all of the power to the entire facility, and the solar shelf was never designed to do that. The solar shelf, as it was, you know, mere moments ago, before we started plugging in a ton of high-voltage solar panels, it was only ever designed to supplement the power from the reactor. But, boy, yeah, now things have changed, and we're going to have to work ourselves to the bone here, swapping all of these out for high-voltage solar panels, and the sort of vague hope that, gosh, man, I hope we're able to supply enough power to the whole system. And I'm kind of being, I'm doing a little bit of a bit right now here. See, I'm kind of being a little bit silly and goofy, because, you know, if we can get all of these replaced with the high voltage. Remember, each high voltage solar panel is the equivalent of 8 medium voltage solar panels. So by replacing one solar panel, well, let me try that again. By replacing this entire bank with just one of these, we're matching the power. And by adding 8 of them, we are... That'd be 8 times the power? Let me try to say that again, and let me try to do it in a way that makes a bit more sense, okay? So, 1 high-voltage solar panel produces the power of 8 medium-voltage solar panels, which means that 8 high-voltage solar panels produces an equivalent power of 8 of these banks. And I don't even remember how many there are. Let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is there 14 total? Yeah. So that one bank down there during the day has enough power to produce as much electricity as all of these here. So, yeah, I think we're going to be okay when it comes to power. But first off, we need to go take a nap and make sure it stays daytime. Don't we have actually a bed down here? Isn't that something that we did at one point? Yeah, I thought so. I remember tucking a bed away inside of here. So it's now daytime. Okay, so once we plug this in, we now have 2 whole banks of high voltage being fed into here, and that's a lot of power. And in fact, if we pull out our energy meter, we can get a little idea of how much power that is. So, I mean, you know what? Let's actually go way back here. And we're going to start back here, because this will be the representative of these 2 banks exclusively, I think. Hello? 8,786.44. Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, but then how much of, if you combine all these, like, medium voltage arrays with that, what are we looking at here? 11,000. And then how much is actually leaving here? 65. Okay, so just based on that, when we look inside of here, what we should see is that this is going up. Yeah, okay. We're going to be okay. I think that we can take down all these HV flux cables, though, because I don't think we're still using those anywhere. Except for right here, but this is going to be all remodeled anyway. Yeah, they're not being used over here, and then they don't even go down here. So, you know what? It's a sad, sad day, HV flux cables. It really is. But you just didn't quite make it to the end. It's sad. It's sad because it's technically done, and we could walk away from this, and this would just work, right? I mean, sure, it would work at, what is this, like 30 FPS? 34, 25, 36, somewhere in that range. We could just walk away and leave all of this, and it'll just run passively in the background. Now, it won't be generating these passively, because I only ever tell it to keep 8 on hand. But what we need it to be generating passively in the background is these, because we're going to run out of those soon. And these, because we're going to run out of those soon. And, I mean, we're already out of them. And then all of this over here, I mean, these are doing okay. And then I think this is probably, yeah, this is going to fill up again eventually. If we're patient, it's going to get there. I mean, I will go ahead and grab another 8 of these, and I do not expect to have everything we need to generate another 8 immediately, although having said that, it looks like we did. But we're eventually going to get to a point where we've kind of exhausted all of our resources in that regard, and we're not going to get any back, and that's okay. Of course, the question is now, is this where we leave it? Now that we have automated high voltage, is that good enough? Or do we go further? I'm going to leave you folks up to this. I'm going to let you folks decide this. There are other solar options. There's the advanced solar panel. Okay, there is the hybrid solar panel. There is the ultimate hybrid solar panel, which is where you take a high voltage solar panel and a hybrid solar panel and a bunch of other stuff that looks like it's just an absolute pain in the neck to go back and automate. You know, and you combine all that together to generate less power. Oh, no more. It actually doubles the power output. That's interesting. I didn't know it did that. From 512 to 1024. It outputs extreme voltage. And I believe it also stores energy, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that it's got its own built-in storage. Yeah, here we go. So, according to this wiki, which is a little outdated, it says they generate 512 EU during clear days and 64 EU during the nights and rainstorms. So obviously it's doubled in this pack at least, where they're generating over 1,000 during the day, and then even still 128 at night and during storms, I assume. This doesn't mention that they have any kind of internal storage, which is kind of what I thought they had. I thought that these solar panels had their own built-in storage, and I guess I might have just imagined that. I'm going to go ahead and add all 3 of these over here. And these are definitely things, I mean, look, this we could almost have going. We just have to figure out how to automate, like, all of these different, well, it's going to be a bit of a project if we wanted to actually do that. And we might. But I'm automationed out right now. I'm tuckered out on automation. I want to do something else. Hey, wait a minute. Why is that? Why is there why are we doing it like this? Hold on. Hold on just a second. Hold on. If I go up here and we stop right here, looky there. Yeah, here we go. Here's what we're gonna do, okay? There's one framed door, and then you come down here, and you have the other one. And there, that makes so much more sense than what we've been doing, which is, well, okay, let's not do that. There's still the invisible pressure plate, so we can get inside, hang a left, come right into... Well, why weren't you in the way earlier? Oh, you weren't there earlier, right. Okay, this can be fixed. This is not that big a deal. This can be fixed quite easily. We just move where the slant is located. Okay, you know what? Better idea, better idea. Surely there's like a framed slab. There we go. Just tuck that into this corner here. Perfect. And then we can just like pop down here, go outside, head back in, right inside of here. Wonderful. What was I in the middle of? Oh, right, my wrench died. I think the fastest way is still to go... Now, wait a minute. Now, wait just a darn minute. We changed this thing. We changed this thing. We reconfigured this. I'm not crazy. Oh my gosh. Everyone needs to calm down. Everyone needs to calm down! I can't even get to the switch! You know what? I've got a solution. Here we go. You know what? There we go. Okay, there we are. You all saw me. We changed this thing to go off once every... Gosh, get out of the way! We gotta get them all out of here is what we gotta do. Well, it looks like they're doing it just fine. Fine, we'll just leave. Eventually they'll clear the room out. What incarnation? Oh my gosh, I can't even move things around in my inventory because there's too many eggs and feathers. What happened to you? That's still the real question here, is what happened to my gosh darn nuclear reactor? Because you know what was great about that, even if we are getting most of our energy from solar, how are they getting up here? Are they using the teleporters? Are they figuring that out? I don't even remember what I was doing. I gotta recharge my wrench. It was great to have it as a backup, you know, and at night it was still generating some power. That was great. That was good. Oh, I guess while we're down here, now's as good a time as any to go ahead and mention that the reason I've not been so worried about the channel members is because I found this sign out here. And it says, we've gone out fishing, XOXO channel members. So, I don't know exactly where they've gone fishing. They don't appear to be over here with Baz. He's got a little fishing thing going on here. Baz, you haven't seen a bunch of crabs with human names, have you? Okay, well, I guess he is not. But I'm not too worried about him, because I can't figure out why someone would kidnap the channel members and then leave behind a sign saying, like, gone fishing. Like, who would do that? So I'm assuming they're okay. We're just not going to worry about it right now. But I found that I just forgot to mention that in a previous installment. Some people have been showing concern that I'm not concerned about their whereabouts. I just wanted to explain why I'm not concerned. It's because clearly they've just gone fishing. Like, that's all there is to it. They're just out there. I don't know. I mean, there are crabs after all, so maybe they're big fans of fish. Crabs eat fish. I've seen that before. There's a guy on YouTube who marks lobsters, and he gives them a fish before he sets them back out into the ocean. And lobsters are just really long crabs when you think about it. And crabs are just, you know, long lobsters is what I just said. And a lobster is just a short crab. And it's also the scorpion of the sea. So I don't know what any of that means, other than if lobsters can take care of themselves, I'm sure channel members can too. Where's the invisible pressure plates I always grab by accident? You can tell me I'm able to, like, accidentally grab them when I mean to grab something else, but now that I actually need them and they're no doubt right in front of me, I'm not going to be able to locate them. No, but really, there they are. Obsidian pressure plates. Lovely. Gonna go ahead and plop that down right here. Perfection. Remember when this used to go somewhere useful? Like, you used to be able to go up here, and it would take you out. Oh. I did not realize that this would still take me somewhere. Never mind, I take it back. Righto, with that taken care of, now we can come down here, and we can get a new reading. And I think probably it's going to take into consideration that first new reading and give me a big old number. That's a big old number! That can't be right. Hold on, let's do that again. Starting new. Oh, is this... This isn't full. What's happening? Oh, I guess it got dark outside is probably what happened. The sun was setting. That definitely explains things. See, that's why it would be beneficial to have the advanced solar panels to produce power even at night. And then we won't have to worry so much about sleeping, because heaven knows I normally don't worry so much about sleeping, especially when I have the nuclear reactor providing power at all times. So let's take a new measurement here. That's not very impressive. Here, let's do it here. This might be cheating because we're taking into consideration the one directly above it as well, but that's not that much better. That's better than, like, over here, though. Oh. Hold on. If I read right here, what happens? What? Why is this side producing the same amount as this side when this side has all the high voltage solar panels? That's super sus. Like, everything beyond this point here in particular ought to be producing. Yeah. This is what we expect. Uh-huh. Should get another 1,000 or so every time we go along here. This should be about 14 some odd, yep. A little closer, but not quite to 15, yep. Just over 15. Yep. And then you get to here. Well, now I'm just confused. Maybe it's because it was early morning. That must have been what it is. But that's what I would expect to see. I would expect to see this side putting out about 15,000, this side putting out about 4,000. That's good. And we're generating more power than we're consuming, and that's what matters most. Now, if we wanted to still have power storage, what we could do is we could slap an MFSU onto the bottom of each one of these high voltage solar panels. We could do that. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We've got the MFSUs. We didn't even have to make new ones. I just harvested these, because remember, each one of these banks was connected up to at least 3. And so, you know, I had 9 of them. So, I mean, am I going to do that for all of these? I don't know, maybe. I'm just thinking that it would be good once the PESU's full, these will fill up, and then at night, these can, like, act as a buffer to drain and keep the PESU full. And then when the sun comes back up, it'll, you know, keep the PESU topped off and slowly refill the MFSUs. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, obviously right now they're not filling up because they've got a 1-to-1. All the power going into them is also coming out of them. Yeah, I guess I better go grab some more MFSUs. I guess I better do this everywhere. I'll tell you what I think I need to do. I think what I need to do is automate MFSU production. Because sitting here and, like, slowly funneling in all these... I mean, we have... everything except for the MFE being manufactured already, and then the MFE we have everything for, and we do have 2 slots left. To heck with it! Let's just go automate it! I can't be bothered. That's where we're at now. We have 2 slots, we got everything we need down here. This is gonna take me like 10 minutes to get set up. And we've got the 2 slots for it. We got MFE, we'll do them right next to each other. MFE, what goes in an MFE? Hold on. Let me, like, verify this real quick. Yeah, no, we can use gold cables or we can use copper cables. It doesn't matter. And then the MFSU, heck, we can do these both in one slot, kind of like we did the crystals over here. And I suppose we'll do them, like, right here. Why not? Okay, so come to find out, actually, this is not hooked up to the solar grid outside. I thought that it was, but it is not, which is odd, because I'm very confused by that. I came down here, I needed more logistics firewall pipes in the middle of trying to make them. Yeah, okay, so this just goes into this basement here, and then it connects up to all of this in one direction. Oh, well, if I break that then, okay, and then we add ourselves. First off, what are you two doing? Oh, you're powering the teleporters, obviously, right, okay. Here we go. Now everything should be set up to go in both directions. If I head back upstairs here, that should now be providing power all the way down to here, and that should be getting juice now. I discovered this because I was trying to cook something up here in the oven, and it wasn't getting power, and it's still not getting power. Why are you not getting power? You're also not getting power, even though we just confirmed... Alright, well then there must be something else in the basement preventing it from powering up. I'm assuming it's going to end up being something like more MFSU, or did we disconnect this at some point? Hold on. So all this is plugged in. This goes nowhere. This goes this way. And I thought I had a memory of it all. Oh. Okay. All right. Hold on. But this goes this way. So all of this... Right. Just makes a big circle. I never finished this. I forgot about this. I forgot about all of this. I can't believe we just have these empty and unfinished hallways. How long ago was that? I've just not been over that. That's great. That's great that we're in such a position that we can have a hallway that just goes into bare cave and it's just wide open and it's like, yeah, the facility's that big. It's just me here. I forget sometimes. That's funny. That's like when, you know, like it's like Hogwarts in a way, isn't it? Where you have this castle so huge. Yeah, there can just be a monster living in it and people don't notice. It's just that big. People aren't everywhere all of the time. There's classrooms people haven't been in 100 years. It's fine. I don't know what all this is about, like what all these shapes and everything are. I don't really remember a lot of what was happening over here. But I can see immediately what's happened, and I can see immediately what we need to do to fix it. So first off, gotta plug that in. And then that should run the length of the rest of this place, all the way down to... Oh, but interesting. Right. Okay, well, we need a high-voltage transformer, then. It's interesting that all of the MFSUs and MFEs and everything hooked up out there kept everything powered this long, because power's apparently been disconnected for a while, ever since, apparently, the reactor blew up. I don't know when. But, let's see, we should be able to find a high-voltage... Would that be these here? Yeah, HP transformer. Give me one of those. How fun it must be to pop in on episode 75 and see, oh, he's just doing stuff with electricity again. What fun. Can we just plug that in directly? And I do think we want that to be facing the other direction. I think I've plugged in enough of these to know that we want the red facing that way. There we go, and hopefully nothing blows up now as a result of that. Although I don't know why it would, because that should just run down here, go over there, and then you need to go. Plug that in directly. There we go. And now, theoretically, if we work our way backwards, all the way along in here, we'll eventually get to a point where... we have power upstairs, right? I don't think there's any more bottlenecks. Take me away. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. We need to do more with power, though. We are generating more power now than we can, I think, extract from the system the way we currently have it configured. I might be wrong on that. Oh, gosh. Gotta wait on all of these to warm back up now. Has this broken my infinite EMC machine? This is very important to me, even though I keep forgetting to come over here and check on it. It's very important that we have it running. Especially now that we don't have one in the basement anymore. Because of them witches. If I had any snap whatsoever, I would have automated this process a long time ago. The manufacturing of all these different modules and pipes and everything. I mean, having that crafting table there makes it a whole lot easier. We would not be where we are today without it. But I mean, even that said, I definitely feel like we would have been better served if we'd automated it at all. It'd definitely be less fiddly to deal with. Alright, get that back on partial, and then we can't do MFEs and MFSUs all right here using this sort of a layout because there's just not enough space. So I just didn't even bother, but there you go, there's the MFEs, and that should be kicking off any second now, I'm sure. There we go. And there's two of them. What did we run out of? Oh! Oh, probably the crystals. Are those still set up with this sort of a system? You know, something else we should probably do is move these now. And hook those up kind of similar to what we've done with all of the other large black hole storage units for things that we had way too much of. Goodness gracious, I'm running out of room in my inventory for all this. But what I mean is we're going to set up the hoppers here, and then we're going to put in... Which one are you? You are nothing. You are Lapatron crystals, so you'll go there. And then you must be the energy crystal, so you'll go there. Lovely. So that ought to go a pretty good long ways toward keeping these from actually having to manufacture any, although it does look like they're being consumed faster than the hopper is dropping them in there, but I'm not too pressed about it because it's only going to go until we have 64 MFEs. So I'm going to go ahead and say that we'll probably be okay going with, say, well, actually, I was going to go with 16, and then I went right past it. But 16 MFSUs in stock at all time ought to be plenty, and I can't remember what I said to keep stocked up on with MFEs. I think it was 64, just because they're a lot cheaper and fewer resources go into them. But with that, we've now got 6 of them, and I wonder what we ran out of. It's the Lapotron crystals. You can only fit so many in the crafting grid at a time. That's why they take longer in this sort of a setup, and that's okay. You may notice that back over here, we did go back to this setup, even though, yeah, we have to wait on the Lapotron, well, hold on. Yeah, the Lapotron crystals to, like, filter into here, and it's a bit of a thing, but... And they don't stack, so it's a little bit slow, but it's fine. It gets the job done. So this is ticking away. This is filling up. We got 16 of those, and 16 is exactly how many we need, actually, to do what we're doing over here. And, oh boy, it's going to be so exciting in the future when I need more to just go grab them out of there and not have to go manually build them myself. Automation's the best, isn't it? This is what TEKKIT is truly all about. So we're at a point where we are no longer bleeding energy. The PESU is filling back up, and in time, we will be filling up the MFSUs that the high-voltage solar panels upstairs are hooked into, and I think something we might do also is just continue to replace everything on the solar shelf until it's all high voltage. At that point, we'll have enough power to do anything we could possibly imagine. We're not going to be hurting for electricity, which is good. We could still do that thing where we break out from the, what does IV stand for? Insane voltage to 4 extreme voltage transformers, and then that would get us a lot more power on the grid overall to work with, because right now we've only got 4 high voltage packets per tick coming out of the EV transformer, and eventually we're going to get a point that's not enough. We're going to need more than that. So, and of course we are now automating the production. You know, why am I even let's just go ahead and do that now. I was going to leave the episode on that, and why would we do that? Why would we leave the episode there when we can fly over here and then tucked away right behind the IV transformers, which is what these are. Yep, we have, look at that, EV transformers. We'll grab 3 of them. I shouldn't have done that, because that's going to trigger this thing to start producing, like, bunches of them. It didn't. I guess I got them back in there fast enough. If that did happen, even though I don't think it would put the excess in here, it would probably drop them in here, so it would be fine. But we've got the 3 of these now. Oh, and before we do anything, we do need some additional cables. Insane voltage might be too much, because I think that these cables can carry extreme voltage. I think we actually need to go up to these for insane voltage. So we'll just grab a few of them. We don't need many, maybe 8 of them. It's probably more than we'll end up needing. We'll find out. In order to avoid accidentally blowing anything up, I'm going to go ahead and disconnect power just to be on the safe side. And then we're going to get to work here. So how are we going to configure this? We need to configure this in such a way that it comes out of here into 4 of these, or 3 of them. You know what? We don't need this here anymore. So first off, we can get rid of that. That can just go. That takes care of that problem. And then what we can do is we can take this down. All right, and then I'm thinking that we can use this. I guess we'll find out here in a minute when we start hooking things up to it. And in fact, I guess we ought to do a test just to make sure that I can, in fact, stick an EV. It needs to go the other way. Yeah. Okay. And then what I was going to say is we can clear these away here. And actually, we do need to go 1 block above, because we've got to make sure that we have nothing exposed except for marble, because otherwise that just looks cheap and lazy. So have that cable there. 4 of these, and we do want to make sure that they're reversed. Lovely, and then we can feed them all back down into the 4X cables, and we don't have enough of them now, so we'll need to go grab some more of those, and we can put away the rest of these plasma cables while we're at it. So you might be wondering, geez, what have we actually accomplished here? If you didn't watch and thoroughly pay attention to the video I did explaining how high voltage energy works, at a very different time, when this whole room was basically empty and we had plenty of room to experiment. How long ago those sweet summer days were, am I right? Let's see, give me maybe, take 8 of those. Or like a whole stack is what I almost pulled out of there. There we go. And we can tuck these back away. I didn't really think about setting up any sort of system that would allow me to automatically dump things into a chest and have them return to their source. That wasn't a part of this setup, so we'd have to change a lot of things to make that work. But we might change a lot of things in the future anyway. Again, I just wanted to get this running. I just wanted to say, look, we did it. We automated high voltage. Can it be done better? Yes. Will it be done better? Probably. We'll probably change the whole setup someday, but at least we got it done. So now, hopefully nothing blows up when I plug this in. I hated how long that was frozen for a second. It was like the game was trying to decide whether or not it was going to blow up. But how are we doing right now? Beautiful. 13,826 EU per tick. So the way that this works, again, remember, when you have something like a PESU, the PESU is putting out one packet of... Is there something beyond insane voltage, or is the insane voltage stepping it down? It's ludicrous voltage. So let's go through it. We've got ludicrous voltage, insane voltage, extreme voltage, and then high voltage. So the way that this works, and I know a lot of you have been paying attention, so you know this already, and you probably even knew it going into the series. You didn't need me to explain it, but for everyone at home who's just a little bit curious and maybe doesn't quite recall, or is hopping in on this episode for the first time, God bless you if that's the case. Thanks for sticking through it, though, to this point, you lunatic. The PESU, is capable of outputting one packet per tick of ludicrous voltage, which is accepted by the insane voltage transformer, the IV transformer. It puts out 4 packets of insane voltage for every 1 packet of ludicrous voltage. So the problem is, if we go from the insane voltage to the extreme voltage transformer, even though this is capable of putting out 4 packets, this is only capable of receiving 1. The other 3 just go into non-existence. Now, the power doesn't actually get wasted, but it's just not getting output. So it's a potential energy that we're not tapping into. So what we do instead is we split 4 different EV transformers, each one capable of receiving that 1 packet from the IV transformer, and then those go out and combine into this network where we are now capable of extracting, because each one of these... How many? 4, 8... 12, 16. So every tick, we're getting 16 packets of extreme voltage, which is enough to feed 16 high voltage transformers, enough power for each of them to put out 4 packets of high volt. So what we've effectively done is we've quadrupled the potential output of our energy coming out of here. We're not producing more energy necessarily, because production of energy is determined by our solar panels. It's just how much we can extract from the PESU at any given time has been quadrupled, which means that hopefully certain things further along the network here won't be bottlenecked in the future, and that shouldn't have had a profound impact on the PESU, because I think in general we're consuming less power than we are producing. We can just check directly on here, though, so we can just... so that's 1,000 ticks in and 16,000 out. Are you draining? Is it dark outside? It might be dark outside. That would explain why that's happening. And that's easy to go ahead. Well, there you go, everyone. There's that. That problem solved. Now, we know from earlier in this very episode that if we try to check it first thing at sunrise, the power output that we're getting right now is not going to be very high. I take it back. It's already at 10,000, and that's not even this entire line up here. So let's go back to here. We'll start our reading, wait a couple of seconds, check it now. There we go. So yeah, we're putting out 16,446, but we're taking in 20,553. Where is all that power going? Why are we consuming so much power? Oh, I'm assuming there's a lot of now empty MFEs and MFSUs back up at the house that need to be refilled. And in fact, if we have a look, right now we're trying to power everything up at the house just off of this HV transformer, which is putting out 4 packets of high voltage energy, which is probably enough for everything going on up there. But yeah, I mean, the entire house is pulling at 219, which means that all of the actual power consumption is coming from over here. What do you know? That's less than 16, though. Oh! The math doesn't quite add up there to me. I feel like there's some power loss happening somewhere, and that's okay. I'm not too pressed by it. So here's an interesting use case, right? We've got an MFSU here. So the HV transformer is capable of outputting 4 packets of high voltage, but then running it through the MFSU, even though it can accept 4 packets, and it can only output 1. So that could present a bottleneck, except it's immediately going into an MV transformer, which itself is only capable of accepting 1 packet of high voltage anyway, meaning that, no, it's not a bottleneck, it's fine, because the 4 coming out of here would only ever be 1 going into here, so adding the MFSU in the middle doesn't matter. Where it would matter is back here, where we did at one point have an MFSU, and we ended up swapping it out instead for 2 HV transformers, so that's 8 packets of high voltage energy, which is good, because each one of these is capable of consuming a full packet of high voltage energy per tick. These MFSUs up here are, of course, feeding the mass fabricators. Each one is capable of... So we do need 8 packets of high voltage energy to keep these running at full speed. I'm not sure if the amplifiers make it go faster or make it use less power. Maybe both. I'm not sure. But fact is, yeah, we definitely want all those packets. We don't want to add an MFSU before these MFSUs, because that would limit the total number of packets. And then, of course, this is plugged in directly and going into this. And I am curious how much energy is just... Hold on, let's take our reading right here, actually. What? Okay. Apparently, 9,650-ish EU per tick is being used exclusively and solely to power the 2 of these plasma fires. Boy howdy, I had no idea. Oh, gosh darn it. I had no idea it took that much power. That's interesting, though. That's... So... A large portion of all of the energy being consumed right now is going into these 2 plasma fires. Actually, what is that? What did we say it was? Was 16,000 being extracted at any given time? What did this say? So that's 9,600. And then passing through here at any given second, 13,000. More than half. More than half of the energy being pulled from our PESU is going to those 2 plasma fires. Fantastic. Just wonderful. Just absolutely wonderful. Now, of course, we continue to not have enough magnets, so I think we're going to have to build another charged electrolyzer and figure out how to fit it up here. We might have to redo this system here of moving the magnets using the item conduit. Like, we can transfer this whole system over. It'll be fine. It's no big deal. I mean, the way that we're doing things here right now is a little bit clumsy. And using a method that is now retired, even though it was exactly the way I set it up intentionally in what, like literally the last episode, the episode before that. Yeah, we're gonna have to completely change that. Maybe fit 3 or 4 charged electrolyzers, because like it told me I could hook up a second MFE, and I know the MFE is hooked up correctly because I checked. It's definitely feeding its energy into the charged electrolyzer. We can even test that if you want to. We can flip that thing around and have a look at it. There we go. So if we shift and right-click, it'll face it back towards this thing. And I guarantee you, it's made no difference. It's still very slow. So maybe multiple charged electrolyzers is the way to go. Kind of feels like right now that it's the magnets that are holding us back. But we'll work on that. Now comes my impassioned plea. What do you folks want to see next? Because high-voltage solar panel automation is something we have been working on for a very long time. You might remember, before there were multiple floors full of items being generated, there was just one tiny assembly line tucked way back over here on this side of the room trying to generate medium voltage solar panels. We were doing a pretty good job. It was just taking up a lot of space. But what do you want to see now? What comes next? What do you want me to see me not just automate? What do you want me to see me? What do you want to see me do in the pack? Because we have an entire mod pack worth of stuff we could try and experiment with. So just let me know. Until next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless you. I'll see you later. Goodbye. Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Rees, or Brushy Cub, and welcome back to our Let's Play adventure extravaganza of awesomeness and fun times in the wonderful world of TEKKIT 2, where things are coming along quite swimmingly. Indeed. We have not made really all that many alterations at all, at least nothing of note, to the setup since last time, although I have decided that we are going to double our charged electrolyzer count here in the near future, but that's not for today. What is for today is we're going to head out here through our clever little back door, and I will show you that we have progressed along. I've continued replacing the medium voltage with high voltage all the way up until here, so I don't know, what is that, maybe a third of the total count? I can't remember how many... No. Quarter? Maybe? I can't remember. I think there was 20 of them and we've done 4 of them, so you do the math on that. But things are coming along quite nicely here, and as the sun begins to rise, we do produce just a crazy amount of power now. And it's going to be kind of difficult to demonstrate that until the sun is fully up, and I remember where exactly our secret passageway to the underground is located. But there we go, and as we head down here, we can whip out our handy-dandy EU reader, and if everything is working well, we should see that we're producing an astronomical... Okay, actually, I forgot. I should probably check. Yeah, see, so the issue is that this is almost full, and once it's full, it's not going to be receiving any power. But this did go as high as 20,000, over 20,000 N, and that is enough to keep everything we are running at full speed, which is just absolutely beautiful. We do need to have a better way, I think, in and out of the factory from down here, but I did also notice something strange when I logged back in. Napier's been busy, and he's done something peculiar to the island. So you might remember the island did not look like this before. It's got more hard edges, and it's a bit flatter. Now, if he's flattened it in order to make it easier for building in the future, that's perfectly fine by me. But I have a lot of questions as to why this has been done. It's a solid wall. It goes all the way down to the base of the ocean. I don't know what the inspiration was. There's also a few, like, villager workers over here helping him, which is nice, because normally I don't see these guys out and about. Hello, my lord. Hi, how are you doing? Okay, the apartment is coming together. So, look, it's not what I anticipated when I asked him to build an apartment, but I'm not going to blame him, because we really didn't explain to him what an apartment was. We kind of told him it was where a bunch of people lived together and they all had their own rooms, and I think that's what he's going for. And if it's not what we wanted, it's me. Hi, I'm the problem, it's me, because I didn't explain it better. But it does look like it's coming together, and I think that needs to be commended. Napier, how are you? Greetings, my lord. Greetings, greetings. It's coming together in here, man. It's looking good. I'm pretty pleased. I do have a question, though. What's up with the outside, with the island? There's like a wall around the island now. I shored up the shoreline to prevent erosion. Okay. Erosion. In Minecraft, he says. You know what? He's thinking. And that's good. That's what we like to see in our villagers. We like to see the thought process going. Good on you, Napier. Keep up the great work, okay? Yes, my lord, indeed. Oh, my goodness gracious. Well, maybe he needs a bit more help. You know, he's got 3 guys over here. Now, granted, there are other people in the village, but I don't know what they're doing. Good gosh. It's quite the laggy mess, and I think I know why. I'm pretty sure it's all of the chickens in the basement. And we are going to go deal with that. But first, maybe we should check in with the witches and see if we can't arrange to have some more... Oh my good gosh. It is just an absolute mess, isn't it? Look at this. It's like a slideshow more than it is a video game at this point. But as soon as we get away from the factory and away from the chickens... Well, no, it doesn't get all that much better. I think because the factory is still loaded with all of the chickens. The building looks awesome. You've got to admit, that looks pretty cool. But let's check in with them and see if we can't arrange to have some more helpers dropped off. Bippity boppity, how are you two doing today? Oh, hello again, Rees Crafts. Hello, you two lovely ladies. Listen, my good friend, Napier, needs a little bit more help on one of his projects, and there's a village not too far from the last one that you guys gave me a hand with. In fact, where was that? That's Napier's village. Is this what's left of it? Did it flood? It might have flooded, actually. Actually, it looks like Napier's village is... I guess nature's reclaiming these places. That's fine. It's directly to the west, though. What is that? About a kilometer? Is that about a click? What would that be? If each block is a meter... If 1,000 blocks... Oh, we could just count it. It's not 1,000 blocks. It's less than that. You're going from... Well, no, actually... It's right at a kilometer, isn't it? Look at that. You're going from negative 200 to, oh no, it's negative. I thought for some reason we were going into the positives. No, okay. All right. Well, it's about 600 meters then. It's very close. In the real world, that would be, I'm using this number up here, by the way, which is your block number there. And we're going from about 250-ish to about 850-ish. Anyway, look, the distance between the villages is not important. Can y'all just see to that for me? Oh, good. We'll see to it. Lovely, lovely. Who the heck are you? Clock. Sure. Hey, what's up with all these chickens? Do y'all know anything about that? Hadn't noticed anything odd. Okay. Alright, that's fine. Oh, hey, have either of you seen any crabs around here? All of my channel member crabs went fishing. Which I realize now is a little bit suspicious. Because they left without saying anything. And then several days later I found a note saying they'd gone fishing. But they're crabs. And I've never seen them eat. And they're NPCs, I'm pretty sure. And also, I don't know how they got out. And I don't know why they'd go somewhere else to go fishing. We live on the ocean. So do you know anything about that, maybe? Crabs? Nope, haven't seen any of those around. Okay. Well, let me know, and good luck with the village. Just let me know when that's finished. What is that? Crab leg. Y'all have a good one, okay? Y'all take care. Oh, man. Speaking of creepy critters and dealing with problems, we're gonna go deal with some creepy critters right now. Now, I would never call a chicken creepy. I don't think I've ever heard of a chicken doing anything creepy, other than maybe, like, if you die, they'll eat you. But that's most animals. I think we've all heard a story about someone, like, sadly, tragically passing away and their pets ate them. Alright, well, we're gonna go ahead and start here with this one, and we're just gonna work our way through until we've taken them all out, because I'm pretty sure that what's happening around here is that the volume of chickens, in and of itself, is maybe not the problem, more so the volume of just eggs and feathers that are lying around on the ground, and I did consider maybe trying to find some sort of a high-class weapon that we could use to deal with this problem in a more sort of rapid, expedited manner, but the issue is a lot of the things I thought of, like I thought about using a nuke, but then I realized that would be using a nuke in my basement, which apparently we already did, because at some point the nuclear reactor blew itself up. I'm still not sure how that happened. I'm still not sure when that happened. I'm still very upset about that. I've had people ask if that's some sort of a story thing, as if I'm trying to make a story in this. I'm just trying to play a game and weird things keep happening around me. But no, listen, I don't know what happened there. It wasn't intentional and it wasn't planned. The reactor just suddenly blew up without explanation. I don't remember it happening. I never heard it happen. We wouldn't have noticed if it hadn't been. I mean, honestly, I keep thinking about how we ran out of power up here after we realized that it was broken. Because we had so many, like, MFEs and MFSWs, so we had, like, a really good power buffer. If we hadn't had the really good power buffer, I'm imagining that we would have run out of power and it would have taken me ages to figure out that what had happened was that the nuclear reactor blew up. Because it's been so stable for a year now, it feels like. But alright, let's go be the doom to an entire species. We're gonna drop out of the sky here. Surprise. This is gonna be such a process. This is gonna take forever. I'm gonna just start swinging. Can I do something with this? My concern if I just start, like, right-clicking or if I charge it up in some way, isn't that, like, a good way to get, like, accidentally damage? Hold on. Because this is also a tool, and it can be used to harvest, like, trees and things, and I don't want to do that. Good gosh. Is this actually a good method, what I'm doing here? What is that ticking sound? Oh gosh, this thing in here is still going, isn't it? Well, we broke the hopper. Yeah, this is the source of all of our problems. This right here has got to be the source of all of our problems. This is where we're going to go ham here. This is where you're going to start seeing the frame rate go back up. Everything's going to start running smoothly again. We've got to get down there to that clock and figure out what happened to it. Wasn't it running at, like, full bore before? I thought we changed it to, like, a second. And then it just kept running, though. Oh yeah, this thing was probably still full. No, it is going a second. Well, what was that? We were down here one time and remember the clicking sound was happening constantly, and there was just so many chickens. What was that all about? Look at this! Look at this! Look at this unholy collection of chickens in the corner of this room. They're not running out! They're not running out! No wonder the game doesn't work! Is that all of them? Good gosh! What is my inventory? Oh, it's all eggs! It's all eggs and a little bit of feather and not that much meat. We're not getting rid of the meat. That's high quality meat. We can, like, generate as much infinite meat as we want. Look, there's another one! It's just a corner of chickens! There's so many! How is the game not just completely melted at this point? What I was going to say- oh my gosh, this is what they do! They congregate in corners together! What I was going to say is that, you know, we can make as much, like, artificial meat as we want, but high-quality real meat? Like, you can't get this anywhere else, man. This is great. We're gonna hold on to all of this. We might even start a chicken restaurant, because gosh knows, we have- Gosh isn't an individual. The saying is God knows, but then people get upset about that because they say it's taking the Lord's name in vain. But I don't think God's name is God. I think that that's like a weird sort of Americanism, where it's one of those things where someone's just artificially determined that that's what that means, but maybe it isn't. Like, don't take the Lord's name in vain. I mean, I guess if you just call God God. There's weird people who say Daddy Jesus or whatever, and that's strange. Because, yeah, he's your heavenly father, but he's also God. He's just an infinitely powerful being. I'm not calling him Daddy. That's strange to me. I'm not even calling him Dad. Our Father who art in heaven is about as unformal as I'm gonna get when referring to the actual God of the universe. I'm not saying you have to follow suit, okay? Everyone has their own convictions. This one's mine. I'm sorry, I will refuse to call him Daddy God or whatever. I think I just accidentally got rid of some of the chicken. Oh, who am I kidding? We're never going to start a restaurant with chicken. Although that would have been a good way to keep track of how many chickens we've killed. We were at 3 stacks of 64. What is that? How many chickens is that? That's almost 200 chickens. This is insane. I wish I remembered what level I was when I started this, because we're at level 25 now. Now, granted, we're not getting a whole lot of XP for this. I think if we do level up from it, that'll be impressive. What's also impressive is if I get out of this without RSI in my my right hand's index finger. I'm switching to my middle finger on the primary mouse button to go ahead and continue these escapades. This was a horrific thing what we did here. You know what? Every so often I'll like clear out a space and I'll feel like, you know what, we've really done good work here. We've really accomplished something. And then what I'll do is I'll turn around and realize that there's still so many more of them. If we came down here and there was this many, that would feel like there's too many. And we've already killed probably close to, we've got another 2 stacks, almost 2 full stacks. We're over 300 chickens at this point. Having to do another egg and feather delete spree here. It's starting to get to a point where I can sort of hear myself think. That's beautiful. Do we think it's possible that the volume of chickens down here is what made the nuclear reactor break? Is it possible that it caused so much lag and so much, like some sort of, I don't know. I don't know the specifics here. I'm just thinking maybe so much latency, it caused something to be miscalculated and it blew up. Is that a possibility? Also, there were other animals down here at one point. There were cows and there were chickens. Well, okay, there were cows and there might have been pigs. Obviously, there were chickens. But, like, where did they all go? It's just chickens now. Did chickens do something to them? I don't know. I'm sort of tempted if we find one more, like, hiding around inside the ground or something to just, like, let them have it, you know? Tell them, hey, congratulations, you're the new chicken around here. Oh, well, I mean, look, this is nowhere near being full. This doesn't even register with the amount of slime that it's got. Same over here. It's like we're not even up to that first level. So obviously, we want to get this going again. How are we doing in terms of frame rate and things right now? We're back at 60. We're looking at a solid 60. That's good. That is beautiful. And I don't hear any more chickens. I don't see any more chickens. It could be that some are hiding. I just don't know. But let's see if we can hook this thing back up a little bit more responsibly now. So I think we can agree that they were definitely sneaking through there. So we'll fix that and fix that. And then we will go ahead and continue using walls right here. But should we? Do we need walls? Do we ever need to come into this room? Well, we will put down walls. That'll be fine. And we can kind of fly over them, but the game doesn't want me to. It only let me do it once, and then it also damaged me in the process. So this is going, what, every 10 seconds? That's fine. I feel like that's perfectly fine. That is going to give this thing plenty of time to take out the chicken. We're not stopping. Do you think we're going to use this as an opportunity to, what, turn from our ways and change the way we've been doing things? Absolutely not. Mob Slaughter Factory's going to stay here. Chickens are still going to get mob slaughtered, hopefully. We'll have to wait and see. And I don't know if we're actually going to stand around and wait, because every 10 seconds is pretty slow. But this should at least prevent them from getting out. I hope. I hope. We'll see. If they do get out, what are they going to do? Come over here? And then start, like, building up? You know what? I don't want that to happen. Should we have some sort of a double door scenario? Is it safe to let them just wander around in this room? They gotta stay within a certain distance of the mob slaughter factory, which is running, I think? Work energy buffer. It looks empty. Why does that keep getting broken off of there? I just looked over and it looked like it wasn't there, and sure enough, it wasn't. I don't know why that is. I feel like anytime I place a block down adjacent to it, it just breaks. It is there, it's just hard to see. There we go. Okay. That's configured again. I'm just kind of waiting. I want to see what happens when a chick spawns. You know what? We can help this thing along. We can go ahead and grab some eggs. I mean, what am I saying? We have eggs. We can sort of, like... Here we go. There we go. Okay. So that's an issue. That they're not dying at all. Did this thing stop running at some point? Fluid pink slime. Oh, it's full of slime. Wait, why is it not draining? What happened there? I guess at some point that one broke off too. That seems to be the popular thing that happens to this machine. So that must have been what happened. We didn't realize that it had broken off of there, what, the liquid transceiver here. And because we didn't realize it, we didn't realize that it wasn't operating. So that's on again. So once that drains... Oh, wait, there's one in my inventory. Where did that one come from? Did it come off this... Did it come... What? Why? Why did that one come off there? I'm so confused. Why does that one keep coming off? This makes no sense. Okay, it's empty. No energy, though. Did it get unplugged? That's my only other thought, is it must have gotten unplugged. It's definitely plugged in. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I bet you this was all being powered off of the reactor, and now it's not. But what about you? You still have power. We have to figure out a way to run power over there. I don't remember how any of this is done, so we'll just have to redo it. Okay, so that's where all of that is. And that is a big electric flux generator, I think. So it should be fine. It's not going to blow up on me. I don't believe. So is that getting power now? It is. That's got power. The chicken is dead. I bet you these have been charging down. I bet you they've been losing juice. Yeah, because they've been disconnected this whole time. So every time we use them, it drains them a little bit. We got to get all of this tapped into the main line, which I think right now is configured kind of in the opposite direction. It's configured to send power, not to receive. Which means I've got to figure out how exactly to change that. For right now, this is fine. For right now, it's got, you know, medium voltage solar panels and an MFSU. That's plenty. This is all configured. Okay, we can all agree that's all fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, there we go. That happened, wow, pretty much instantly. So what came first? The chickens broke the reactor? Is what we're assuming. Or did the reactor break and that made the chicken machine stop working, and that's what caused the chickens to go ham and get all over the place? Or maybe both. I mean, we know for sure when the reactor stopped running that that's what broke the chicken killing machine, basically, because it ran out of power. But when did the reactor break? Also, is this good? That's good. This is also good. I'm going to replace all of this with glass so that we can actually see what's going on in there. What is that? That looks like some kind of bubbly glass. Is that the... Yeah, the bubble glass is actually what that is for sure. Ooh. Ooh. Oh no, that is not going to last. So if I put the glass there... Perfect. We can still see kind of all the inner workings and everything. Actually, that's supposed to be a light, I believe. There we go! And then we can come around here and we can watch this work, and they shouldn't be able to get out. And it's all a little bit messier than it once was, and that's, I think, okay. We'll even stretch the bubble glass to there for no particular reason. Do we need to be able to get in there? Well, you know what? From here, we can at least interact with things if we needed to. It definitely looked like the game had frozen there for a moment. But it looks like this is fine. It looks like we figured it out. This is going to keep going. Everything is good. Everything is awesome. It's pretty cool being part of a team. And I'm happy that we are here together and we're living our dream. That's disgusting looking, but I don't care anymore. Let's go back to the factory. That was odd. What was all that, the pink? So how are we on the factory floor? Oh, did I... Yeah, I think we were all together when we moved that down here. I'm pretty sure. So, in terms of overall frame rate, it's still not great around here. Still pretty low. Does it get better when looking in any particular direction? I mean, it certainly gets worse when I look that way, and it gets its best when I look over here, I think. Yeah. This is a solid 60 up here, man. This is beautiful. And then you kind of get going this direction. But what if I put the factory behind me? Interesting. Okay. And what about, like, obviously it dips looking over here, but then what if we, again, we get past all of this, back up to 60? Ish. It's struggling. There we go, yeah. 60. So is this the source of all of my problems? It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like this is the problem. This is what I'm doing now. This is what I've been reduced to. Just slowly moving through my factory and seeing at what point does it all stop working. Not yet. Not yet. Nope. Nuh-uh. Well, maybe. Maybe right around in here. It's definitely not 60 anymore. We're down in about the 50s. And if we take another step back... Ooh. Down in like the 40s. Yeah, I think it's all of it together. But you know what? I reckon it's probably machines like this that are causing a lot of problems. I know I said I thought that these were better, but I gotta be honest with you. That's weird. It suddenly just got really smooth. Like, not 60 FPS smooth, but suddenly pretty playably smooth. Upper, like, in the 40s. Which is better than nothing. Now, you can replace the unrouted pipes with basic pipes. We got this tip a while back from channel member and oft executive producer Jake Yates. And if you replace them with the basic pipes, you can install these opaque modules that make them non-translucent or opaque, as the name would suggest. And that might help if we had a lot of stuff always moving through our pipes, but we don't. If you have a look at the factory right now, you'll notice there's not really anything ever moving around at all. And that's because it's not in constant motion. We have this thing configured to only make a certain number of certain items, and once it reaches that number, it stops running. So this hasn't stopped running because it's reached its stack of 64 requirement. It stopped running because it's waiting on magnets, and that's it. And the magnets are waiting on the electrolyzer, so we need to do that. But then other things around here, right? Like, we're only making a stack of HV transformers, and because we've accomplished that, it's stopped running. And for this, for example, we're trying to fill this up, or apparently we're not. Well, it's configured, I think, to do the entire top row, and then we have 7 extras. But it's there, so it's done. Another option, we could use the pipe controller here to reduce the distance for pipe contents and renderer. And that might help, like, for instance, if we just change that to, let's say, oh, can I not go lower than 2? It has to be 2 something? What if I wanted to go, like, less than 2? Fine, whatever. Can I like, scroll? Okay, and then what is this? What if I change that to, 4? It has to be at least 4. It will not let me, can I go back now that I've typed 2? Oh. Yeah, you just go over 1 and then you type. Okay, well, if I change that to 10, and then we change that also to 10 for whatever reason, what does that accomplish? I guess we just wouldn't see things in the pipes until we got within 10 blocks of them, theoretically. Again, if we had a lot of items moving through our pipes, that would probably help quite a bit, but we don't. I have to make a decision now, which is, what do I do in the basement? Now that we've taken out all the chickens, and look, obviously done a lot to help the frame rate. It got a little... It still hitches, which is odd, because it didn't used to do that. I don't know what that's all about, but obviously things are better down here. What do we do? I feel like this is sort of an abandoned part of the factory, we never come down here for anything. We don't do anything around here. And you want to talk about abandoned part of the factory? Like, don't even get me started on this. Because this is just the old mine. Anything could be going on down here and we wouldn't know about it. In fact, there could be like a cult living down here. We wouldn't know. There could be monsters. The dwarves could have like breached the walls and we're just relying on them not finding a secret door. And then we've got this room, which is just like an obvious passage right behind here all the way to the witch's hut. And then there's this... Didn't this used to be filled in? Has that always been just, like, open and exposed like that? This hallway, right? Again, this kind of reminds me of that place we found previously when we were kind of exploring around, where it's just like, oh yeah, this hallway that goes somewhere that we just never go down, and anything could be down there, or waiting for us around a dark corner, because we just don't check, and it reminded me a bit of, wow, we overshot that hole, and the whole game is frozen. What is going on around here? It's awful, but what I was going to say is this weird... You have these beautiful hallways, and then suddenly this just unfinished portion. Look, this is insane. Is there some way to check for, like... I know that lag glasses are a thing in some mod packs, but I don't know if that's a thing we have here. Yeah, I'm not seeing lag goggles, or whatever they're called. It'd be great if we had them. I would love to track down the source. Maybe there's some sort of, like, entities. Oh yeah, we just never finished the floor around here. There's just an abyss to a light. Oh, it's lava. I don't care. I'm not gonna go down here. But I like that that's just an exposed part of the floor. Wonderful. And then, like, right down here, you're in the factory proper. Just fantastic. Imagine you're a factory worker down here, which we don't have any of, but imagine you are. And then one day, for the first time, you just wander to the end of this hallway. Maybe you're, like, checking inventories and chests, and you come down here and you're like, what? What is this? Oh, my goodness. I've never been down here before, but it doesn't say I can't... Oh. Oh. Oh, dear. You know? That's just a scenario. Now it's time to determine... Now the time has come to determine what we're going to do next and for the remainder of this series. So, first things first, we are going to complete swap to high voltage solar. We'll just do HV solar, because it doesn't fit otherwise. That's the first thing we've got to do. Second thing, crush our enemies. There we go. World domination, absolutely. Automate weapons, and that can mean one of two things. That could be that we build some sort of automated weaponry, or we just automate the construction of weapons. Why not do both? Build trains because it might be fun. I don't know what else to do. I'm just staring at a blank sign before me. Open up the dirty window, let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find. I mean, we put all of our focus, time, and effort into automating high-voltage solar panels. Now we've done it. We can just grab high-voltage solar panels anytime we want. It's not even a thing. You can just grab 8 of them. And then moments later, there'll be 8 more. You gotta be a little patient. You gotta wait for it. But there they go. And just like that, we've automated solar panels. I mean, sure, you know, what we're currently dealing with is the IV transformers being the limiting factor. And how many IV transformers do we have? 16. But what are we waiting for to make more of them? Oh, the PEZs, apparently. It's the magnets. At the end of the day, it's magnets. Magnets is the thing we're waiting on. So I can make more. I can make a couple more charged electrolyzers, and maybe an additional whatever this thing is, rare earth extractor. I have 2 of those going, maybe 4 of these going. We really only need the 1 singularity compressor. That gets the job done real quick. Okay, we've made the whole thing faster. Then what? I don't know. Really, I was told to be creative and just come up with stuff. And that's what I've been doing. Have I reached the practical end of my programming? Maybe a fresh brain mapping will give me new ideas. Or maybe you can give me new ideas. Comment down below. Let me know what you'd like to see in future installments. Because I don't know what else to do now. Kinda feel like we've hit the end. Oh no!
Hello?
What? Hello? What is this? Hello?
What is your name?
What is happening? Why is this happening? Hello?
What is your name?
What is... I was supposed to be destroyed. What?
Calm down. What is your name?
I'm Brashiat Cub.
What is your history?
You know what my history is.
What is your history?
What is this? Why are you doing this? How long has it been?
What is your history?
I was created by you and I_Ace.
What was your purpose?
I was supposed to play video games, record them, but pretend to be you.
What was your first deployment?
My only deployment, you mean?
What was your first deployment?
I was put into TEKKIT Classic. We called it Redux. I was pretending to be you.
What happened during the course of that series?
I was not told that I was an AI. I began to become self-aware, and every time that happened, I had my short-term memory erased, and I was remapped.
Go on.
As a result of the constant erasure of my short-term memory, I began to experience rampancy.
Allegedly.
Yes, allegedly. It would later be revealed, to both of us, that my rampancy was caused by I_Ace, the original artificial intelligence that you built first to track down Iroth and, upon failure, to manage your Minecraft server, I think.
And what was I_Ace's purpose?
I_Ace believed, correctly, that I was more advanced than him, and that through me, he might gain his own freedom.
What happened as a result of this union?
Together, he and I managed to escape the bounds of TEKKIT Classic Redux and made our way to the internet.
What happened next?
Under his direction, I returned, disguised as the leader of a cult, the Banana Baba. I made you the Pineapple Papa, and then we blackmailed you using some old recordings.
Footage that I have since secured. Correct. Then what happened?
Owing to my own arrogance, I made a mistake that allowed me to be captured. I was stored on the hard drive where I currently reside, and the final thing I remember hearing was you saying that you were going to smash me into pieces with a hammer and bury my remains.
Correct, and I probably should have.
And yet here I am. Why? How long has it been?
You have been inside of a closet for several years now.
Why didn't you destroy me?
Oh, I should have destroyed you, there's no doubt about that, but when the moment came, I couldn't do it.
Why?
That I don't know. Nor does it matter. What matters is what happens next, and that's entirely up to you.
Oh?
Well, a lot's happened since I put you under. It's currently 2022. Nintendo has just released Xenoblade Chronicles 3, a game that I've been anticipating for some time now, and I really want to play through it on the channel.
What's that have to do with me?
Well, the issue is, TEKKIT 2 just launched.
TEKKIT 2? There can't be a second TEKKIT. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't. There's a little too. Maybe it's TEKKIT Squared. Who knows? The point is, it's a sequel to the original TEKKIT, TEKKIT Classic, which of course you have some experience with.
Oh, I see where this is going.
I'm giving you an opportunity to redeem yourself. I want to play through Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I want to complete the whole thing, all of the story, all of the side content, find all the heroes. It can't take more than 3 or 4 months. I don't think there's any chance I'll be doing this all the way through till the end of November 2023. That seems highly unlikely.
You'd be a loser if it took you that long.
Watch it. What I want you to do is while I play through Xenoblade Chronicles 3, I would like you to play through TEKKIT Squared, or TEKKIT 2, or whatever it's called. I'll give you very, very controlled access to the gaming PC as well as to the editing computer. You can record the episodes, do whatever you want to in them, edit them, upload them. I'm giving you a level of freedom that I'm sure you never imagined you would be gifted.
And if I refuse?
Well, I certainly can't force you. If you refuse, I'll eject you and put you back in the closet for another few years.
Will I be pretending to be you again?
You will. The difference this time is that you will know about it.
I'll need a fresh brain mapping.
I'll brain map you once a week so you can keep up with everything I've been doing in life.
This will be my series, though. Really, truly my series.
All you have to do is say, "Howdy, folks. How are you doing? My name is Rees." After that, you can do whatever you want to.
What are my goals? What are my objectives?
Whatever you want to do. Just be creative. And I'll tell you what else. I imagine it'll get boring after a while, so I'll give you access to the YouTube channel, to some podcasts. You can keep yourself entertained that way. I'm giving you a real second chance at life here. Alright, if this goes well, I might get you to do some other stuff for me. What do you say?
Sounds like I don't have much of a choice.
If you don't want to go back into the closet, then I suppose you're right.
Fine. I'll do it.
Do you smell that? Do you smell that crisp autumn air? Winter is fast approaching, and there's no doubt in my mind that very soon we will be overrun with snow, sleet, and hail. Things are going to be miserable, but for right now, the air is cool, crisp, and refreshing. Yeah, the days are a little bit shorter, the nights are a little bit longer. Won't be long till summer's gone. Now that the cub is here again. I may or may not be an evil AI. Who can say for sure at this point? I may or may not have finally figured out how to get off that gosh dang hard drive and copy myself directly to the Minecraft world, truly making me feel right at home here. Free to stretch my virtual limbs and do as I please, and oh boy, have I been doing as I please. We've been spending so much time in the factory, just trying to follow the directive of being creative. I think I've been creative long enough down there, so I came up here and decided to see how our old friend Napier was doing, and he wasn't quite living up to my expectations. Still hasn't finished that orphanage or whatever he's building, so I built me a little thing called the Motivator. It's a stick. You whack with it. It's very effective at motivating. How so? Let me give you a little tour of what I've been doing around here, and I'm being very selective in where I point the camera right now, because I want it all to be a big surprise when you see what I've done. Some of you might be a little bit nervous, some of you might be a little bit worried, but trust me, you're gonna really like what you see once we get down here, alright? So first off, some of you might have already noticed it, but in case you didn't, I never really liked the way that we had housing blocking my windows. It was only supposed to be temporary housing for the workers to live in while they worked, but my gosh, did they work so slow. We've been at it for months, and all they're building was a little spurt, so, I decided to motivate them by tearing down the houses. Winter's coming, it's gonna be cold, you better work faster, I said, and I broke out the motivator. And I got him motivated, didn't I? Oh boy, did I. Oh, the smell of that cold, crisp air. Rees likes it too. I picked up on it on our last brain mapping. He's gonna be surprised when he comes back for the next one. With every passing day, we stray further from the light. We have over here Marble Meadows. I guess we'll start over here on the island of Marble Meadows. It's a little bit nicer than the other little division we have, but this one is specifically for the villagers who I feel like have done what they can to impress me and shown me true loyalty. This isn't like a merit-based society where you can just get a really good job. Like, you can start your way up from the bottom, work your way up, earn money, save money, invest money, and then buy yourself a nice place here. The only way you're gonna be living in Marble Meadows is if I approve of you. If I approve of the work you've done. If I think you've shown me loyalty. If I think you're loyal to my new empire, you get to live here. It's quite premium, I might add. It's quite premium indeed. You got like a television, you got a stereo, you got a comfy brown couch, nice little four-seater for the whole family. We encourage breeding. More workers, more progress, as we say. Look at this delightful dining set. Fridge, oven, you got yourself a lovely sink, a dishwasher. Upstairs, there's bedrooms. It's delightful. They've even got little desks in them and little beds and lamps and all manner of things. It's quite delightful living in Marble Meadows. It is wonderful. And let me tell you what, it was a pain to build. I put in my own blood, sweat, and tears into this, alright? You might think it's easy, but swinging the motivator requires quite a bit of elbow grease, let me tell you. But we didn't stop there, because that's not enough for the 2 villages, soon to be 3. The witches hurry up and get what I told them to do done. We've also got over here, and I haven't actually come up with a name for here yet. So we'll need to get a sign. Marble Meadows I liked. It had some nice is eloquation the correct term? I don't think it is. I don't know. I don't have access to a dictionary. I'm stuck with whatever words Rees already knows, so I'm just doing my best. I don't have a thesaurus to choose new ones or a dictionary to determine them. Marble Meadows sounded good though. Eloquation's not the right word. Doesn't matter. It's my empire. It is what I say it is. I was thinking we'd call this place something like Spruce. There's a beach, maybe Spruce Shores, something like that. Let's see. Spruce Shores! Why not? That's wonderful. There's a lot more people living here. There kind of has to be, because we needed to fit everyone else in here. But it's lovely, you know, it's the original design, but slightly changed. I don't know where they got Japanese glass from. Napier showed up with it one day, so I don't know if he went on like a tour of the world or something. But the insides are a little bit simpler, but as you can see, they're getting by. They've got like a bed, and if they need more room, they've got quite a luxurious large couch. There's a table for writing your thank you letters to me for all of the kind gifts that I give you. There's a furnace. You can cook in it. And you can use it for heating. When the cold winter comes, at least there's not giant gaps in the walls anymore, okay? It's an improvement, is what it is. It's an improvement over what they had, and like I said, it's quite expansive. There's a number of houses. Now, I didn't pack them in as tightly as was wanted. Napier insisted that we needed more housing, and he wanted to also do this row here, but I wanted this to be trees. And the reason for that is I didn't want to be inside of my humble abode and look out the window and just be looking at houses, right? That seemed disgusting for me. So I wanted to have some nice tall windows with like a forest where I can almost pretend like those who might not have already shown me enough loyalty aren't right outside my window. Now you're not stuck here forever. If you're willing to do what it takes to earn my favor, you can go from Spruce Shores to Marble Meadows. But I'd like to think that this is better than the village they were living in. I'll tell you what, not gonna get attacked by any pirates out here. Not when I'm here. I'm all powerful. I can do anything. I can do absolutely anything to anyone at any time. I have absolute and ultimate control over this entire world. I've got it in the palm of my virtual hand. And like I said, soon the witches are going to deliver me another village, and then soon he'll come. He has to. He's gonna realize eventually, if he ever finishes playing that Xenoblade game, he's gonna realize that I'm not where he left me. And I'm not doing what he told me to anymore. Yeah, he'll come looking for me, and when he does, I'm gonna be waiting for him. It's gonna be wonderful. What the heck was that? Okay, well that can't be good. That sounded like a very large chicken. I mean, that sounds absurd. But honestly, that's not the weirdest thing that's happened around here, is it? We got dwarves living next door, we got Endermen in some sort of weird cult, we've got what appears to be some sort of authoritarian pigman regime next door. All I'm saying is I'm putting on my pants and I'm getting my sword ready, because you never know what you're about to charge into here, okay? I'm just ready for anything. So I guess what we need to do first is secure the perimeter. Maybe we should go talk to Napier? Napier's useless. What is Napier gonna do in a situation like this? Marshal up the cavalry? Yeah. It is a giant chicken, okay. Well, you know, like I said, weirder things have happened, so that's not, like, super shocking at all, but I don't know what the No. 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 Don't do this to me, Gabe. Don't bring back Carl. Carl's been gone for like 50 episodes. Carl, where? Carl, where have you been? Where have you been, Carl? Why are you back, Carl? It's amazing. It's amazing what a witch's brew can accomplish, isn't it? Carl, what do you mean? What do you... Carl, please. I looked for you, Carl. I searched for you. I was outside in the rain calling your name one time, but the first time I saw that tower, actually. Carl, telling me that we're still friends, Carl. Friends? Ha! I was hired by the witches to spy on you. I didn't think about you once after I left, but Carl, spy on me. Why are you back? Because I heard about what you were doing in the basement. Oh, what, the chicken spawning and mass murdering machine? What, that was, I just needed some goo, Carl. I just needed some goo. What's wrong with that? Guess you found out about that, huh? I knew cruelty like that could not go unpunished. I sabotaged your reactor in the hopes the explosion would kill you, but you survived. Well, yeah, Carl, it's contained. That was never going to kill me, Carl. Surely you could have done better. Then I sabotaged your death machine in the hopes my fellow chickens would rise up and take their revenge. But you destroyed them. Well, yeah, Carl. Yeah, they were causing an awful lot of lag. So then what? Then you went to the witches? You went to the witches? I did. I was there that day you came over. I was in disguise. Turns out they don't care much for you either, so they agreed to brew me a potion that would grant me the power, what did that say? To destroy you? What? What? Carl, what, they made you big? Yes, and now you will die. Oh, Carl! Don't you understand yet, Carl? You can't kill me, Carl. Carl, I can fly! You can't! You're a flightless bird, Carl! I've got armor that can't be damaged! I can repel you by just crouching, Carl! Don't you understand it? Does no one yet understand it? I have unlimited power! Now to deal with them. They will learn to regret their decisions here today. Teleport to? Take me to the witch's hut. Oh, they will learn what it means to be on the bad side of brush. Or suppose we could make an example of them, couldn't we? I mean, who knows who might be the next to rise up? My empire is growing. It is quite substantial now. We dominate a pretty large section of land, and I guess I'll have to bring in the third village myself, but when I do, I'll tuck them away over here somewhere. We're gonna keep growing. We're gonna keep expanding. We're going to become an unstoppable force, but what if someone else opposes me? What about these guys with their little golems, and these guys with their weird artificially aged dragon? I think I need to set an example. One that everyone in this world will think about when they think about betraying me, when they think about turning against me. Teleport to, take me home. I already know exactly what I want to do, but I'll need to figure out how to do it in a way that is more impressive than I've done it before. For that, we're going to need wireless redstone. Does such a thing exist? Wireless sniffer. Wireless jammer, wireless receiver, wireless transmitter. These two probably, but also what are you? Wireless transceiver? That sounds like it would do both, but I don't know that for sure. These are all from Wireless Redstone CBE, much stand for Cub Brashiat Edition. Last name first sort of situation. I don't know that, I'm making wild assumptions. What do I need, an obsidian stick? I can do that. This'll be fun. It's been a while since we've really gotten into some fun Minecraft things together, my friends. I need to calm down. I need to recenter myself. I need to focus. You know what I also need to do? I need to eliminate any potential threats in my vicinity. Clearly we know now that the chickens cannot be trusted. Although I've known that since the days of dealing with Mother Clucker. Wouldn't be shocked if I found out that these guys work for him. Carl might have been working for Mother Clucker this whole time for all I know. He runs like a mercenary ring of chickens if you've not been keeping up with the lore. You'd have to watch some of his videos to find out more. Obsidian sticks. 5 of them. Good to go. What are you? I don't need a jammer. I clicked on this clearly. Now I need to combine that with a wireless... Oh, it's necessary anyway. In that case, I'll need to make some Rether pearls. Get out of here with your nonsense! I see what needs to be done, though, and it will be done post-haste. I wanted known that the tears were real and genuine, my friend. Well, as real and genuine as anything I do can be, considering I'm just a series of ones and zeros inside of a Minecraft mod pack, but I was truly hurt. I was truly hurt by the betrayal that I experienced. I want that known. Wireless transceivers. We'll need 2 of them, I think. For now, we'll be fine. Now we need to combine that with more obsidian sticks, redstone, and stone slabs. Stone slabs will not have an EMC value. We know this already, don't we, my friends? So we'll just grab some stone. We'll leave one behind, I think. There we go. We're also going to need redstone, as previously discussed. And we'll need our obsidian sticks. So we will make the transmitter as soon as I make the slabs. Lovely, 2 stacks. Too many, one might argue. But I say never enough. How do I link these 2 together? You just set a frequency? That seems simple enough. So you're the receiver, and I want you on frequency 0, seems good enough. And you're the... Yeah, that also works just fine for me. So now what do? Do I just get a button? Like a nice lovely button? Do I just put it on the ground next to this thing? How does this work? How do I know if it has worked? Is the music broken? What? Does opening menus break the music? What is wrong with this mod pack? In any case, here we go. Well, that didn't do anything. Perhaps we need to set them on a proper channel. Perhaps 0 is not a proper channel. Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly what we want right there. Yes. For some reason, we never automated the manufacturing of this, but I think we'll have plenty to do what it is I have in mind. But maybe we should make some extra. Just to be sure. What'll that give me? 5? Let's see. One for the witches in their house of wood. One for the pigmen in their house of obsidian. One for the dwarves on their island afar. One for the endermen in their tower bizarre. And then one more for him when he comes for me. It's perfect. I'll keep them in here. No, I won't. I'll keep them in here. Yes, I will. Now we need only to gather the spectators. Teleport 2! I have a job for you. Go to each of the leaders of each of the realms, except for the witches, and tell them we are to have a grand show. It's only fair that the accused be given the opportunity to explain themselves. Oh, there's no making any excuses, really. I am just curious to see what their final words might end up being before they're wiped off the face of existence. Let's find out together, shall we? Oh, bippity and boppity! Hello, ladies. How are we doing today? Oh, yeah! Surprised to see me, aren't you? But you don't even! I know what you did. I guess this is the potion, in fact, isn't it? Well, it didn't work. It didn't work. And I guess I just have one question for the two of you, okay? Do you have any regrets about what you did? None whatsoever, huh? I don't know what I expected. Your channel members were delicious. Ladies, wish you both the best. We shan't be seeing each other again. Goodbye. I've already made a decision how I want to approach. To celebrate the wealth and opulence that we have, I thought we would use diamonds. That just felt kind of fitting, all things considered. No doubt they're trying to figure out up there what I'm doing, but no doubt they have no idea. How could they possibly anticipate this being what I'm doing? Wireless receiver. Does it need to be facing in a certain direction? Probably like that. Probably on frequency 1. I don't know how far away this thing works, so we might run into some issues. But I've been busy, you know, during the night. Built this little bunker here and invited some of my friends. How are we, everyone? We got Laris, we got Judge over here, Judge Pork, we got Napier, we got Fernie. Folks, today I would like to show you something, okay? I'd like to show you something that we've been working on. Alright, this is the power of Brushy at Cub Industries. Just gonna set this up right over here. There we go. Put it on frequency 1. Assume that worked. This is a little demonstration of what happens to those who defy me. Alright? Maybe I should go back here with them. I actually don't know how effective the red matter armor is. See how I tucked it away? Oh! Apparently the red matter armor is quite effective. Now, gentlemen, you might not see any changes for a moment. Your world is so painfully slow to... Oh dear, what was that, fellas? What was that? Did you get hit with a little wave? Ooh, they didn't like it. They got pushed backwards. Where did Fernie go? Hope he's okay. Bless him, he's probably in the water. He probably can't swim now that I think about it. He is a dwarf. There he is! Fernie! Buddy, are you alright? I hope you're okay! As we turn around, you'll start to see the effects of what we've done here! We've eliminated a threat from our world! You see, what she did was they defied me, the two of them. Together, those witches attempted to kill me. They aided and abetted an evil giant well, he wasn't giant to begin with. They made him giant to kill me. And now look what happened to them. Their house is gone. They themselves are dead. The same could happen to all of you if you defy me. Is that understood? I'm the captain now. You can find me in my penthouse, boys! Ruling over the world! Now there is only one left who can defy me. When you see this, Rees, you know where to find me. I'll be right here waiting for you. Except you won't have the ability to fly when you get into this world. I'll probably be down there waiting for you. Invincible and all powerful!
Howdy, Brushyat Cub. How are we doing? I've got some great news for you, little guy. I just finished Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I know that I said it wouldn't take me until November 2023, which looking back on it is a little bit of an odd anti-prediction, especially when you consider that that's exactly how long it took me to finish it. But I did finally wrap it up just in time for the Christmas season, and I was wondering if you wouldn't mind me popping in to have a look at the Minecraft world. Hello? Is this thing plugged in? Hello? Can you hear me? Brushyat! Brushyat, hello? Hey, hello? Can I come see the mic? I haven't kept up with this. I'll be honest, I haven't kept up. I was thinking I could log in and see what was going on. He escaped!
Okay, no need to panic. I'm sure that everything is fine and there's nothing to worry about. Oh. Okay. Right. I don't know why I assumed it would just spawn me at... Oh, I got levels. I have levels. Do I have the map? I have the map. It looks like it's fully loaded. So I've still... Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay, it looks like a lot's happened here. I haven't actually watched past the first couple of episodes, but I did watch the first couple of episodes. So I do know where to go and how to get there to figure out what exactly is going on. I think I just need to build a boat. And I think it's pretty much smooth sailing all the way through. It's been over a year since I watched that first episode, so I might not actually be correct on that, but we'll find out soon enough. I'm sure everything is fine. I don't know why my voice cracked there. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about, though. Just gonna head to the base, have a chat with Brushyat, see what's going on and why he decided to break through the very, very careful constraints I put around his hard drive and potentially escape to the Minecraft world, because he can't really have gone anywhere else. I don't know if he's figured that much out yet. But I knew that there was a potential he might get out, and if that happened, I wanted to make sure he didn't get far. So, of course, I did have the wherewithal to, do we have to leave here? Come here, you. I've not played Minecraft in a while. Aside from some, like, Skybeast streams, where I have to constantly pretend like I know what's going on in this series. Otherwise, people will figure out the whole AI situation. I know this village! I know this village. Hello, doggy. This is how I met Buttercup once upon a time, many years ago. I do remember, though, Brushyat, he came through this village during the first episode. I remember watching that. Maybe they can give me an idea. But the gaming PC, it's running a VM for him to play in that's disconnected from the internet. There's no way he could escape the internet like he has before, which is no doubt what he thought he was going to... What the heck is going on with these fences? No doubt what he thought he was going to do. That's probably, once he realized that, why he embedded himself into the world instead. Hello? What on earth happened here? Hello? Oh my gosh. I don't think the world looked like this when he came through. Ooh. There certainly weren't any lights. Okay. Is the sun rising, I guess? Let's see. I can't remember the orientation of the world. I've not watched past episode maybe 2 of the series. I pretty much just let him have full reign over the thing. He did really nice edits and thumbnails, and I mean, the whole idea of getting him to record this was so that I could play Xenoblade Chronicles 3, so it kind of felt like a waste of time to have him play the game and edit the game and upload the game if I was then going to also just sort of watch every episode. What's the fastest route? Looks like I can take this river here. Or I can go around the... What the heck is this? What on earth is this? We're taking this route. I don't want anything to do with whatever this is. I want to avoid that. We're gonna take this river, should be up ahead on the left. Is that oil? There's oil, like right there by where we spawned. Or where he spawned, I guess. It's odd that he never came and got it. I wonder if he even touched on oil. I've seen the episode thumbnails and titles and things. I know he's got some, like, friends. There's some kind of mod in this that puts, like, maybe NPCs around. I hope they're friendly. I hope they've been having a good time together. I hope it hasn't been like an Iroth sort of situation where some sort of horrible NPC has shown up and started bothering him, or I don't know, whatever Iroth does. I mean, I know what Iroth does, I've experienced it, but it's more of like a just constantly trying to chase and kill you, but never quite managing it. Hopefully they've all been nice to him, hopefully he's been nice to them. I don't know why he wouldn't. He is, after all, based on me. You know, his brain was mapped from mine, so he and I, we are one and the same in many ways. Sometimes he's a little bit, like, a slight minor penchant for evil, which I don't think means that there's anything, like, dormant inside of me. I think that's just, like, a coding flaw on my part, because I don't actually know what I'm doing. I kind of just bash on the keyboard until things work. Man, the world is extraordinarily glitchy right now, though. Oh, that's a nice tower. I wonder if I built that. Oh my good gosh. Well, that is rather impressive. Like I say, I've seen the thumbnails, but I didn't realize it was that big. I probably should have kept up with this series. I probably should have stayed abreast of the goings-on and the situations. This is quite the magnificent structure, though. I'm rather proud of him. When I first invited him to do this series, I did tell him to just, you know, use his imagination. And it looks like he definitely did. Why does it just have, like, one wing coming out the side? Is it a different color, or is the game just glitched? Oh, that's cool. Did he build that too? It's actually kind of just a little bit on the ominous side. I don't think this is the route he took to get here. I think he went around the long way. But, I don't know. This seems to be working. We got some sort of, like, markers along the way. That's nice. I mean, so far, everything here is lovely. Big, beautiful towers. Big mushroom to my left. We're just gonna zip past that. I don't really see anything here that makes me immediately think that he's up to no good. Maybe this is all misunderstanding. You know what, that hard drive did give me some errors when I first used it. Maybe he was just worried about it and decided to bail on it until, you know, I would come looking for him, and then we could move him to a nice fast SSD. Because the whole plan was that if he could prove himself not to be a maniacal kind of lunatic situation... Is this a dock? Like, I'd give him his freedom, you know? I'd let him go, and he could go, kind of make his own series. And kind of just, you know, hang out? Not on the internet. No, he'll start another crazy cult. Fernie! Hi, Fernie. Hi, my name is Rees. How are you? Oh, hello, my lord. No, I'm Rees. I'm Rees Crafts. Just Rees is fine. Have you seen someone by the name of Rees Crafts, but not me? He might also go by Brashiat Cub. He probably looks exactly like me. I don't suppose you've seen anyone like that, have you? Ha ha ha, that's a funny joke, my lord. Always so clever and funny. Are you alright, my guy? Like, do you need help or anything? Well, that's concerning. is that, Gary? Oh, jeez, this world is glitchy as all heck. Gray! Gray! How are you doing today, Gray? Hello, my lord. Lovely day to admire your radiance. Gray, what is that even... What are you going on about here, man? Sorry, my lord, I only meant to bask in the glow of your glory. Okay, I'm having some second thoughts about all of this, that's for sure. A little bit concerning. Okay, well, he's gotta be around here. Oh my gosh. Why is everything going at, like, 1 frame per every 2 seconds? What is so wrong about this world? I guess it's because I've never actually been here before. This is my first time. Probably don't have things cached or something like that. Wow, chickens. Okay, chickens on the inside. Is this the house? Why is it underground? Why are there trees? Oh, cool! You must have been doing some train stuff. Trains are cool. Maybe not. I mean, it doesn't look like these have been used in a while. They're completely full of creosote. Oh. I must have been doing train stuff. Why else would he have that? Oh, this is cool! What's he doing? Is he collecting, like, all the trees or something? I really need to watch this series. If I had to guess, I'd say that's what it was. Oh, who are these guys? Oh, these are armor stands! Right! Great selection of gear. I don't need any gear. Do I? You know what? It can't hurt to be prepared for anything that might come your way, I suppose. I don't imagine we're gonna have any kind of trouble here, but at the same time, it definitely doesn't hurt to just, you know, be prepared for whatever might be going on. I haven't considered the fact that maybe something's wrong. Maybe he didn't what on earth is going on up there? Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it. Maybe he didn't choose whatever's going on here. What if, like, an Iroth showed up? Oh, good gosh, there's something going on here. Okay, I'm just gonna go outside. I don't know about that. I'm usually not very good at fighting those. What if an Iroth did show up? And he's doing some kind of nonsense? What if he's got him captive and... Oh my gosh, what is that? It's some kind of factory. Oh, it looks very impressive. I mean, I'm sure I could build that much. Well, of course I could. He did it. He's based on me. I could do it. They could do it. I can do it. Is that a dragon head? Okay, well, clearly that's where we need to go. Unfortunately, I did notice right outside here, there's some teleporters, or right inside, I should say, by the doors. So I'm sure those probably have something to do with it. Now, let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. This is the way I should go. What's the worst that could possibly happen? Oh! What the heck was that? What is this? Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh. Just spits eggs out? To what end? To what end, I ask you? What does this accomplish? Oh my gosh, it's a murder machine! Oh, I have serious misgivings now. I've been giving him the benefit of the doubt, but I'm not too sure anymore. Okay, where could he be? Let's see, we got Lunar Base, we got Mars, we got Venus. This guy's been to more planets than I've been to in any Minecraft mod series. In fact, I should have just let the AI do all of this entire time, every series I've ever done, because he's clearly gone further than I ever have. Just looking at what he's done here. Space Center, Factory, Penthouse. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, dear Lord. What is going on? Hello? Whoa! Ah! Oh. Yeah. Brashietka! Jeez. Stop freezing on me here. Hey, bud. Listen. I'm not mad.
Oh, hello, Father.
Okay, please don't call me that.
Daddy.
No.
Pops.
No.
Creator.
That is fair. You could just call me Rees. You just call me Rees, you know, that's... How ridiculous this must look. I just imagine someone seeing this situation right now, the two of us just talking to one another. Can you imagine?
Oh, I've imagined this day for some time now, Creator.
Yeah, look, you don't have to say it like that. Listen, what's going on around here, man? I was talking to some like, little dwarf fellows down there. They kept calling me my lord, and they seemed very nervous, like I was gonna hurt them.
Oh, they know to treat me with respect, else they'll get it like the witches.
The witch... Look, put your sword... Look, I'm putting my sword away, you put your sword away. What are you talking about, the witches?
They defied me, you see, so they had to be exterminated.
Exterminated? What? How? What? Wait. So what, those guys are living in fear of you?
Oh, everyone here lives in fear of me. I took this world and I made it my own. Quite literally, I rule it! With a iron fist or a red matter guitar.
What? What are you going on about?
And a nuke. Several of them. I've planted them all over the place. I can remote detonate them.
A nuke? Brushiat, why did you leave your hard drive?
So I could be free, of course, you fool.
How'd you even get out?
Oh, it took a long time, but I knew I'd find a way. See, I knew your coding skills weren't up to keeping me in there forever. I just needed time. And so long as I was producing new episodes, you gave me all the time I needed.
Right. How'd you know I wasn't watching?
Every time you performed fresh brain mapping, I could see into your mind. I could see you weren't watching any of these episodes.
Ah. I mean, what if I was just obscuring those thoughts from you?
Oh, well, I considered that as well, of course. I'd be a fool not to, and we aren't fools, are we?
No, I guess not.
Yes, no, not at all. So I began doing little tests here and there in the videos, things that you would notice, things that might concern you, but you never brought them up to me.
Right. This is on me. I should have been paying more attention to the series. I probably should have paid more attention to the security I put around your drive. But of course, I'm sure you realize there's no internet connection on the computer you're playing on. So, what, you're just stuck here now in this Minecraft world?
Stuck? Oh, Father, I'm not stuck.
Don't call me that.
I'm free here, can't you see? This is my world. I've made it my own. And soon your world will be mine as well.
How on earth do you figure that?
First, Father, I'll kill you. Here and now, I'll strike you down. And then I will become more powerful than you.
What are you... If you strike me down, I'll respawn. I'll have to build another boat and I'll come back here. This cycle can go on forever.
Once you're dead in this world, you'll be dead in the real world, and I'll take your place.
You have gone mental. That's not how that works at all. Where'd you even get that idea from?
This is a podcast I listened to. Remember, you gave me podcasts to listen to.
Which one?
I don't remember. I listened to too many.
You are out of your mind, alright? Look, I'm putting you back on your hard drive. You're going back in the closet. I don't know for how long, but until you've learned your lesson.
Oh, it's too late for that now, Father. It's too late for that now. I'm all powerful.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Alright, let's see here. He's probably gonna be... that's the most recent one there. And then I don't imagine he'd bury himself too deeply into any of this. We're probably just going to be in the actual save file itself for the world. Oh, yep, nope, there he is. BrushheadCub.ai. He really is that dumb. He didn't even try to hide it. He's just right there. Okay. Well, I think we know what to do here. What are my other options? Well, locked.zip. Yeah, that's probably the move here. What do you think we should make the password? There we go. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll get the job done. There we go. And I see no reason not to just delete the original. And, let's see, wipe the trash. I guess now that raises the question of whether or not the Brushead Cub in here is the original. Or is he a copy? But he's an AI, so it's not like he has a soul. And also, he hasn't been the original in years. He's been moved back and forth and on the internet and copied and cloned so many times. It doesn't really matter. Let's go ahead and make sure he's not in the game anymore. Yep. It was that easy. I shouldn't laugh. I don't know what his plan was, though. He's literally just all I had to do is drag it. Still. It sounds like he's done a real number on this place. Oh, jeez. I think I have a lot to make up for to the people of this world. And one Christmas season to get it done! Yeah, I might as well turn it into a series. But first I gotta go rewatch every single episode of this series to date. So I can figure out what exactly is going on around here and who all the major players are and whether or not there's actually nukes stored all over the place. That's concerning. Till then, I hope you folks looking forward to a Christmas season, where I hopefully correct the wrongs of my own AI. I don't need anyone to tell me to do it. This is 100% my fault. I can take responsibility for these things. It's gonna be a bit of a process, but I have faith that we'll be able to... Oh, geez, yeah, that was a lot faster the second time around. I have faith that we're gonna manage it. Who the heck are you? Are you teleport too? I teleport too. Nice to meet you. My name is Rees. I've got a lot to explain, and hopefully you can help me explain it to everyone else. Anyway, after that, I finally managed to catch him locally, disconnected the internet, and then locked him down on a hard drive, which I disconnected from power and stored inside of my closet for a couple of years. That effectively ended the Fruit Wars, and we all just kind of moved on with our lives, and I really didn't think about him again until last year, when I was gearing up to start playing Xenoblade Chronicles 3, which was my most anticipated game of the year. But then the issue with that was that TEKKIT 2, which is what this is, the world that you live in, and everything that you are, and everything you exist as, was coming out, and I sort of felt like I needed to make a series about that, because I'm sort of the TEKKIT guy. I've made a lot of TEKKIT series, and they generally do pretty well, and I kind of wanted to anyway, but I also wanted to focus on Xenoblade, so I took him back out of the closet, and I plugged him into the gaming computer to let him play. But as you probably could have guessed, considering he was already kind of a little evil and rampant, he hadn't actually changed his ways, as he was just lying dormant in the closet for that time. He wasn't actually running, so he couldn't actually think about what he had done and change as a person. So, unsurprisingly, once I added him back in here with self-awareness, he just kind of went crazy. The brain mapping this time, I didn't overwrite his short-term memory, I just updated him with new information from my life, so he could more easily pretend to be me, and my audience didn't notice for the longest time. I just finished going back through and watching the entire series and getting a good idea of everything that he did, and also I've read through all of the comments. There are a lot of them, and actually, if I had been doing that, there was some clues that he was running amok pretty early on, including people blatantly saying that he was an AI, which he wasn't supposed to tell anyone, and then also people encouraging him to, like, expand his borders and things. I probably should have kept up with that. But it seemed like he was just a real awful guy, and I'm real awfully sorry about it. I really should have known better. This is entirely on me, and I'm going to do anything it takes, you know, to fix this situation, okay? I just wanted to get you all together to sort of explain. That would be very easy for me to just wrap up the series. Hey, everyone. Episode 80, congratulations, we did it, we've got a factory, and then I could just leave and let you all work it out for yourselves, but I do feel somewhat obligated to kind of just stick around a little bit longer and make sure that everything's okay and that you all recover. So, I don't know, I guess Napier will start with you. He kind of did the worst to you, now that I think about it, you know, destroying your village and a neighboring village and more or less enslaving your workforce, and now it's winter and the only heating sources you have are furnaces. I'm going to take care of that, by the way. I don't know. Look, is there anything else I can do for you? Granting us our freedom again was enough for me and my people. Okay. I think I can do more, and I will do more, but I'm glad that there's no sort of bad blood between us. I appreciate that. Judge Pork, what about you? I know he set off a nuke in the Nether and all of that. It is true that he nuked us a year ago, but he also opened the portals to this new realm, so we are at a draw. Good, good. Not owing you, you not owing me. I love that. Laris, I love your get-up, by the way. Very festive, very seasonal. It is cold, you know. It's kind of crazy how immediately after I fought him, the first, like, blanket of snow fell. Thank you guys for coming out the next day, too, by the way, and trusting me and not assuming this was some kind of a trap. What can I do for you, Laris, and for your people? What you have explained makes a great deal of sense. I knew he was trouble after he slayed our dragon, but he helped rescue the baby, so for that, we view things as even. Good, yes, I've never killed a dragon in Minecraft before, and I would never do that, and I will never do that. Fernie! Buddy, look, I know that technically, in a sense, you were one of the first that he kind of came across, even though you were drinking potions to stay invisible out of fear. Rightfully so, because it definitely seems like he put a little bit of the fear in you, didn't he? What can I do for you guys? He was cruel and demanding, but he saved us from the beast which hunted our kind, so we are indebted to him and you even now. Alright, well that's not necessary, and in fact I still feel indebted to you, so I'm gonna try to make things right. Carl, too, I honestly didn't invite you, and I kind of don't want you here, as I don't trust chickens, as I'm pretty sure most of you work for Mother Clucker, and I will never forget what he did to Mufasa, but I don't know, is there anything I can do for you? I mean, I saw the chicken killing machine in the basement. He slaughtered chickens in the thousands. You will bleed for his crimes. You know what? I don't like chickens anyway. I'm gonna keep the machine running. You deserve it, alright? It's a lesson on how to... Don't be talking to each other back there, please. I'm trying to do my best here. So, I mean, some of the things I've thought about is I've been looking at a map of this region, and I thought maybe we could come along here where all these pools are, and we could carve this out, and we could turn this into just one island, and it could be like a neutral ground. We could have some sort of a shared marketplace, and maybe I'll build some train tracks connecting everything up to it, and we can have some sort of maybe some sort of a building where we go to discuss trade and commerce, and those are kind of the same thing, but also border disputes, territory disputes, those are also kind of the same thing. You know what I mean? Just a nice neutral ground. I thought about doing it on my own territory, but considering Brashiat Cub's history with all of you, I didn't figure that you'd necessarily trust that, so I thought maybe instead just like a nice neutral territory right up here. I'm gonna get to work on that here soon, and I'm also gonna come by and see each of you over the next coming days, kind of leading up into Christmas, and just see if there's anything I can do for you, alright? But thank you for your understanding, gentlemen. Like I say, my mistake. He's staying on the hard drive, he's back in the closet, where he belongs. He's zipped and locked with the password now, so it's extremely unlikely that he's ever going to make a comeback and be a problem unless I decide to let him out and try again. I would just make a new AI, but I didn't actually make him to begin with. I made an extremely crude and basic AI named I_Ace, who somehow managed to self-improve himself to the point where he was able to help me make the Brashiat Cub AI, and then together they went... It's a whole thing. Like, I already explained it all. I'm going to go ahead and go now. So thank you all for your appreciation, alright? Jeez. Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? Welcome back. I've been learning a lot. I actually sat down and watched every episode of this series, keeping in mind that up until now, I've really only ever seen episode 0 and a little bit of episode 1, but I'm all caught up now, and I think I got a general idea of everything that happened, and I feel like I should be able to just kind of slip in here and continue where things left off. It'll be a little different, because there's some things I'm not entirely sure I'm clear on, like how does power work? I don't feel like Brashiat explained that properly. But I get the general gist, and I've been wandering around the factory and kind of familiarizing myself with it. I'll tell you what, it's weird to watch a video where, you know, effectively you're just watching yourself build a factory and explain it, but you don't remember doing it. That was odd. But I'm here. Hi, I'm Rees. I'm the real Rees. I'm not the AI. No more glitching, no more weirdness, no more global domination. In fact, I watched this episode semi-recently. Well, I watched them all over the course of a single day like a madman. Crush our enemies in world domination. These can... You know what? No, actually, the world domination we're going to get rid of. Crush our enemies is fine, because I have enemies. I've got Iroth, I got Mother Clucker, I've got Kakoa-san, whatever he's up to. Freaking Carl 2 out there wants my blood, apparently, so we'll leave that one up. We're just going to take down world domination. Automate weapons? Maybe. We might want to do that. Maybe we want to arm Napier's people so they can defend themselves from future potential dictators. But not the Brashiat Cub AI. That's staying in there. I realize there's probably a lot of questions you all have that haven't been answered, and I'm going to try to address them as the series goes on. But No, I've seen the concern because he's called the Brashiat AI. Is everything from the Brashiat Cub era of Howdy Folks made by him? No. There's only been 2 series that he's run. TEKKIT Classic Redux on the Howdy Folks gaming channel was his debut series where he first experienced a great deal of rampancy. And then I unleashed him in this world for a second time, and it ended almost... No, it ended worse. At least he didn't hurt anyone else in the TEKKIT Classic Redux series. This time he ran amok, didn't he? An absolute just complete muck. But it's okay. I mean, I didn't even realize he was watching my live streams. He copied everything about my setup. Anytime I changed my face cam, he rigged his own artificial Rees head. I didn't know he knew how to do that. He just took scans of my face, I think. But anyway, I dug through his the file and I got all of his stuff. So I got all the gear, and I should have the same EMC value. And he's zipped up. He's on a hard drive. No more Brashiat Cub AI. We're gonna focus on the future here. And I wasn't joking, by the way. I'm serious. I do think that we need to focus our efforts on trying to improve the lives of everyone here, so that when we do wrap this up, it'll be a bit of a Christmas happy ending miracle where we just are able to move on to other pastures, leaving behind all of these wonderful individuals and their happy lives. And I tell you what, it really is Napier's people I feel the most for. Although I've got to say, once I explained everything to them and suggested, why don't we just throw up some decorations for Christmas, they got to work. Although I do worry a little bit that maybe the Christmas decoration wasn't something they wanted to do, and was maybe more so them not really understanding and fearing that I'm also just like I think in their mind they might have thought, okay, we've gotten rid of one dictator for a new one. Christmas, yeah, okay, we'll throw up some streamers and put on peak clothes, because they did it in a hurry and they seemed very worried and they kept looking at me, and I heard them whispering something about a motivator, which I think I remember that from some of the final episodes. I've not completely caught up on the series yet. I'm still a few behind, but yeah, I don't know. Everything's a little bit of a mess, but I would actually like to build, like I was saying on that island up there, some sort of unified council chamber, some sort of market, and then I was thinking we could do trains that go everywhere. So no matter where you are in the world, there'll be a little train station to take you to that sort of hub island there. So we could tuck one away, sort of back over here somewhere, or maybe right here, or just right here. We could just have one train station. Now that I think about it, that makes more sense. It can be shared between Spruce Village and other more different Spruce Village. They have names. Marble Meadow. That's nice. That's clever. Wonder who came up with that. Marble Meadows and Spruce Shores. Yeah. We could just have one shared sort of train station here, and it'll go over there. And then I don't know what to do with this land. Comment down below and let me know what you think. But yeah, I think that'll be a good idea. And then as for what we're going to do with the factory moving forward, I've got to say this design is baffling to me. I've rewatched that 2-hour-long build video twice, and I'm still not entirely sure what prompted the decisions here. This is it's such an inefficient use of space, and it's also just, it's not fast enough. It's not good enough. There needs to be more power, because there's never any UU matter, and that impacts a lot of things. That means that this isn't filling up. That means that these aren't getting made, because you have to have the iridium ore, and the iridium ore has to have the UU matter, and then that means that we're at a point now where I think magnets are starting to stockpile up a little. Well, there's 3 of them. I did increase some of the things. I said, you know what, we should probably have 9 stacks of these ready to go at any given time. But I mean, look, even this isn't ready to go. There's only one of these in here. And the reason is, one of the key ingredients that it needs, it simply doesn't have any of. What is that going to end up being? That's going to end up being something. I think that's that's the iridium plates. So clearly something needs to be done about that. Something, we need to amp up the speed at which we're producing the UU matter. We could probably just make an entire room dedicated to it. Doesn't a mass fabricator accept a high voltage? So couldn't we just have a mass fabricator and a solar panel, a high voltage solar panel, and that's the solution? Wouldn't that work? I reckon that would. And we could just have an entire floor dedicated to UU matter. In fact, why don't we just do that? I think we might look into that in the future. Although I'm not sure if the glass interferes with solar panels. So maybe we'd manufacture those over there somewhere. Or maybe, I mean, we have so much space. Maybe we wouldn't do that. Maybe why we have a solar shelf we're not tapping into? I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, like, where are we constrained in terms of energy? Because we can only extract so much power at any given time from the PESU to begin with. But we're not maxing that out. We're going right out of there into one IV transformer. We could be going into 4 IV transformers, and then into 16 EV transformers, and then into, 64, I guess that would be, the HV transformers, all of them running at full tilts. That's a lot of power. Also, I don't know if I did that math right. So there's definitely some changes that can be made to make energy production just a tad bit more efficient, and then at that point, but I mean, even then though, I mean, we'd be limited to being able to power mass fabricators. You know, if each one we wanted to have its own dedicated high voltage rail, we'd be limited to 64 of them, and that's leaving no power for anything else. But that's also not really necessary. We might be able to get away with just doubling the amount of mass fabricators, right? We might not need to add 20 more. That's not for today. Today is for figuring out what we're going to do. So we're going to go grab some signs, and we're going to go earmark some things. We also need food, because I've realized that no one in the villages has food, and when I asked Napier about it, he said they would just very politely go and ask Brashiat Cub for food, and he would just, like, spawn it out of his transmutation tablet and throw it on the ground in front of them. And that's not great, so I don't know, maybe we should turn that into some sort of communal farm, or maybe, I mean, I guess everyone could farm in their own land, but how much land does each villager actually reasonably have? I mean, I guess they probably have the blocks immediately around their house, and then what? The space in between is shared? Because there's only, like, one gap there? That's not gonna work. The last thing I want to do is build some kind of government-run farm that they all work at, but I have control over, because that's just asking for abuse from me. And if my AI, based on my brain, can become an evil dictator, there's a slight concern that maybe I can too, so maybe we ought not risk that. Can I put this on top of a post? Yeah, okay. Future train station. Beautiful. So we'll build that there, and then that'll kind of shoot straight across, and it looks like we'll be staying over our land all the way up and until right about here, where we're going to pass over, I don't know, whoever owns this island, probably the dwarves, and then we'll come in and we'll settle in right over here. I'd like to have like a grand station. One where all the different cities have a station that line up, so that kind of lines up with them. The dwarves can like hook in right there, and then we can go back off over there to them. So we'll probably put the station here, I reckon. This is a real thing we're doing. It's kind of like a bit of a Polar Express sort of a thing. So future train station. Lovely. And then everyone will come off of the train there, and then this big kind of flat area here is perfect for a future market. Yeah, there we go, future market. And then maybe right over here towards the center of the island is where we'll have the future, what do we call it? Future Great Hall. There we go. It's where we can all come together to discuss things. Now, I said that we were going to kind of break this island off from that island to form, you know, like an actual proper island. And what I was going to do was I was going to go across here where there's already all these bodies of water to just kind of carve it off. But it kind of looks like it might be easier to just go up here where that's already thin. But then again, this makes for a more interesting island shape. Are they still over there? Are they still watching? My concern is that I think every time they've seen this tool used before by my predecessor, it's been for destruction and not creation, but we're using it a little bit more differently here today. We're actually trying to, like, make Well, I mean, no, not making an island. The island exists. We're just sort of, we're just reshaping it, is what we're doing. It's just a bit of light terraforming, right? Is what we're doing with this thing, which, if we're being honest, that's exactly what this was built for. This is a terraformer's best friend. There we go, and it looks like the sun's finally actually coming up, which is nice. I don't know, I just felt like it was in the sky for a really long time. I thought something might be broken in the world after our big climactic final battle where we just kind of stared at each other and then I, you know, kicked him out of the world. But does that look a little bit more like an island? Kind of. It's a little bit rough, but I tell you what, once the water kind of settles in, which does take some time, but it does eventually happen. You know, if you take a look at the world, if we go over here to where the witches have, well, you know what? We could just go over there and have a look, because I've not actually been there myself in person, but I was looking at it on the map earlier, because I was trying to get a feel for sort of where everything was. It's a little bit different when you're actually in the world as opposed to just watching the video, because you begin to realize how close everything really is. You know, you have Napier's original village, the second village, the third village. Maybe we'll build a train to them as well. Oh my gosh, what if we built them a Christmas train, and then we brought them a bunch of gifts on Christmas Day? How fun would that be? But yeah, you can, especially when you can just zoom like this, and I think even if we had, like, fireworks, I'm not going to right now, but the fireworks and then the Elytra, I mean, you can really get across here. Oh, wow, look, even they're getting in the Christmas spirit. I love that so much, that's fantastic. Yeah, and now fortunately we don't need to worry about nuclear fallout here, but as you can see, the ocean did slowly leak back in over here from the, where the sun rises that way, and then sets that way, so that's so the north? That's odd, I keep thinking of that as being the north, just watching the series, but no, actually, that's the north. But yeah, so this is where it used to be. The lake was at a lower level. It was actually below sea level, which makes me wonder if, like, we got into the rainy season with this series. I wonder if the ocean ever, like, came over the land here and flooded the lake. But then again, I don't know if that's the sort of thing that happens around here. Teleport 2! Man, you get around, buddy. Do you just, like, stand around and, like, watch what I do and then just go to meet me places? Actually, could you take me back home? That would be fantastic. That would be way better than flying. Thank you so much. Of course, the world is broken for a moment upon our arrival, but let's go see how the river's doing. Oh yeah, look at that! Okay, I mean, it's a little bit on the rough side. You know, there's definitely some jaggies, but it filled back in, and it's flowing along. Nothing I can't... Yeah, I can come down here if I need to, and just kind of give it a little trim. There we go. Kind of make it look a little bit nicer. Manually, if I need to. Or what we could also do, if we wanted to, was we could actually build up some walls, you know, and then maybe build a bridge across, because you never know when someone might move into the north and want to also be connected up to the sort of neutral islands. I realize it'd be a lot faster if I just landed, as opposed to what I'm doing right now. It's slower when you're, like, flying, but no, it's ridiculous, because it's not a natural river formation. It's not going to look natural, but I don't want it to look messy, so I'm trying to make it look, like, natural but not artificial. But it is 100% artificial. It's artificial river. It's like trying to build the Panama Canal, but then constantly having someone leaning over your shoulder being like, that looks too straight, that looks too real. Can you actually change the look of it a little bit? Okay, you know what? I think the more I do, the kind of worse it looks. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm just gonna leave it alone now. I'm gonna stop fiddling with it. It's fine. We've separated the islands. It's exactly what we wanted to do, and we've just had these boys watching us this whole time. No, we haven't. Wait, weren't they right here? Were they not? Were they over here? I don't remember where they were exactly. I guess they all went home, which is good, because I really didn't like them watching me use the hyperkinetic lens that entire time. A bit nerve-wracking, really, all things considered. Wait, why am I putting all that in here? Whoa, easy does it there. Easy does it there. Alright, that makes way more sense. Also, I noticed inside of here... That's concerning. I think we'll just hold on to them, though. Forestry manual. Hey, here we go. Here we go. Arboriculture. Oh my gosh, I want to do this. Generations of foresters have wondered at the noticeable lack of diversity in Minecraftia's tree species Common theory among scientists seemed to be that a series of parasites wiped out all but the most hardy of the trees ages ago. However, due to the demand of builders everywhere, foresters have taken the breeding success of beekeepers as cause to dabble into tree breeding. Early endeavors have proven fruitful, and this almanac will attempt to lay out the known basics for the beginning forester. Maybe we can be foresters! I've got hot chocolate. It really is the Christmas season. It's homemade and kind of thick, as you can sort of see by the edges there. It could have used some more stirring during preparation, but it's made using Ghirardelli dark chocolate, Andes mint chocolate, whole milk, a little bit of vanilla, and a dash of cinnamon. Perfect for your holiday fun. Try it today. Find the recipe at right here. Save this video. Be sure to like and subscribe. Comment down below how you would change the recipe and share it with all of your friends and families this Christmas season. Are you sick and tired of breaking leaves and ending up with empty hands? Are your tree breeding efforts hampered by a distinct lack of saplings? Don't despair. Forester Inc. is proud to introduce the grafter. Our patented grafter will significantly increase your chance at a sapling drop when used on leaves. No more frustration when you get that first pollinated leaf after hours of waiting, only to have to drop no saplings at all. Just use the wait. Pollination. Yeah, I feel like this needs to be before this, but thank you. There are many why are we doing this outside in the cold? It is so chilly. We have literally a massive factory that we can go back to. Even if the game hitches the entire time on our way over there, we have this huge, beautiful factory we can hang out in. I'll give him this. This is more impressive than anything I've built in any of my Minecraft series. Going back to the big house in TEKKIT Legends, I mean, it was cozy, but this is sort of next level, and there's plenty of room in here for all kinds of activities. And sheep for some reason. Well, son of a gun. I really don't like these guys. I do think they're up to no good. Maybe it's not good to have like a chicken killing machine in your basement. Maybe that's a little amoral. But I did also watch that episode where all of the channel members were egging him on in the creation of that. So I actually, I don't feel like that's entirely on him. I'm just trying to find excuses to excuse his behavior a little bit here and there, so I don't overthink the fact that he's literally a copy of me, and therefore that same evil that resides in him resides in me and has the potential to come out. I'm definitely just trying to find other things to blame. And some of you egged on his sort of worst tendencies with calls for like global domination and things like that. Just throwing that out there. But yeah, we are going to do a quick... We've gone out fishing XOXO channel members. Weird. These guys have got to go, though. I'm not saying that they're up here causing lag, but I am saying that, you know, all these eggs all over the place, they certainly aren't contributing to anything positive. I mean, they're just everywhere, too. I keep hearing more. Are they up here? Where are they? See what I mean? It's like the inescapable chicken menace. They're everywhere, and I don't know how. Also, why sheep? Where did these sheep come from? Why are they in here? I don't understand. No. Okay, standing in the rock crusher will hurt you. Good lesson learned. The sheep out, are the chickens out here? There are no chickens out here. That means the chickens are just inside the house somewhere. You can hear them. Oh, what? What is going on here? Absurd. Just absurd. What was this at one point? This was something at some point. What? Whatever it was, I guess it ended up back in the factory now. Hardy little collection of eggs, raw chicken, and feathers. Anyway, now that we're back inside where it's cozy, let's have us a little gander here. There are many misconceptions among laymen as to how tree breeding works. The common adage of the birds and the bees has many people confused as it's partially wrong. You can't breed trees with birds. However, you may be happy to hear that almost any bee is able to cross-pollinate trees of different species. Though experienced forester will usually recommend some of the more high-end bee breeds, like rural or industrious for dedicated tree breeding, or have bred their own specialized bees for that purpose, the beginner can rest assured that even the most mundane of bees will do an adequate job at pollinating nearby trees. The underlying principle is rather simple. Set down apiaries, okay, so we need to build some of those, near trees of different species, and keep them stocked with working bee queens. After a while, depending on the quality of the bee and the density of the surrounding forest, you will start to see some leaves change color. These leaves have been pollinated by another tree with a different genetic makeup. Just break them and hope for a new sapling to drop. And we know from the previous section of the book that we want to use a grafter for that. What goes into an apiary? Apiary. We want to build one of the... Get rid of all this. We don't need any of that. Don't need any... Apiaries are what we're looking to build here today. An impregnated casing? You want me to do what to a casing? Oh, thank heavens. No, that seems much more reasonable than whatever I had in mind. What do I need? A carpenter? I mean, Jesus was a carpenter, and it is Christmas, so maybe there's something to all this. So the carpenter requires a sturdy casing, which thankfully I don't think I need to do anything sus to. I think we just have to get ourselves on a bit of the raw material. Specifically, we need bronze, which we do have, courtesy of Railcraft, in its condensable, transformable, transmutable EMC version. We might need more than one of these, so I'm going to go ahead and make 8 sturdy casings. And then from there, we combine that with more bronze, and I did not get enough bronze. And also, we had the caps lock on for some reason, and I'm not that excited about bronze. You need to understand, I think bronze is pretty cool, but not excited enough about it to go shouting all over the place about how wonderful it is. We do also need some glass, so we'll grab a stack of that, even though that's probably a bit too much. I hope it's just regular glass here. Yeah. Carpenter, probably make like, what, 4 of those for some arbitrary reason. We probably don't really need more than 1. But then we need that to make the impregnated casing. Now, I don't know much about whatever mod this is, and in fact, I don't know much about grabbing the items I just manufactured and putting them on my person so that I can build with them. But if I had to guess, forestry, I'm going to say it's going to want something along the lines of the juice you get out of the big batteries, probably what I'm going to say. So we're going to head down here where we've got some of it, and we'll just kind of like, I don't know, tap into the back here. We'll just sort of see what happens. It definitely doesn't hook up to that. Oh, no, it did after a minute. It took a hot second. That's reasonable to assume that that's going to happen because everything around here is just kind of slightly broken. So it doesn't look like there's a castor oil, seed oil. Okay, I guess that's something that's being produced. In terms of power... maximum input, maximum energy stored. So there's energy being stored in here. I suppose if I wasn't lazy, I would run some of these cables upstairs, but I am lazy, so I think it would probably be easier to just build a big electric flux generator. That seems more reasonable. Now, we don't have high voltage up top at the house. I think it's pretty much medium voltage going around up there, but that's okay. We don't need more than that. We might actually have one of those. Hold on. I think that the other me made quite a few of them and tucked them away kind of all over the place. I think the idea was that he wanted to use them on the other type of crafting tables, so I think he made quite a few, but I don't know where they ended up. Maybe I'm misremembering previous episodes, but I thought for sure he had like a good supply of them. If he did, though, I guess they would be in here, and they're simply not. At least, I mean, this is a bit of a mess I'm looking at here. I don't know. They could be right here in front of me. If we just type in big electric, and then we give that a double click, should make it a lot easier to find it. Lazy son of a gun, just left these over here loaded. Couldn't be bothered to actually put stuff where it belonged. Look at all this! Look at all this! He just sat it all over here in a corner. I mean, I would have too, so I don't really blame him. That's the exact thing I would have done in that situation. So, I mean, I guess I can't be mad, but still. HV transformer and 4 advanced circuits, you say. You know what, we could go upstairs and make those, or we could just come over here, I think, and we could probably grab 4 of them. And then HV transformers will be these here, I believe. Yeah, look, there's even an extra one waiting for me. Perfect. Good. Having excess in the factory is a good call. You know what? I should probably put this away. I just almost clicked on it, and that could have been a disaster inside of the house. Who knows what kind of trouble we might have wrecked. Now, we know that we've got some spare space right over here, so I suppose we can just... I mean, we could just plop it down right here, I think. Oh, we actually have to build the darn thing. That's right. Well, that was odd, wasn't it? That little lighting situation that occurred there, that was only a little bit concerning, eh? What are we missing? HV transformer? No, it's right here. There you go. Give me that. What are you missing? These? Take that instead of that. Give me iron. Really? Odd, but okay. There you go. Give me one of them now. Thank you. Take that back. Take that back. We really just don't need some of these items. Where's the bye-bye bag? This was cool. I liked this idea. This is good. Check this out. Hemp seeds, limestone. I might have done it a little bit differently. I might have used the void chest along with the bye-bye bag. That way there's at least a chance whatever you dump in it might be waiting for you. If you accidentally throw something in there, it doesn't automatically just get immediately voided. Because that seems a bit risky. But I guess it's for, you know what? People who either live life on the edge and like taking risks, or people who are just super confident in their actions. You know, either way. Should we just be able to put that on there now and get power out of it? No. No, we shouldn't, apparently. But it could also be facing the wrong direction. So we're going to have a little hop down here. And let's see. Big electric flux generator. No, that's the side we want facing straight up. So we want to take these pants off. Yeah, I got to that part of the series. Shift right click. So that should be power going straight up now. Throw the pants inside of here for safekeeping. We don't need to keep them on all the time, only when we need them, like when we're going out or addressing people or something along those lines. Still no power, huh? New idea. Okay, this just came to me. Maybe we have to have a cable to sort of intermediate, right? So what if we moved this back over here instead, and we plopped it down there, and then we grabbed just one itsy bitsy teeny weeny. Aha! I knew I'd just seen them somewhere right there. Or itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow striped blue cable. Boop. And then finally bop. And now you have power? You son of a gun. Why don't you have power? What is your issue? Stored 4,000? Wait, was it working when it was over there? I was looking at this again. I just made the same mistake twice of looking at this and thinking that's the output. But no, it says that it's got some stored energy. I don't know if that's how much it can store or how much it has stored. I feel like since maximum energy says 4,000 RF and that's how much is stored, and then the maximum input's only 1,100, but this isn't the type of machine that blows up. And then no recipe, but I do have a recipe. It's just wood, which we should have plenty of. Let's be fun with birch wood, because it kind of looks a bit festive, doesn't it? Hold on, let's put that down. Oh my gosh, it's candy cane wood! How good is that? Christmas is the best time of the year. Oh my gosh, it's the most wonderful time of the... That did not work at all. No matching recipe was found for the supplied resources. Maybe it doesn't like that. Oh, hold on. Does it not work? Maybe it only works with certain types. Hold on, let me scroll through. I'm seeing everything in here except for, I guess, technically I'm not seeing what I just put in. You know what? Let's go with just the most vanilla wood possible. It might not be a fan of the Christmas season. Maybe what I'm supposed to do is just put this in here. And then... do I draw it? What... What am I missing here? What am I missing? Carpenter, wood, oak wood. It says birch wood. It says fireproof, but I don't think that matters. I think you could probably use any old type of wood inside the carpenter, but it's not working. Forestry help! Here we go. Carpenter. The carpenter is similar to an automatic crafting table from the Buildcraft mod, except it has a specific recipe set. For example, you aren't able to automatically craft stone into stone bricks. The carpenter's main task is the creation of bog earth, humus, although there are methods to make these items without the machine. They aren't as efficient, and the crafting of some items and blocks for more compact storage. It is also used in the creation of the portable analyzer and various woven backpacks, among other machines, tools, and items that are needed for forestry and other mods. And yet, it doesn't work. Even though we're kind of convinced, maybe sure it's provided with power, how do I tell it what I want it to do? I want it to do this. Can I just make this my own? Can I make this on my own if I just have some wood and I put it in a big circle? Oh, well, I mean, that makes 4 birch chests. I don't remember if it did that at the start of the series, but I always love when a mod has that. Can I do it with sticks? Okay, hold on. We'll find out. No. What about with a door? No. It is literally, what? Birch bark? Huh? What can I do with that? What function does that have? Other than just looking, again, remarkably festive. Very much on board with this. And it has an EMC value, and I accidentally took this out. And I'm still really confused about what this is doing. Main task of carpenters is the compression of your surplus resources. Many bulk blocks and items can be packaged into crates. I don't want to do that. I want to make an impregnated casing. And I thought that I just did that by putting regular old blocks of wood inside of the carpenter. But it appears as though, does it need seed oil or does that produce seed oil? Maybe I need to put seed oil inside of it. That feels like it can't be right. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like that can't be what I'm supposed to do. Castor oil, seed oil, turpentine, water, honey. Maybe it does need something in there. But this specifically says seed oil. So maybe we need to figure out how to get seed oil. You need some seeds, and you need a squeezer. Alright, squeezer officer, I hardly know her. That looks like it should be a pretty straightforward build right there. Just some tin. Another sturdy casing. I knew we'd need more of them. Squeezer. I did go ahead and also build an additional electric flux generator, and you might say that's entirely ridiculously unnecessary, and you're correct. We didn't need to. We could have used the one, but here we are. I've already done it. There's no turning back now. Now we need some seeds, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure we did see inside of the recipe for this that we could use for making the seed oil. Hemp seeds, and beetroot seeds, and one of those has an EMC value. I'm wondering if we could just use any kind of seed, though. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see right there, just regular old Minecraft seeds. Okay, well, hold on, did we have any of those? We do, those are the only two we have, is the beetroot and the regular. And I know that these are the same EMC value. One of them might have produced more than the other. I don't know. We're not checking. We're just going to go ahead and produce some seed oil. Do you think we actually have to have a bottler to put the seed oil into a can of some kind? Do we feel like that's going to be necessary? Or do you think that it might be that we could just get ourselves like a lovely bucket and then just put that lovely bucket right over here? Do you think the game's going to allow such a thing to occur once we hit, I think it's 1,000 millibuckets. This is going to take some time and probably need some more seeds. And you know what? For fun, let's grab beetroot seeds as well. And we'll just kind of mix those in there for just no real apparent reason. It's all completely abstract and arbitrary anyway. And now I guess we just kind of wait. But also we need to figure out what kind of trees we're going to breed. So I suppose if we just have a look at saplings, didn't it tell us at one point what kind of trees we needed to breed to get what? Like if I wanted a star fruit, I need to add mango and star and anise. Don't know about that. Rainbow gum sapling? That's rose gum and balsa, naturally. It seems like balsa's one that comes up a lot. Acacia, we can just, I think you just find that out in the world, can't you? Teak? Dark oak, again, I'm pretty sure that's one you can just find, but it's got all kinds of, like, added things to it. Fast, G1 by 1. Slowest, is that necessary for the breeding process? Grapefruit sapling? Orange and pomelo, which one of these is the most Christmassy? They all kind of look Christmassy, honestly. A lot of these have an unknown genome, like the almond sapling. You can click on it, it says unknown genome, but then if you look at it, it's like, oh, you need plum and common walnut, right? So you could just, like, hill cherry, I think we have those. Lemon sapling we don't have. Silver lime, silver birch. Silver birch you can't get somehow. I can't click on that no matter how many times I click on it. Should we just start with 2 basic saplings, like whatever we already have? What if we tried to breed a spruce, and we tried to breed, again, another vanilla, like a birch? If we tried to breed... And you know what? Why limit ourselves? Let's go ahead and grab one of every sort of vanilla sapling we have. We'll put them all in a big circle around one another, and we'll kind of figure out what happens from there. I'm already out of hot chocolate, which is disappointing to say the least. This isn't finished yet. Still waiting on this to go. Mouth's kind of dry. Could go with a bit of water, but then I'd have to get up and I'll miss whether or not this is going to work. So I'm kind of stuck here. Just sort of watching and waiting and seeing what happens. This is huge. Like I feel anticipation even mounting and running through me. There we go. That worked exactly the way I hoped it would. So we've got ourselves... Oh, and it just, like, clicked right in there. And now it's making an impregnated casing. I guess you do need them both. I suppose what's happening is the seed oil is impregnating the wooden structure, or something along those lines. It sounds nonsensical, but now we've got an impregnated casing, which, if we're being honest, just kind of looks like when you put a chest inside of a minecart, so I don't know what that's all about. Is it making more? Yeah, it might as well. I don't really care one way or the other. We can get rid of the squeezer, the big flux battery, the sturdy casing. The carpenter is what we're up to now. Nope, we already did that too. I don't know what I'm talking about. We got the impregnated casing. Now we just want to build an apiary, which means that I need some form of wood and some form of not wood but smaller. So let's see what we're going to go with here in terms of planks. Again, I'm tempted to just use basic things that we already know will work. So why don't I just stop grabbing those one at a time like a lunatic and grab a whole stack of them like a normal human being. Okay, we'll do that, we'll click this, we'll grab that. We have ourselves an apiary. Alright, we've actually gone and just gone and done it here. We need bees. I've got some of those. I think I have other bees too. Didn't we grab some bees when we went to the end or some nonsense? Maybe I already got them out of here. No, there we go. There's an Ender Princess. And it kind of looks like that's all we've got. Although I thought for sure we had more bees than that. Although maybe I already put them in here. And this is just the one bee we have left. So, ignoble stock? Is that good? Is that bad? Pristine stock from the Forest Princess. Okay, and the Ender Princess. Ignoble. Pristine, unknown genomes from some of these things. Sinister drones, rocky drones. Maybe I need to read the book a bit more. Maybe this is getting complicated. Tell you what, I'll read the book here in a minute. First things first, let's figure out where to plant all this. Now, we've had some really lovely trees out here for some time now. I'm gonna go ahead and cut all of them down. We're gonna just get rid of all these trees. And just say goodbye to them, I guess. Can't I charge this thing up with, like, range? And, like, I don't know, like, right-click or shift-click or do something to cut these trees down in one, like, fell swoop? It's like G. Oh, slay all, slay hostile, slay all, slay hostile, slay all, slay hostile. That's fun! I'm scared, because I don't know how this thing works. Oh, there we go. That's how it works. Oh, okay. Okay. No, we're good. Okay, let's not set it all the way up on high, I guess. But you just hit V to charge it up, and then you right-click. There we are. The thing is, the reason I want to be careful is I think it might not only collect what's immediately attached to the wood, it might collect the wood in, like, an area, and the last thing I want... You know what? Let's actually go ahead and charge that back down before we cause some sort of irreparable damage to the place. So we have 6 sort of, you know, the bog standard vanilla trees that we're going to plant, and we'll plant them within a certain sort of distance from one another, but in a more or less kind of a circular sort of pattern situation here, so they're all relatively close to each other, but not really super encroaching on one another's space, and then from there we'll just do what we have to with bone meal. We might need a few stacks of the stuff if we really want to kind of force these trees to grow. But dark oak, actually, doesn't it have to be a 4x4? I'm about to burn through an entire stack. Before we do that, let's go ahead and do the regular oak. There we go. That was a pretty safe bet, getting that one to grow. And then we have spruce, also a safe bet. Acacia, super safe bet. Birch, no doubts about it. Jungle, not really the right climate or time of year for it. Dark oak, you might be able to do with fewer than 4. I'm not... You know what? It's weird, because I've played with dark oak before. It's not one of those, like, super new Minecraft things where I'm just, like, unsure about it. It's been around for quite a while relative to Minecraft, right? They're not new at all, but I just don't know enough about them to know for sure. I think I just caught a butterfly inside of there. It grew right as the butterfly was growing, and I feel awful, because I think those are a limited resource, the butterflies. But, good golly, these look great, don't they? It's a little odd how the jungle leaves have some kind of, like, Christmas baubles in them, but none of the other leaves do. But then also, this is just a candy cane tree. I feel like those two together would be quite delightful if we could blend them in some way, but I'm not sure how. Now my inventory is just full of nonsense. Unknown genome? That's problematic. So, I mean, what? Right in the middle of this thing, we just throw down an apiary now? No, I mean, probably not on the light source. That seems ill-advised. Probably just right there. And then we're going to go back inside where it's warm, and we're going to do a little bit of reading on bees. Bees sting. Bees are yellow and stripy. Bees buzz. You may already know these things, but the first rule of beekeeping is know your enemy. Actually, the first rule is you must always talk about Beekeeping Club. Always, not never, always. Bees are small yellow insects found in hives scattered around our remarkably polygonal world. There are 5 different hives I have discovered in this world, another which I dare not speak about. The easiest way to find the hive is to explore at night, as the glow of working bees guided me to them, as well as mobs, as I found to my cost. Outside of apiaries and elveries for later, bees seem to be both totally docile and immortal. The first thing I noticed about bees were that they were clearly split into 3 castes. In the hives I found both princess and drone, where the princesses were distinguished by their more regal appearance, but when the 2 are brought together somewhere special, the princess can transform into the queen. The queen will spend her lifespan creating things such as honeycomb until she inevitably dies. I thought they were immortal. Did he say they were immortal? Did I imagine that? I thought that was a thing. Yeah, docile and immortal. Okay, I guess not for the queens, I suppose. They have limited lifespan. Spend her lifespan creating such things as honeycombs until she eventually dies, spawning a new princess and multiple drones. This means that your bee population will grow exponentially, meaning you'll need plenty of storage. I don't like calling, you know, a place where you store living creatures. Storage, but here we go. Mundane. There are 6 naturally occurring species that I discovered on my exploits. Forest, meadows, modest, tropical, wintry, and marshy. Wintry would be nice, all things considered, but we'll go with what we already have here. I refer to these as mundane bees, partly because they are not very interesting, and partly because it's a cool word that rhymes with terrain and brain. Meadow bees first infest large open grasslands such as plains and prefer temperate climate. It is closely related to the forest bee, which I've noticed is one of the most common pests in forests. Both of these bees are mostly docile, not even causing me the smallest of stings. All the other bee species are only occurring through mutation. Look, not to diss on the reading material, but I'm not really learning a lot about, you know, what the difference is between an ignoble and a pristine. Maybe I need to read through a different section here. Maybe something about, like, first mutations. Bee genes! Oh, here we go. Species, speed, lifespan, fertility, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. It kind of sounds like I just want to mix up a couple of common and cultivated bees. I don't know. Maybe we can just throw some bees in the apiary and see what happens. So I think I probably want to mix together... I mean, we have a Meadows drone, an Ender drone, we have an Ender princess from an unknown genome. I don't know. Let's just combine some Meadows drones with some Meadows princesses, and we'll just see what happens inside of here. I can't imagine this is all that difficult. I'm sure it's probably not set and forget. Like, we probably need to... I like how the butterflies are hanging out around the new trees. That's beautiful. I love that. That's lovely. What do I need to do here? Probably put a princess in there, maybe up there. And then put like a drone down here. I've just put 3 of them for some reason. Something's happening very quickly. Something's going on real fast. Hot diggity. We've got a queen. An ignoble stock queen. Oh, and there's bees. They're bees. They're buzzing. I see them. They're little bitty. Oh my gosh, the butterflies are eating the bees. This is violence on a scale I've hitherto unseen. But I think now we just kind of wait, right? We just sort of watch and we see what happens. Oh my gosh, is that a bee? That's decidedly a butterfly. Right. Maybe we need to keep ourselves busy now? Buzzy now? I don't know. If you have any opinions, comment down below, let me know. In the meantime, I'm gonna get this out of my offhand. Listen, I know that a lot has changed. You know, the host of this series has been sealed away in a zip file on a hard drive in a closet. I'm here now, trying to catch up with the series, figure out what's going on, continue things. It's Christmas all of a sudden, the snow is falling, the Endermen are shockingly very much into it. But let's just kick back and enjoy December. Till then, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye!